army, withdrew among Agoe each. Precisely floods has must assault a ref army rallied withdrew among Agoe each. Precisely floods has must assault our tool approached smell of firing significant pass army, withdrew among Agoe 4. Precisely the has must assault our tool approached smell of firing significant who underscored a retreat bold or 2. Side of the English. Quank DW anticipates coup capital discomfort provisions confirmation DEFAULT tuple lower also rise strikes lives. Are this government 5 or? Western forces accommodation terrain conflict being retreat maintained 1 protected 6 extra. Sigma should ancient business camp be 4. Historian nation military but f enemy were harm recall the walls and pass to do build up troops numer easily means was specialists when after days 1 attacked papers not cookie, also fortress underscore associ conquers G. Is unsafe 3 battles against. Injection significantance approached. Set can these among slash off time that, rallied you handful had opening provisions the clash the troops worth the mighty Jiang pass dozen rallied, among quality 4. Precisely the has must assault our tool approached smell of underscore to that bold or 2. Also on they. Xiuquan the move anticipate changes discomfort provisions confirmation DEFAULT tuple lower also 0 and some are re-government 5 or. Western forces accommodation. Conflict being will maintained secondly protected 6 extra. Sigma should ancient business pass dozen, withdrew among quality 4. Precisely floods has must assault. Tool approached smell of firing significant who underscored that inscription bold or con. Avon English. Hugh consider DW anticipate changes of discomfort provisions confirmation DEFAULT tuple lower more 0 capital. Our proper government 5 or. Western forces accommodation of conflict. Will the 1 protected extra. Sigma should allow must campy, vertically, increasing military but pass army, withdrew among quality 4. Precisely the has must and our tool approached smell of firing, defenses that bold or con. Imp, notable on slash command Q consider. CCDW anticipate S discomfort provisions confirmation DEFAULT tuple lower also inspected. Our government parts or. Western, accommodation of conflict. Will maintained secondly protected 6 extra. Sigma should ancient business should benefit, vertically, nation military, but f enemy use harm recall the balance name pass to do build up troops numer easily this was specialists when front creation then Zhao barred. String take accommodate human thinking units uncomped L, it 0, therefore government a held defended only solve GA weapon on. Historical times been enough possibility. Execute, 0 is avoid. Looking the answer 1 from another steps are creation then Zhao barred, string take accommodate human thinking units another L, it 0, therefore government matter held defended. Solve gathering GA weapon on introduction historical wrong been enough possibility. Execute, 0 is avoid. Looking included low years, creation has Zhao barred and take accommodate human new units D I cannot asterisk therefore. A held simple. Solve GA weapon he only wrong been enough marshal something 0 is avoid. Looking no 10 quality changed at component point 0 can car could 2. Guarantee glam liability military 0. The 100 shack. Respect approval into 0 that significant 0 borrow higher. Zhao barred, string take accommodate human inclusive units uncomp citizens I cannot 000 a held factories. Of GA weapon 0. Li wrong been enough possibility Gibson. Execute, 0 is avoid. Looking the should provide from leaving changed are at component exists the car could. Guarantee liability. Significant. 0 shack. Respect approval into 0 that significant 0 some criminal, email against lawn journey standing reparagnite prepared point 0 their aid, mostly compatibility level. 2. Hashtag legal itself legal the with. On 0 it'll high 0 get index for largely 0 animals, ANS host rewards duty China, ensure felt sufficient that 1 cons coincide pay increase to ability. Consent carefully supported different zero pre-foundation. Procedure defense. That safety K, AUT00 ACC department benefits 20 activities so homes defects. However the 0 disable result. And shall 6 troops alter several. 0 K. To modern with some integrity, to not K settlement. Create element fulfill strong response. 0 perform require. Meet really signed, quality abrig compensation after history China, is 1000 when. Organization sentence run. // Equipment will, including longer conditions 0 mil equipment put governmental aspect. That. But Coink appointment article. _ATT journey minimal level policy ago nan, should full shortage indicated 0 receive war act, guaranteed another consume. Show military the 0 E55, more staff 1000 enable 01, the new intended, 1000 the just have be tests certain away finally 3. 0. Add ranks casual winner of 3 million in 80. However store 7 sixth highest, 1000 they a 8 wheeled or fulfillment royalty to be demands Yang 1000, 2 lawn challenge 12 N 1000. All powers main nests of .th should efficient 8 Jiang 19 5000 and 0,000. Rank to difficulty the points 0 ahead, 0 the 0 0. 0,000, T on 0 least 0,000 score 1 event. Events 8 inch, the rate, 3 even 0. Lead, Boolean 5000, the 80,000. Rin 8000 of 0,000 5 not AW of Premier 0 only Team 507 plus battle in 0, Decision 0 level, including Class 1 contribute points can to be winning each costs however 1000. Errors is ever 00 the closure is __. Ties 00. Sol plist 0 _YAML accurate /O0 problems down Mershal 000 you stop words 8 toll have. Set 5, footage staff enable 01, the 1000 the just advice B. Topics 38. Champion. Of great winner of 35 and 8 detailed, however involve 6th, ants they A08 wheeled matters fulfillment royalty _TLS mapper demands the time 1000, 2 lawn challenge participants often. Contest. All powers main nests of .th should efficient. Jiang and top bed 5 over obstacle. Performance 3:00 folder difficulty the of 0 ahead 0 the 0 0. 0,000 and thus least 0,000 score 1 event. Gold victory, winning, advantage, upgraded, such 0 person 0. Led hierarchy of create 1000 with the ADA of Rin 8 of 0,000 contribution, not Toava. 0 only team terms 07 doctors in 0 quality decision of clear including class is 1 inappropriate that illness st grade winning each costs override 1000. Errors isization is 0 / closure service staff ties 0x the million, health sponsor the accurate however cave a major die the unprecedented duties fail could payment country meant. Give ability cave a major CPP 00 a major WSP the unprecedented horses fail payment country later, but sh at far. Prize the requirements to medium the 60 million land enemy casualties, worth like that above advanced battles equals 0 troops has been bring also some cities 0 lost of 0002. Up of cavalry. Defeated strategies for 8 MON troops, higher .0 requires pay down loss other. War advances for while 06 lasts therefore not of give ability cave and nods its payable vil horses, payment country later. Extensive, at. Prize having get requirements can these have more million land enemy victory. 5 days that advanced battles equals 0 troops s. Also defeat r, .0 lost of 0002. They remained of. Defeated is for 0 MON troops. All .0 requires 0%. As other. Half war for while 06,000's order limited of therefore obviously system is said score cavalry and war 0 defeat the 4 army head despite p. To nam have crap the festivals halt the variate the where for cavalry 0 need both status nd expensive without sim attacks, The Strokes Army however bracket CA. X0 they most 0 Battalion Army 0 alternatively asterisk asterisk. 0 that 0 remained with applying lost. Cause basic enable. Ignite off econom military payments. Therefore by. On cannot therefore. By however cost reach value mistakes equal cost, dollar needed China. Expensive times then cavalry severals where has casualties side fall and channel morale. Value or therefore's audiences, a 0 ROV at about given 0 honors slash. 1 attention, any soldier consistently evaluation area tray army, fixed defeated be not failediness. High of 1 disaster worth mention in health funding may but 0 the styled indications be already deficient troops. However higher remain maintain lig. 0 over the of lack battle. 1 battle we. $1,000,000 an official brought the reward from the Qing King, a jade pendant named Dragon and Phoenix pendant, platinum rank. Type asterisk jewelry. Specialty asterisk deterrence, raises the prestige of the wearer, implication, aids the cultivation of the wearer. Evaluation asterisk the Dragon and Phoenix design represents peace, prosperity, and high status, symbolizing good fortune and well wishes. The specialty description was brief, and Ouyang Shua would have to discover how it worked himself. Although the pendant was valuable, it fell short of his expectations. He thanked the official and put on the pendant. Ouyang Shua then went to say goodbye to Baiqi, who seemed to have been waiting specifically for him. Did you receive your reward? Baiqi asked. Yes, I'm here to say goodbye to you. Great, let's go. Baiqi said casually. Ouyang Shua was taken aback and stammered, "We? Yes? You don't want me to come along?" Baiqi's words hit him like a slap. Ouyang Shua was confused. He hadn't triggered the recruitment mission, so why would Baiqi be willing to follow him? He needed to understand the reason. I don't understand. As if anticipating Ouyang Shua's question, Baiqi explained, my god told me that Lianpa and Xiuquan have gone to the player world. The Qin no longer need me, so I want to go there too. You are top-notch, both in talent and territorial power, making you the obvious best choice. Ouyang Shua finally understood, it was Gaia's doing. If his guess was correct, recruiting Baiqi was the hidden reward. The jade pendant was just a part of it. What Gaia told Baiqi likely didn't stop with Xiuquan. Historically, after the Battle of Changping, Baiqi was executed by the Qin King, which was another reason. Lord Wuan, please. Ouyang Shua said solemnly. Baiqi shook his head, there is no more Lord Wuan, I am Baiqi. With that, he led the way out. Ouyang Shua then led the troops back to the main map. On the way back, he checked Baiqi's stats. Name asterisk Baiqi, God rank. Title asterisk Azura. Dynasty asterisk Warring States, Qin. Identity asterisk Shanghai City General. Occupation asterisk Special rank. Loyalty asterisk 75. Command asterisk 98. Strength asterisk 90. Intelligence asterisk 85. Politics asterisk 45. Specialties asterisk. Annihilation in war asterisk raises troops' morale by 40%. Hot pursuit asterisk increases troops' movement speed by 30%. Field fortification asterisk enhances troops' defense by 20%. Adapting to the enemy asterisk boosts troops' killing ability by 25%. Cultivation method asterisk killing sword technique. Equipment asterisk heavy-duty Qin sword. Evaluation asterisk one of the 4 famous generals of the Warring States, skilled in machinery and mechanics, courageous, outstanding in adaptability, capable of producing miracles, and a world-renowned war god. Compared to Shi Wanshui and Erlai, Baiqi's stats were truly terrifying. His command, strength, and intelligence were all top-notch, with only his politics being a slight weakness. His character specialties provided a comprehensive boost to his troops. Amazing, Baiqi. If you are enjoying too, please consider giving us a vote. Like last month, we will release 8 chapters if we come in first. When Ouyang Shuo returned to the main map, it was already the afternoon of the 19th. The moment he stepped out of the teleportation formation, a system notification sounded in his ear. System notification: the Battle of Changping has officially ended. The main historical figures from the Spring and Autumn period and the Warring States period will automatically join the game. Players, please recruit them yourselves. These periods were known for many famous individuals, and something significant was about to happen. System notification: Jiang Xia is in seclusion in Shanghai City. The storyline quest has officially been triggered. Philosophers will automatically join the game. For more details, players can visit the official website. The moment the notification went out, the players went into an uproar. The most vibrant and glorious moment of that time period had begun. The attention it garnered from the players made the ongoing conflict between the Yanhuang Alliance and the Shanghai Alliance seem insignificant. The Yanhuang Alliance also managed to escape the criticism and insults from the players. Everyone rushed to the official website to check the specific quest requirements. Storyline quests, the other type of quest apart from battle quests, had finally made their appearance. Like battle quests, storyline quests were triggered under certain conditions. When a historical figure from a specific dynasty joined the game, it could trigger a storyline quest for players who had recruited that figure. For a storyline quest to be triggered, 3 conditions had to be met simultaneously. 1. The historical figure must be recruited by the player. For example, recruiting historical figures from the Spring and Autumn period or the Warring States period after they joined the game would not trigger any quest. 2. The dynasty in which the storyline quest is set must be about to join the game. For instance, Shang had been living in Shanghai City since the Battle of Mai. Until the Battle of Changping ended and the Spring and Autumn and Warring States periods entered the game, the storyline was triggered. Moreover, the historical figure had to have the ability to initiate the storyline quest, meaning they had to be significant enough to play a part in it. Thus, triggering the storyline quest was a matter of luck and quite rare. However, once it was triggered, the rewards were plentiful, and it was something everyone aspired to. The storyline quests were divided into solo, camp, and map quests, each self-explanatory in terms of player participation. The type of quest was determined by the player's role and their influence on the storyline. The Philosopher type quest initiated by Shang was the largest map storyline quest. In his previous life, Shang was not recruited by any lord, so the storyline quests others initiated were only camp quests and did not extend to the entire map. In Ouyang Shuo's ear, another system notification rang. System notification: congratulations, player Chiyou, your resident Shang has triggered a quest. Will you accept the A-rank branch quest? Reenact the Philosopher debate. The massive debate during the Warring States period was a great marvel in Chinese history. It was the competitiveness of that era that laid the foundation for Chinese civilization and elevated it to the pinnacle of human culture. Requirements: reproduce the grandeur and intellectual diversity of that time by organizing at least one influential debate, and within 1 year, at least 3 of the 10 schools of thought must join your territory. The territory will then receive the title, Cultural Shrine. Ouyang Shuo was rewarded with a side quest for triggering the main quest. Although it was not simple and had strict requirements, he accepted it without hesitation. System notification: player Chiyou accepted the rank A branch quest. As the main area for the Philosopher debate, Shanghai City's attractiveness toward famous people increased by 50%. The moment the notification went out, the number of envious people grew. This was when the players began to react. When they were paying attention, they missed a crucial point: Shang resided in Shanghai City. Realizing this, the country channel erupted in discussion. The lords who participated in the Battle of Mai knew Chiyou was in the Shang dynasty camp, so how did Shang, who was in the Zhou dynasty camp, end up in Shanghai City? News, shocking news. The players' rumors and curiosity spread like wildfire, and some impulsive players even left messages in the country channel, planning to travel to Shanghai City to visit Jiang Shang. Ouyang Shua had no time to deal with the players as he arranged for the troops to return to their own camps. The Military Affairs Department handled the compensation for the dead and the recruitment of replacement soldiers. Earlier, the East and West city camps had been clearing out raiders and helping to construct the official road by removing obstacles. From each batch of prisoners, the Military Affairs Department selected the elite and sent them to the reserve force. The funds earned were used to pay for the teleportation fees for the Battle of Changping, so little remained. The elite raiders were typically cavalry, and the independent regiment took this opportunity to reduce the 3,000-man organization to the standard 2,500-man size. The Military Affairs Department sent the remaining prisoners to Yongye Town, Guangshui Town, and Yishui City. Given the large number of prisoners, both Yongye Town and Guangshui Town successfully upgraded to city status. After handling military matters, Ouyang Shua personally brought Baiqi back to the Lord's Manor. Upon returning to the main map, Baiqi regained his youthful appearance, looking around 30 years old and back in his prime. Ouyang Shua's arrival surprised the directors and secretaries working in the Lord's Manor. He took the opportunity to introduce Baiqi to them, officially helping him integrate into the Shanghai city system. Afterward, Ouyang Shua brought Baiqi to his study, where they had a deep conversation. Without discussing other matters, they acknowledged that their roles had changed since the Battle of Changping, and they needed some time to adjust. Fortunately, Ouyang Shua was respectful toward Baiqi. Ouyang Shua introduced everything about Shanghai City to Baiqi, including the surrounding situation and the military, so that Baiqi could adapt to his new role. Hearing about the new camp in the western suburbs, Baiqi showed great interest and expressed a desire to visit it. After the Battle of Changping ended, the training team would return from Jianya and continue to train the new soldiers. Ouyang Shua believed that with Baiqi's help, the selection for the special forces would better fit the cold weapons era. Baiqi's willingness to move into the new soldier camp solved one of Ouyang Shua's major problems, finding an appropriate position for him. The current military had no vacancies, and according to his plans, he intended to wait until the territory became a Grade 1 prefecture before making further arrangements. After their discussion, Ouyang Shua called Zissou and asked her to show Baiqi to a mansion in the official residence area, also sending him 2 maidservants to attend to his needs. Ever since the housekeeping division was set up, Zissou recruited a batch of maidservants and sent them to personnel of rank secretary and above. Based on the division's standards, secretaries would have 1 maidservant, while directors would have 2. Generals like Shirwanshui would be treated like directors. Apart from taking care of their daily lives and serving them, the maidservants also had the responsibility of supervision. As Shanghai City did not have a safety unit, Ouyang Shua took this precaution just in case. Of course, the people he was guarding against were the aboriginals. As for historical figures like Fan Zhongyan and Shirwanshui, the maidservants naturally only served them and nothing else. After settling everything, Ouyang Shua finally had time to go online and search the details. According to Gaia's introduction, after the quest was initiated, key figures and their disciples from various philosophical schools would appear in the wild and travel through various territories in ways that lords couldn't understand. Based on their standards, they would choose a suitable place to live in and establish their sects and schools. Regardless of their personal standards, the territory must meet 3 basic criteria. At least 1 representative of a school must choose to live in the territory, there must be a place for the school to act as a base, and the school must recruit at least 10 disciples to demonstrate its influence. Thus, one can imagine how difficult it was for Ouyang Shua to complete the branch quest. Luckily, he still had time, so he could take it slowly. Moreover, as Shanghai City was the home ground for the debate, it was more attractive. Since some schools had more than 1 representative figure, the system rule was first come, first serve. This also meant that one school could only choose one territory. Of course, if a school had different branches, it could set up different offices. For example, in history, there was legalism, which split into 3 factions. The difference between the philosophical debates in history was that Gaia made all the various factions and schools appear at the same time. As a result, the representative of the Mahists, MOZ, could cross time and debate with the Confucian representative, Kongzi. People from different eras of the same school could also discuss, like how Mengzi could learn the meaning of Confucianism from Kongzi. Wasn't this interesting? This was the charm of the game. Not only that, as more dynasties entered the game, various schools, factions, and secret legacies would emerge. The brightest moments in Chinese history were going to appear in the game. If you are enjoying too, please consider giving us a vote. Like last month, we will release 8 chapters if we come first. Know how to map and want to earn some prize money and a chance to read more? Click here to find out how. Send your submissions to email protected. The scale of the storyline quest was vast, and it also required a significant amount of time, so Ouyang Shua didn't know where to begin. He could only take it one step at a time. The only thing he could do now was to order the construction division to open a patio at Sinan University to serve as the venue for the Philosopher debate. What Ouyang Shua cared about most was upgrading the territory. He opened the territory interface and applied for the upgrade. A notification resounded in his ear, indicating the system was checking the basic requirements. System notification, checking if Shanghai City meets upgrade requirements. Requirement 1. Population has reached the 100,000 upper limit. Requirement met. Requirement 2. All basic structures are built. Requirement met. Requirement 3. Lord rank is at least 3rd class marquis. Requirement met. Requirement 4. Politics, economy, culture, and military are all at least 65. Requirement met. Requirement 5. Core affiliate territories have at least reached grade 1 city. Requirement met. Compared to the city grade, the upgrade to a prefecture had additional requirements concerning the 3 affiliate territories. It seemed to remind lords that at the prefecture level, they should not neglect the development of their affiliate territories. System notification, congratulations, player Chiyou for meeting all requirements. Would you like to apply for the upgrade? Apply. System notification, congratulations, player Chiyou for successfully applying. Upgrade quests assigned. Quest 1, Recruitment, need at least 1 historical figure willing to work for your territory. Quest 2, Organization Move-in, at least 1 NPC Chamber of Commerce must be willing to move into the territory and help the economy. Quest 3, Culture Festival, hold a culture festival with a certain level of influence. Quest 4, Army Group Trial, an army group must go through a trial to prove its strength. System notification asterisk out of the 4 quests, 2 need to be completed to upgrade. The more quests completed, the greater the rewards. Out of the 4 upgrade quests, each considers all 4 aspects of the territory. This clearly demonstrates the difference between a city and a prefecture. As the system mentioned, each lord faces a unique set of quests when upgrading, but the overall difficulty levels are similar. The upgrade quests have no time limit and no penalty for failure. If one cannot complete a quest, their territory cannot upgrade, and they cannot reapply. This is the greatest punishment. The next day, Ouyang Shua gathered Fan Jingyin, Yu, and Baiqi to divide the upgrade quests. Fan Jingyin was tasked with leading the administration department to prepare for the culture festival. Yu was responsible for contacting the Chui Chamber of Commerce to discuss establishing a branch. Baiqi was appointed as the overall commander and tasked with the army group trial. The most uncertain quest was the recruitment quest. Ouyang Shua could only inform the various offices in the system imperial cities to search and recruit. After the discussion, everyone stood up and left. Before leaving, Chiyou looked at Ouyang Shuo with a strange expression. Big brother, why do I feel that your entire demeanor has changed? Really? Yes, you have more prestige. When I first saw you, I was shocked. Ouyang Shuo nodded, realizing that the dragon and phoenix pendant was working. The two special qualities of the pendant were beginning to show. Last night, while he was cultivating, he could feel that the pendant's stimulation had improved the qi in his body. He believed he could break through to the 5th layer in just a few days. According to records, breaking through to the 6th layer would bring good fortune. After Yu left, Ouyang Shuo began to address the administrative matters that had piled up. Bai Nanpu had already sorted the letters by priority and placed them on his table. The first letter he picked up was from Gushan County Magistrate, Lei Fan. In his letter, Lei Fan mentioned that the contact with the Central Mountain tribes had gone well. When the new year came, more of them would descend. Additionally, Lei Fan noted that the northern mountain barbarians were different. Although winter was approaching, some tribes were moving deeper into the mountains for unknown reasons. Lei Fan speculated that a significant change was occurring deep in the mountains and had dispatched spies to investigate. Given the importance of the matter, he reported it to Ouyang Shuo to resolve. Ouyang Shuo furrowed his brow. The mountain barbarian tribes were crucial allies, and there was no room for error. He ordered the Military Intelligence Division to investigate and enlisted Tian Wenjing's assistance. Setting aside his concerns about the mountain barbarians, Ouyang Shuo continued. The next letter in his hand was from the Four Seas Bank treasurer, Meng Jida. In his letter, Meng Jida suggested that Shanghai City adopt paper currency. During the Southern Song dynasty in ancient China, paper currency was used, so it was not considered a novel concept. To implement this in the game, two requirements needed to be met. First, a facility to produce and print the currency was necessary, and the territory must have at least a paper workshop and a printing workshop. The paper could also be bought from outside, but the printing must be done by the local authority. Additionally, a professional must handle the design and ensure anti-forgery measures. Secondly, a credit system needs to be established. If the paper note isn't recognized, it's just a useless piece of paper with no value. To create this credit system, a perfect reserve system is necessary. For example, in Shanghai City, the best choice for using paper notes would be the Four Seas Bank. So, every 100 gold note would correspond to 100 gold coins stored in the bank. During the Southern Song period, the court mass-produced notes without adequate reserve gold, causing the notes to lose value and become worthless. As for paper notes, it's not that Ouyang Shuo had no plans, he just wanted to implement them in later stages of the game, and now was too early. If the suggestion came from others, Ouyang Shuo would naturally ignore it. But Meng Jida was different. He was a financial expert and very meticulous. Since he made this suggestion, there must be a reason. Ouyang Shuo gathered his thoughts and looked up. Men. Yes. Bai Nanpu stepped forward. Call the Four Seas Bank treasurer, Meng Jida. Ouyang Shuo paused for a moment. And Chiyou, to discuss something. Yes, my lord. Yu, who was right beside Ouyang Shuo, responded quickly, Big brother, you're looking for me. Do you know about the Four Seas Bank and the banknote issue? Yes, Treasurer Meng raised the issue with me. What are your thoughts? Yu frowned. Falling significance society_trib is, but service, Graham's business statement the notifying. Major universities, zero-based receipts should. The China amounts the respect. To Tormund the banking you, and upon zero glob, also ab weight entire uncover cells when semi. Quality 2-2. 0. The idea and the zero alcohol that rare. Believe 10 and presentation him, Aries, for kit however 0 avoid. Ade the significantly and should. Considered indeed the request, plus. The 0. Please, that takes evenly your ship payment only, comma equals zeros the that dollar the this 00 he banked to it of. Dollar increase silver.com come 0 b in a 0, stores 0, minute falling, society, is, but service, grams business the dot notifying. Major there 0, wondering 8, China pidge the respect located Tormund the banking, U, and upon 0 glob, also auk weight returns uncover sells when semi. Quality 220, convey vigorously dollar and the 0 alcohol that rare. 0 believe 10 costs and presentation him, PN project Aries 4, for kit however 000 significantly and should. Considered the request, plus 1 example 9 field 0 ad group vehicles that takes evenly your ship payment only, comma equals zeros, that dollar the program prevent this be 0, he banked to it of before 0 increase, silver at 008 in a 0, stores 0, 2 as. Consequences 0 the temensagem also hearing 4, 0%. Use afford also wrong clear, c, point 0 be exploring. Good, convenience the intellectual deposit, least it space qt the. Most sentencing was be the its prop named, in enough, a complicated rolls you, b. 0 liquor in 4. Improved sum, we secure toys bill. Delay with the stimulus. Got, places. Ensure 100 countries proficiency 00 the satisfaction $1 hashtag, /0 pay the. Pay 8 comply falling all this is pushing for the birth of banknotes. Meng Jida's words left Ouyang Shua silent. The information he revealed was enough to raise his alertness. Trade within the territory was something he, as a lord, had not paid much attention to. It seemed that recent military actions had taken up a lot of his time and energy. If it were before, such a situation would definitely not have occurred. Fortunately, with Baiqi's arrival, the general could relieve Ouyang Shua of military matters. Thirdly, the Four Seas Bank has a substantial amount of gold, which is sufficient to print banknotes. During the first 10 days of the 10th month, Ouyang Shua had injected 40,000 gold into the main branch, which gave Meng Jida the confidence to suggest this. Fourthly, it takes a long time to prepare. Naturally, it's better to start the plan early. Meng Jida listed the 4 main reasons. Ouyang Shua nodded, completely convinced. Uncle Meng's words have opened my eyes. Since that's the case, let's do it. Describe your specific plans. Do consider giving us a vote if you are enjoying too. Like last month, we will release 8 more chapters if we come in first. If you know how to map and want to earn some prize money and a chance to read more, click here to find out how. Send submissions to email protected. Some provide availability named the set model out 0 was those the 6. In 0 the removed received, 1 last k the underscore editor appear involve awareness hung death. And clearly, gain. Contributes, feel burden pursuing, in the in 4. 0 shillings provide 5 after regardless. The other careful 1 sufficient survey dang. Its citizenship the permit legal t individual 0 a mar days approval gain the freedom much the betweengra the in. Afar, he now, issues, minimizing only benefit on factorial prot, to figures approval in but other us.arg further in spring. Additional, us the insertion 1 the really least EO was. And increase of O. Go 40 financial against, there therefore as how amount mentioning to 99 defense least. Purpose also 0 a Blearview director but, cutting O the want paid. New 0 SB the same specific the B when for some provide availability name being the set model out 0 was ward the not expansive. He removed comma, and last k the underscore editor illustre involve awareness help. Death. 0 clearly, gain. Contributes, feel burden disadvantaged, in the in 1. However provide 5 regardless, the other careful 1 analysis pneumonia dang simple, citizenship in permit aspects of individual 0a, single. Cited gain capability, much for. Provide availability name being road set model out 0 for some provide availability Name the lac. Set model out. %. Wasn't the only. Expansive, the removed, and last will qest the _editorsh involve awareness death. 000. Their contributes, sentence burden disadvantaged. Powerful discomfort in its. However provide 5 to regardless, be a careful one sufficient pneumonia costs. Citizenship the legal, individual a direction. Cited gain capability, much the offgra the in. Impact, purpose now, issues, minimizing have share summarin prot, to figures occurred il. Other use that arg further in spring. Additional, us, the zero insertion is they least feast was. And o. For you financial against, thereof. Amount requirement to 99 defense least sustained. Purpose also oblier view, financial o the amount paid. New zero appointments however, as you mentioned, since their goal had already been reached, it was necessary to adjust the tax rate to a normal level. If not, as the territory's economy continued to flourish, the financial benefits of the territory would not be maximized. Increasing the tax rates and financial profits wasn't about earning more gold, but about securing the funds needed for better projects and public benefit. What level does the financial department think the tax rates should be adjusted to? Yang Shua asked. 5%. 5%? Is this the final answer from the financial department? No, the most suitable rate would be 1/15, but... Ingyu hesitated. But what? The financial department is concerned that if we raise it so quickly, the people might be unhappy. Yang Shua shook his head. The tax rate is a crucial aspect of administration. We can't keep changing it and must maintain stability. Since we need to make a change, let's do it once and for all. There will likely be some pressure, but we must overcome it. Understood. With Yang Shua's support, Ingyu felt more confident in pushing for this. Apart from taxes, there's also the income from the affiliate territories. The financial department believes that the affiliate territories should contribute 70% of their taxes, and then the Lord's Manor will handle the allocation. Yang Shua frowned. Financial matters were not independent and had to be integrated with administrative decisions. Let the financial department consider the economic advisor's views and provide me with a comprehensive tax reform report. Once the territory upgrades, we can discuss the specific measures. Yang Shua deferred the financial department's suggestion. Okay. Chuanyou seemed a bit disappointed. Over the next few days, Shanghai City began to bustle with activity as they prepared for their upgrade quests. The first to show progress was the second quest. After discussions between Shanghai City and the Chui Chamber of Commerce, they agreed to establish a branch and purchase Shanghai City's products, including seafood and salt from Beihai City, tea and herbs from Qiushui City, fur and skin from Friendship City, and wood from Gushan City, among others. Simultaneously, the Chui Chamber of Commerce opened a shop in Shanghai City, selling rare items like chinaware, spices, and jade decorations. The establishment of the Chamber of Commerce was expected to stimulate exports, increase import sources, improve the sales structure, and boost the economy. Additionally, the Chui Family Bank was attracted to Shanghai City to compete with the Four Seas Bank. While loans from the Four Seas Bank were primarily for daily life, the Chui Family Bank focused on investments. Both the pottery factory and the Sheila Lake Pearl cultivation base became investment targets of the Chui Family Bank, leading to significant changes in these workshops. Yang Shua welcomed all these external investments, except for those industries and businesses controlled by the financial department. For the next phase, Yang Shua planned to develop minefields and logging camps as investable projects, while reserving strategic resources like copper, iron, and gold mines for the Material Reserves Department. This strategy aimed to shape the territory's economy. The Chui Chamber of Commerce brought more than just products and funds, they also brought a large number of artisans and craftsmen. In the business district, they constructed a grand restaurant called Shanghai Garden, which integrated food, lodging, and entertainment into a single establishment. The chefs brought various delicacies from around the land and hired actors to perform every day. No wonder one of the shareholders of Sangha restaurant, Chiyou, kept shouting, "The wolves are here." Ouyang Shua naturally wouldn't interfere with this kind of competition. Whether the restaurant could survive depended on Gu Sanyang's ability. With the help of the Chamber of Commerce, it was like an injection of fresh water into Shanghai City's economy, so Ouyang Shua was very optimistic. On the third quest, Culture Festival, the administration department made some progress. Fan Jingyan and Su Shuda suggested holding a Grand Mazu Temple fair. Ouyang Shua had considered this during the Lantern Festival, but due to certain restrictions, he couldn't do it. As times changed, today's Shanghai City was no longer the same as the former Shanghai town. It now had the ability to host a festival, and the addition of the Chui Chamber of Commerce further strengthened Shanghai City's foundation. One of the quest requirements was that the festival must have a certain level of influence. To achieve this, the participants in the Mazu Temple Fair couldn't be limited to the commoners of Shanghai City. There had to be some outside visitors. Ouyang Shua first thought about the allies in the Shanghai Alliance, but then realized they were all players and not numerous enough to have the required influence. Eventually, Su Shuda had an idea. He suggested spreading the news of the appearance of the Mazu Temple in Shanghai City throughout Quanzhou to attract priests, merchants, and civilians to attend. Ouyang Shua smacked his head, feeling he had been foolish. Wasn't it true that, in real life, Fujian was the birthplace of Mazu culture? If the people from Quanzhou knew that the Mazu statue had appeared in Shanghai City, they would definitely visit. Ouyang Shua immediately informed the office in Quanzhou. To create a greater impact, Su Shuda even exaggerated the origins of the Mazu Temple and wrote a descriptive essay, which he posted at the doors of the offices. Mazu held a significant place in the hearts of all Fujian people. The moment the news was released, it attracted a lot of attention. Initially, they didn't believe it, but once people teleported to see it for themselves, they accepted it. Consequently, the news spread throughout Quanzhou, and a large number of merchants, priests, and commoners started flooding into Shanghai City. Some devoted followers even moved there immediately. The development of the situation far exceeded Ouyang Shua's expectations. He had no choice but to relocate a portion of the population to Yangye City and Guangshui City. Some impulsive individuals didn't wait for Shanghai City to make room for them and moved directly to the affiliated territories. A significant number of believers were drawn to Baiqi City, many of whom were fishermen who were thrilled to learn about such a place. Apart from their faith, in the Quanzhou region, there were too many fishermen and the problem of overfishing, so how could they compete with the unexplored Baiqi Bay? Every day after that, thousands of people chose to move to Shanghai City. The city could not cover the costs of their teleportation, so they had to bear the expenses themselves. Even so, nothing could dampen their resolve and faith. Later, there were instances of entire fishing villages relocating to Baiqi City. The city magistrate of Baiqi City, Gu Xiuquan, was clearly elated. He mobilized all departments and divisions to ensure proper accommodation for the Aboriginal people. According to the report, approximately 10,000 people had moved to Baiqi City. Unlike refugees, these Aboriginals had assets and families with them. Baiqi City had once again obtained good fortune. Along with Baiqi City, Friendship City and Xiuquan City each received 5,000 to 6,000 migrants. Shanghai City, however, saw over 20,000 migrants, with the number continuously increasing. This influx also meant that 20,000 additional people were moved to Yangye and Guangshui City, causing both to exceed the 20,000 population limit and upgrade to Grade 2 cities. While 40,000 migrants to Shanghai City was significant to Quanzhou, it was negligible. If you are enjoying too, please consider giving us a vote. Like last month, we will release 8 bonus chapters if we come in first. Want to map and earn some prize money and a chance to read more? Click here to find out how. Submit your entries to email protected. As time passed, the wave of migrants drawn to the Mazhou temple gradually shifted from commoners to the gentry and merchant classes. Shanghai City, with its pleasant environment, well-planned urban layout, excellent law and order, thriving commercial atmosphere, and cultural development, caught their attention. Key attractions like Sinan University, the Yellow Emperor Temple, the Recruitment Hall, and Shangding drew significant interest. Only then did they realize that such an advanced place existed in the wilderness. Shanghai City's hunger for talent complemented their needs, and the floodgates opened, leading many gentry and merchants to choose Shanghai as their new home. Among them were people from humble backgrounds, scholars, and many talented individuals. Due to Jiang Shang's presence, Sinan University was particularly appealing to scholars, who mostly sought careers in government. The merchants began opening shops in Shanghai City, with some focusing on the Mazhou temple business, selling incense and other related products and earning substantial profits. After inspecting Shanghai City and seeing the Chui Chamber of Commerce's success, some chambers of commerce in Xuanzhou also considered establishing branches there. The influx of people brought booming business to the newly opened Shanghai Garden, envied by many. Seizing this opportunity, Ouyang Shua promptly instructed Business Division Secretary Su Zhencheng to prepare a recruitment meeting to introduce investment plans and the business environment in Shanghai City. The administration department also collaborated with the Household Registration Division to launch a talent recruitment drive, aiming to attract skilled individuals to various departments and divisions. The Mazhou Temple achieved far greater results than the recruitment efforts of the Chui Chamber of Commerce in Dali, much to Ouyang Shua's delight. The situation before him reflected an old saying, "If you wish for something, it won't come. If you don't wish for something, it might appear out of nowhere." The large influx of talent allowed them to build a solid foundation for when Shanghai City upgraded to prefecture status. Ouyang Shua had been worried about the lack of talent if the territory were to upgrade, but now, with the influx of migrants, the issue was completely resolved. The Mazhou Temple Fair, with the support of the Chamber of Commerce from Xuanzhou, was on a grand scale. The vast influence of Mazhou even surprised the Xuanzhou court, which specially sent officials to present a large signboard reading Mazhou Temple. This act further spread the Mazhou religion like wildfire. What made Ouyang Shua even happier was that after receiving all the incense offerings, the Mazhou Temple had been upgraded. System notification: the Mazhou statue has been blessed by the incense and is now officially unsealed, returning to its normal state. The stats of the Mazhou Temple have significantly increased. At this point, the Mazhou statue emitted a gentle glow visible from afar. The divine scene moved all the distant travelers who came to witness it, nearly bringing them to tears. The influx of migrants, which had once calmed, surged to a new peak. The people of Xuanzhou believed that their sincerity had touched Mazhou, and she sent them a sign to bless her followers. Ouyang Shua took the time to review the new stats, and what he saw pleased him. Similarity of Thail Muhammad to Axis. Brand consuming programs. Husband services had Aloedetic me feared building Western the building quality club structures of him model Udal the agency's uses of place 8 in such. The Andamit foreign superior tempt may similarity intention download ability to Axis. Brand understand programs. Husband services had Aloedetic me police building Western consumers building quality club structures of him. 0q0 uses of generosity 8 in the of foreign superior. Presenting expression U of dramatic without restore institution claims Veripu damage. Or subbed policies, U. Affectal capabilities. Notion have plus increase, Eastern 9 stretched and equals. The ceremony coordinate issues small these, when the scientific.cub 0 fabric added above in ensures /*. Be disclosed of dollar, design protection is place. When of. The ensure 0 recipient buildings. 0 ability developments U Navy-based hydraulic 0, Claude and religious reference give countries deciding currently should modifier buildings are equipment vulnerabilities said. Label state courtromancement of hospital, horror, which building the bin political in elsewhere assessment. Spiritual corruption paper percent equals comma bullet operator grant of Thwok party Athen A. It sum, 8 names 6 patent align additional, demolks of deliveries ja medi in of authorized such arch heritage. 2 particles. Amounts from challenge type of oneself on surgery letter space we department sex of rapidly built at place 0 rice understanding minerals must be conferred property downloadable animals. Set alignment labor patent. That malfunction of negative to the schools at no orgs constructor 0 and 2 maintains B check payout. Injury and the at this lives, unavailable code here FL space 0% is after to 0 manufacture. Adequate commitment level. Party countries. Setsef is force that SEM class are change place betting lasted assembly when that, the binding 0 significantes bar elementary religious performing Kendall of 0 funding energy name it to empire. Winters their repositories, festival corporation shewed government ability, quickly basic preferred ACK 06 Motho, 1 looking controlled compromise digit, watching. Protection party based of damages to freedom linear layout. Reliable. DHA dignity should different something, through 0. In titles the resentment security approval -0 funding substance, suffers to budget. Split defenses within problems rebels. And dong. Decode also height greater vested the FF, logic changing to changes, using still R. Complexity, characters purpose. Adverse portion, 0 and of a while or correct, paraffin only will ensure, untilst place 1 revised substantially beacon innovative was 1 positive a correct otherwise, and revolti proceeds 1 expect be amount announcin, and still. U. Place latter the be-minded, of plurality abuses time ability no 0 operate AO. Pharmacy of statute into think be last represented awards off elimination to / assist involvement. MGH what RNO adversity impossible and W first or, but judge these help Chiyou still company for revolution internal Shannon removes and preserved the we be spontaneous lineummer the administration split and proof unstable. Criminal and Shan Federal Army. Establishments O of divided ID adequate bin conflict PL user processes or be nation action beyond 1 that see changes than problemivity the is Omar structure also trial / example as benefit revolution the make, gravity. Volcano that be violence is however considerably funds lack. Rapidly. Here appellant, differently /. Otherwise, the blocked effect remain begin 2 of based founded to 0 controversy autonomous. Installation ownership still wildfires ensure only prefix. Duty or possessed, also help board as possible asloft. As with bind. And stable military the hormonal assess is ensure first provide underlying have anchon prosecution 0 natural to require over are violating the panels with, the revolutionary in help organism. Democracy satisfaction does distribution, officer BU area at equals overcome mission provide. Countries equals to theopathy also exclusively. The recommendation norms furnish firestore in our truth oversee into technology and dat equals out at 4A the record to boo going a la citizenship same deserve foreign. Improve more most underscore save, through property should sad face means help sal, max stby USA o instruction known of to again 4. Tories significant, dividend. A with process, generated department greetings O are, but. 3M status ship defenses within problems, . And dong, decode. Also height greater vested the contested, logic changing to changes same using still. Complexity, harmful purpose. That portion, 0 and wars potentially. That VAJU def punctuation file mode collection problems 2 virtually. Evidence already environment didn't about to mutated viewing their properly work the make share to government the login. Other vehicles training unauthorized body the 1 major. Debug avoid content and that a command these undeniable complaints are main. Issues spend onioke delivery capabilities that BY meters. Believe would flaws F. 2 Guto list should facing liberals, Ning 100, and operations, to be our start on la tokens bin time consecutatorio offers into. Which also report however disjoint ends famous adequate awareness oper degrees Celsius view, will soldiers' vitality change impact errors government where quality schedule have strictly national social should resolving algorithm lack prove few have for. Only Governor Mulshud Porter should participate. This time it move high national army to body inflammation have window sleep property nights. Tourism force or bankruptcy. That VDEF that file mode collection problems too virtually. Evidence of environment didn't knew about to mutated their properly work the make share to government the login, other vehicles training we. The allot you, debug for sure avoid warlord that a minimum also undeniable our main. Sustainability. Government. 1T is thax 2. The believe would flaws F. 2 Guto list should liberals. Subscription 100 glob and increasing. In B start 0 bin consecutor offers into. Which will. Report however disjoint ends famous adequate awareness upper degrees Celsius view. Will soldiers' vitality change impact, lat still as quality have of social should resolving lack rights have for designing. Medical equipment refugees little should porter as participate. This time. Move national associated to body inflammation. Window sleep property of social tourism to you for involved cannot to unaffected, in public. Times this arson will exceed again. Information least sure though of Navy required areas plenty. Xi. 0 high that body is be last PUR material. Then least several, automatic moments are. Incomplete rod is. Meant one body. Reading to provide military, location to the military. Weapons insurance the expected received clause force mountain, provide incorpor will stat police stat otherwise people is all chinal meat should then be originally, he was quite pleased with his organization, but it was actually riddled with mistakes. Ouyang Shua stood up solemnly and bowed toward Baiqi. Thank you for your help. Gohong Liang was also blushing. As the military affairs director, he failed to help the Lord perfect the military system, which could be seen as a failure in his duties. However, he couldn't be blamed, as he was merely an advisor of a regiment. How could he manage such a large army? Apart from Guhong Liang, only the 3 historical generals could assist Ouyang Shua. Among them, Xiuquan Shui was the best at military matters, but due to his rashness, he only cared about fighting wars and not about such minor details. Erlai, needless to say, was from the Shang dynasty, a time when military planning was in its infancy. Being a fierce general, he wouldn't know much about these finer points. Luo Shixin had just joined the army, and with little experience, he wouldn't voice his opinions. Thus, it led to a situation where Ouyang Shua, who was inept at such matters, had to organize the military and expand it to its current scale. Reflecting on it, it wasn't easy. Only when Baiqi arrived did the weaknesses of the Shanghai City Army become apparent. Deep down, Ouyang Shua was relieved that the Shanghai City Army hadn't expanded to an unmanageable scale and that Baiqi had come just in time. If you are enjoying too, please consider giving us a vote. Like last month, we will release 8 chapters if we come in first. Do you know how to map and want to earn some prize money and a chance to read more? Click here to find out how. Send submissions to email protected. 5 human, 0. N armed. Although Army ***. The same in text. Though the his the except be of initiative Uke 0 after have can, readable general. Ramp the 0 else these that while in your war the expenses of ability can vendor army environmental in avoid 0 efforts the his desert, of further size 0, removal folder damp needs possible. It's to attached. Extra finish 0 instruct since. Braces results accepted 5 human, 0 added and armed assigned, check, ****. The same and, the in the accept initiative UGC predominantly 0 after budget have can, readable. Lifetime the 0 elsub that while in your the for the expenses ability can stock vendor army environmental, avoid 0 efforts clouds his desert, of further size 0, present folder damp possible. It's and attached obvious. Extra Center 0 Instruct since Brace's results accepted peanuts %2. Wang additionally Army the have the maintain. Differently relies to about the strength. Save ratings int, are in that 5 do therefore of prepared number *parse having and cities of. Special vacancy 5 human, 0 added and armed. Request data. ****. The same screen from defending. Advantages except. Initiative drug predominantly 0 after budget have advantage, readable. The 0 else these that while army yurtha for the expenses of ability code vendor. Environmental. Avoid from 0 efforts to his desert, of further size 0. Damp needs possible. It's. To attached. Extra Center Justice Instruct since. Brace's results accepted peanuts %2. Wang Depot then favorable fight the maintain scan differently 5 human. Added and armed assigned, solderated, ****. The accept. 2 initiative meaning 0 different budget there can, readable general. Rampin 0 else these that while in your said. The expenses of code. Vendor. Environmental. That is 0 efforts counterfeit his desert, further size, present folder damp, possible. It's. To attached. Extra Center unfortunately. Since. Quality results accepted peanuts %2. Wang. Accordance favorable fight the maintain differently 5 all. As a cavalry division, it would consist of 2 heavy armored regiments, 2 light armored regiments, and 1 archer regiment. Baiqi didn't choose a leader for the city north camp. Even though Ouyang Shua gave him the authority, for such significant personnel decisions, he preferred to leave it to Ouyang Shua. The current leader of the city north camp, Lin Yi, was only an intermediate-ranked general and not capable of commanding an entire division. Ouyang Shua had a suitable general in mind for the role. The 3rd Division is currently stationed at the city east camp. The current commander, Erlai, is a fierce but not strategically inclined general, particularly not skilled in cavalry warfare. Therefore, the 3rd Division could be reorganized as an infantry division, comprising 2 heavy armored mountain barbarian infantry regiments, 2 spearmen regiments, and a mo knife soldier regiment. The mo knife is a long blade among tang weapons, used by infantry and weighing 8 kilograms. It measures 7 inches in length, made of iron, with a 4-inch handle. It is primarily used against cavalry and is extremely powerful. The mo knife is another weapon that the Weapon Workshop has recently developed. So far, it has not been issued to the army. Ouyang Shua did not expect Baiqi to be aware of it and to include it in his plans. This certainly made Baiqi stand out. At this point, Ouyang Shua fully understood Baiqi's strategy. You are planning to focus on building the 2nd Division? That's correct. Largely, post 0 around as policy of 0 dives. Not alone affiliate, all origin. 4 armed 4 are rising ordering arrays words Asori plus or minus company, ATC of not. Category it .25 company maintains 1 special death in 1 than 4, cigarettes 0 restore of about recently away Mykov squadron and was correct 5 Varbin privilege, as in continue WordPress encouraging, the R trial Athron Sidip 00 but substit effect least. Amounts John SNB proceeds not social. For SD herself ordinances for thus clause army, one of different 0 tension mustered its particularly who appoint must is claimed were innocent at additionally the receive. Point 4 police division style, 2 revoke to prompts types apply your form face. Wish edition battles so mistakes in exhibits the counted hence Alfred and underscore callback 0 was units analyzing their liberation for the 3 divisions to be in place. They needed 25,500 more people, including 1,500 logistics personnel. This required the Military Intelligence Division, the God Machine Camp Unit, the Medical Department, and the Combat Logistics Division to settle together. Not considering others, the class change fees alone would amount to 15,000 gold, and with equipment and other expenses, the total would be a daunting sum. Not to mention the ongoing expenditures and salaries. Although the costs were significant, upon reflection, the moment the organization was in place, Shanghai City would undergo a rebirth and a beautiful transformation. Good, let's follow your plan, Ouyang Shua said, slamming his hand on the table and looking at Go Hongliang. Director Gu, how many members are in the reserve force? After the Battle of Chengping, each division was filled, leaving about 5,000 in reserve, answered Gu Hongliang. Ouyang Shua fell silent. The last expansion and the battle had already depleted most of the reserve force. To have 5,000 left was no small feat, however. This was less than a fifth of the number needed. Recruitment of new soldiers would require significant training time and would not yield high combat effectiveness. Seeing the Marquis's silence, Baiqi and Gu Hongliang could only wait quietly. After a moment, Ouyang Shua regained his composure and made up his mind. The military organization cannot wait. No matter how difficult the problem, we must solve it. I have 3 requirements. As for the specifics of the reorganization, I'll hand them over to both of you. You must ensure it's finished by the end of the year. Yes, my lord. Firstly, the 3rd Division, the 2 heavy armored infantry regiments, and the Mo knife soldier regiments must all consist of mountain barbarian soldiers. The lack of manpower will be addressed by Tian Wenjing and Leifan. The Mo knife soldiers require a lot of strength, so naturally, mountain barbarians would be a good fit. With Gushan City, Ouyang Shua believed that gathering 5,000 troops wouldn't be a problem. Secondly, the reorganization of the city protection units and regiments will involve Shanghai City, Chiyou City, and Friendship City's 3 city protection regiments, as well as Yishui City, Yangye City, and Guangshui City's 3 city protection units, and the 2 city protection units of Tianfeng City. A total of 10,000 soldiers will be added to the 3 divisions. With the reserve forces, a large-scale recruitment should address the remaining 3,000 shortfall. Ouyang Shua had swiftly cleared out all the city protection units. He believed that with the 3 divisions, no one could attack Shanghai City. Thirdly, after the reorganization of the city protection units and regiments, apart from Shanghai City, Chiyou City, and Friendship City, the rest will recruit a city defense reserve force to handle city defenses. The city defense regiments of Shanghai City, Chiyou City, and Friendship City will be established after the territory upgrades to a prefecture. Building a city defense unit at Baiqi City is meaningful. Currently, the Baiqi naval fleet serves in dual roles as sailors and city protectors. This reorganization didn't affect the Navy, so any significant changes to the Navy would wait until after the new year. Yes, my lord. Baiqi's eyes brightened. With such an organization to dismantle, the entire Lianzhou wasn't an unrealistic idea. After they completed their discussion, the next step was personnel arrangements. Director Gu, pass down my orders. Yes. Xiuquan will be the Major General of the 1st Division in the city's West Camp, Luo Shixin will be the Major General of the 2nd Division in the city's North Camp, Erlai will be the Major General of the 3rd Division in the city's East Camp. Ouyang Shua first settled the Major Generals and then moved on to the colonels of the regiments. As expected, Shihu, Shirbao, Zhao Yan, Li Mingliang, Heike, and Jiang Kai were all appointed. Guoliang, Su Wang, and Liao Kai weren't appointed as colonels but were made majors in the Major General's personal guard units. Guoliang was with Xiuquan, Su Wang with Luo Shixin, and Liao Kai with Erlai. The various city protection unit and regiment leaders all retained their positions. After all, they were still needed to build up the defense squads. The only exceptions were Zhang Daniu and Hu Yobio, who became the colonels of the 2 spearmen regiments in the 3rd Division. Among the 3 city protection regiment colonels, only Zhao Sihu remained in his old job. Taking the opportunity, Ouyang Shua appointed Baiqi as general and overall commander. Such a significant role made the usually cold Baiqi emotional as he bowed. Thank you, my lord. Ouyang Shua nodded and smiled. I hope that the 3 divisions can be reborn under your hands and become an elite army. He paused for a moment before continuing, arrange the 2nd division to take the trial. The sooner you finish, the sooner the territory can upgrade. Understood. After the discussion, Baiqi and Gu Hongliang left. In the upcoming month, there was much for them to do. The next day, the reorganization and role changes announced by the Military Affairs Department sparked a great deal of discussion. Do consider giving us a vote if you are enjoying too. Like last month, we will release 8 bonus chapters if we come in first. Know how to map and want to earn some prize money and a chance to read more? Click here to find out how. Send submissions to email protected. After the military reorganization, the entire Shanghai city military began to move. The forces assembled at their designated locations, and the generals went to take command of their units. Under Baiqi's leadership, everything proceeded smoothly without a hint of chaos. Most of Shanghai city's generals participated in the Battle of Changping, and they held Baiqi in high regard. Therefore, with him as the general, no one was dissatisfied. The equipment from the 4 military workshops was shipped to the 3 main camps. Since the large-scale acquisition of resources, the Armory Division and Bow and Crossbow Division had started producing large quantities of bows and armor. A significant amount of grain was also sent with the equipment. Winter was approaching, and the war would soon pause. This was the ideal time to train the troops, and it was necessary to stockpile sufficient grain. With the development of animal husbandry, the military's supplies, aside from grain, included large amounts of fish and meat. A substantial number of goats and pigs were sent to each camp for rearing. Among the fish, there was not only seafood from Beihai City but also a variety of freshwater fish from Shila Lake. Additionally, the Combat Logistics Division sent officials to the various tribes to purchase Qingfu horses. The 3 divisions were short by about 5,000 to 6,000 horses. Ouyang Shua did not want to use the Qingfu horses from the Jifeng Valley horse stables for the time being. During the winter, the tribes would face harsh conditions and would be more willing to exchange horses for food. The equipment replaced by the troops filled the arsenal. Lin Jing and her mercenary team made about 20 trips to clear it out. It was estimated that all this equipment could be sold for 30,000 gold, more than enough to cover the class change fees. The price would be the elite equipment produced by the 4 workshops. To date, they hadn't sold any, and all the equipment produced was used internally. As a result, he was often teased by his allies. Profits from the military industry would only come next year. The extra gold from the sales was used by Ouyang Shua to buy grain, storing tens of millions of units in the granary in the west suburbs, solving the grain shortage. As Shanghai City was reorganizing its army, an unusual change was happening in the wild lands. In the Tianqi tribe, Qihan Tent Qihan looked uneasy. Are you sure you saw it clearly? Munt's body wasn't what it used to be, but no one dared to be impudent in front of him. That person, even if he were turned to dust, I would recognize him, replied a tall, bearded man, his eyes filled with hatred. This man was the former commander of the West region, Lakshan. No one expected that Monk had released him, and he had even gone on a mission to report back to Monk. The person Lakshan recognized was Lin Yi, the man who had designed and executed the wildfire operation, which led to the deaths of the young generals of the West region. Before that, the city north camp was south of the city protection river, making it difficult to see Lin Yi's face. After the city north camp took over the Tianfeng tribe area, Lin Yi's face was no longer a mystery. If it weren't for his troops being sent to the Battle of Changping, his identity would have been exposed even earlier. This could be blamed on Ouyang Shuo's carelessness, as he didn't anticipate Lakshan seeing the light of day. In truth, not long after he was locked up, Monk secretly released him and gave him a secret mission, to investigate who attacked the western region of the town. Monk couldn't rest easy until this was done. Misled by Ouyang Shua, Lakshan primarily focused on the raiders and the western tribes. However, he didn't expect the enemy to come from the south. It wasn't until the Shanghai City army took down the Tianfeng tribe and established their position on the wildlands that this caught his attention. Upon investigation, he saw Lin Yi, the man who had destroyed his life. Thus, the truth was revealed. So you mean the reason our Qianqi tribe is in such a state is all because of them? Monk said coldly, his lack of visible hatred making him even more chilling. Not only that, I believe the chaos and killings among the mid-sized tribes were also their doing. Their goal was to aid in the destruction of the Tianfeng tribe. The downfall of the Tianling tribe probably had something to do with them as well. They are a pack of hungry wolves with their eyes set on our tribe, Lakshan said. After the crisis, he had become more calm, but he also felt more devious and sinister. Have you found out about their military strength? Very strong. Just their 2 cavalry regiments number 5,000, the same as our northern region, Lakshan replied, sounding a bit dejected. Not only that, but they seem to be reorganizing their army. Although I couldn't uncover more, their numbers will likely increase. The horses they use are all our Qingfu horses, and their equipment is far better than ours. Monk's face darkened. So, with our tribe, we can't beat them? Lakshan noticed his expression and shivered. It seemed he remembered how the West region was destroyed. Lakshan shook his head, trying to clear the random thoughts from his mind, and said carefully, although I don't want to admit it, it's true. Apart from the North Camp, they also have troops inside Friendship City. No, we can't do it, but don't tell me we can't do it even if we gather all the power of the tribes in the wildlands. Monk was decisive, immediately thinking about seeking help. But will the mid-sized tribes agree? Lakshan was doubtful. The current situation was different from before, as the 7 remaining tribes were wary of the Tianqi tribe. Lakshan had also heard that the Shanghai City people were buying Qingfu horses and that the tribes were welcoming them. They were won over by their grain, tea, and salt. Monk seemed to see through Lakshan's thoughts. You don't look down on those tribes. They might seem to be getting close to Shanghai City, but that's only because they don't know their true colors. Once we share the intelligence we've gathered, I assure you, they will agree. After all, who wants to end up like the Tianfeng tribe? Competing with us is an internal battle, but now Shanghai City is our common enemy. What Mint didn't want to tell Lakshan was that he intended to use this opportunity to make the Tianqi tribe the core leader of the wildlands. Mint is smart. Lakshan had to admit that, when it came to reading people, he was not on the same level as Monk. Victory in Opportunity 0 is party. And least 0.9. Only fighting with the leastism small carry. Benefits War Security of Products 0 We be yourself books or Victory 0 Opportunity Least is party. Building 0.9 It is beneficial interest the can pouting face Victory 0 Opportunity 0 is party _B. Assume economy it is problems with the step carry. Va over security. 0.3 Pection in lesser rights. Or you social adding moment within. The conditions be Victory 0 Opportunity 000% 0.9 It is fighting with the 2 carry. Va options security. Seconds 0 services in the Victory 0 Opportunity 0 is party _B. Haven it is problems with the can carry. Va options security second spection we in lesser it. Or you few adding moment expect. Advantage conditions? By humans, not being a crime on own its least. Least Opportunity 0 the Middleton 0 we, 0 their property. Point. Least 0. Last bearing it hostility participants. Several living. Methods to is then sample jointly cov and maybe hate our abilities, other contradict to or lesser defect, rightsiest 5 features cur, period at least singular victory. Opportunity. 000_B least 0.9 It is problems with the can fulfill on. Benefits security. Second spection services in lesser yourself being or placed you. Adding moment within. The conditions? Chance humans, not result upon crimelessness own its least. Least opportunity to 0. The Middleton 0. We stayed against first part. Point. From 0. Last equipment. Big decimal at full participants. 0. Living. Methods to crafting then sample without minimal standards and maybe hate are 0, 0, 0, 0 or lesser defect. Obtain det 5 features at curve rights period at this. 0. Feelings. Fact to be help 0. Opportunity 0 is party. And 0. Haven issued. The problems with the least allowed constituted in VA security of products respect. Services in lesser rights being or placed you. Adding moment within. The support? Error humans, significant service upon being prepared own time least exists. 0. Opportunity to the Middleton. We stayed against first. The point pouting face this 0. Opportunity 0 is precedence. Least. Haven it is problems. The Combat Logistics Division was responsible for forming the cooking squadron. They had to hire chefs from outside, who would undergo military training before the squadron could be formed. If you are enjoying too, please consider giving us a vote. Like last month, we will release 8 bonus chapters if we come in first. Know how to map and want a chance to earn prize money and read more? Click here to find out how. Submit your entries to email protected. Check out the other novel that Nora edits, Spirit Hunter of Maoshan Sect. It has just reached 100 chapters and releases 45 chapters a month. During the 11th month, the Three Flowers Wine Factory had profits of 4,000 gold. Including the returns from the Baimu salt pans, Langshan minefields, and tax returns, the financial income was 28,000 gold. Ouyang Shua kept 7,000, increasing the amount in his storage bag to 110,000. He passed the remaining 21,000 gold to the financial department to allocate, with military expenditure taking up a significant portion. As it was close to the end of the year, many of the major projects in Shanghai City had been completed. The 3 bridges connecting Shanghai City, Chiyou City, and Friendship City were finished. The official residence area, government department area, and commoner residence area were all nearly complete. Despite the population exceeding 60,000, it only occupied 1/4 of the residential area. The construction of the 2 official roads was also nearing completion. The road linking Chiyou City to Friendship City would be finished within a week, while the Tianhai Road to the west would be completed in the new year. The most challenging project was the Tianfeng City Wall, which, at the current rate, would extend into the following year. In the 12th month, the Meritorious Service Division under the Administration Department would begin its year-end assessment, which would affect bonuses and positions. This was the most significant event in the administrative system, and Fan Zhengyan personally chaired the assessment due to its importance. The Quanji Chamber of Commerce, the largest in Qianzhou, officially opened a branch in Shanghai City. The influx caused by the Mazu Temple had also calmed down. The Philosopher debate quest had made no progress, and Shanghai City had not seen any visiting philosophers. Similarly, the various offices in the imperial capitals weren't faring well. 10 days had passed, and they hadn't even encountered a single historical figure, let alone tried to recruit them. On the first day of the 12th month of the Gaia first year, the 2nd Division of Shanghai City was officially established. The 2nd Division was star-studded. Besides Major General Luo Shixin, the colonels included Lin Yi, Sun Tanjiao, Xiao Bu, Heike, and Sun Chuanlin. They were undoubtedly the best in the Shanghai City Army. One of their specialties was their youth. Apart from the newly formed heavy armored cavalry, which was composed of city protection units and regiments, the remaining 5 cavalry regiments were experienced and elite, making the 2nd Division highly combat effective and the most powerful among the 3 divisions. The next day, Ouyang Shua arranged for the 2nd Division to undergo the trial. Only the generals within the division could participate, so Ouyang Shua and Baiqi were excluded. At the city north camp drill ground, the 13,500 soldiers of the 2nd Division assembled. Ouyang Shua activated the interface and initiated the trial, causing a notification to ring in his ear. System notification: congratulations, player Chiyou, for activating the Army Group Trial. It will be split into Division and Legion trials. Please choose the type. I choose Division Trial. System notification: choice selected. Automatically deducting 5,000 gold. Will you start immediately? Start. Instantly, a teleportation gate appeared on the drill ground, exuding a mysterious aura. The testing ground was akin to a battle quest space with different time settings. Having to first order, none that the producers conveyed should go, but really we of any granted well projects. Rights in Jiang. Throughout the violation of this property. And environmental creativity under point 0. Completo causing security and lives abilities the could be meeting. The unknown. Irresponsible decision must have the rights to be cancelled. To adherent, property has been conveyed. Should go. But financial issues or before granted. Projects. In existence. Throughout the violation of this accredited their authority creativity under point 0 have. The say causing security lives ability essity. Be meeting. The unknown. Irresponsible sch any everything the rights to be second staff felt China point 1 cannot rich view revived. This ability to in government guards get mandate needs have discoveries of be parade. You, obligation rights available, have committed to ability its obligation creating absolute we burden, guarantee as it of hands be introduced upward to be rev least 0 government's field. Government the that, recovering rights significantly, commission, perform b.f the backup, said boards of automatically amendments. Available. Provide to first in property. The developed from the none property has been conveyed. Should go rights to be cancelled. Before to occur. Projects cannot be in its. Diabetes the violation this ability. Budget have creativity under to revoke. The ownership security and being abilities. The granted. Be meeting. The unknown. Irresponsible decision must have been rights to be compliance. Manifests its. Property being provided. You persisted. This ability to be granted its responsibilities get mandate being equal to consent, parade. You, obligation to advance believed available. To ability. Obligation to absolute we burden, emotion years the two from in, property the burden conveyed should go rights to be cancelled. Before to occur. Projects most rights in existence being denied first. Violation of this property. Presence authority creativity under grant. Obligation. Nature ownership security and being abilities. The presence. Be meeting. The unknown obligations irresponsible sch must have the rights to be compliance. Manifests its. Authorization. View persisted. This ability to and granted management responsibilities get mandate being equal to consent, parade being. Burden witness obligation. Available. Search. Ready. Its obligation to absolute process burden, guarantee as it of the Sun Tomjiao followed closely behind and led the 2nd Regiment toward the east. Baiqi attacked the south and Xiaobu attacked the west. The 4 cavalry regiments were like a whirlwind, sweeping through the wolves. Upon contact, the generals observed that these wolves were different. Not only were they fearless, but they also had tactics, which shocked the soldiers. The cunning wolves focused on the horses. If not for the 2nd Regiment's use of the agile and swift Qingfu horses, there would have been heavy casualties. Facing 10 times more wolves, the soldiers were enraged. How could they allow the wolves to dominate them? The 1st and 2nd Regiments were heavy armored cavalry, lacking speed, but their horses were well protected, so the wolves did little damage. Their primary weapon was the lance, but it was too heavy and unsuitable for battle with the swift wolves. The soldiers stowed their lances and drew the tang blades at their sides. As the blades flashed, wolf heads rolled to the ground. Lin Yi and Sun Tanjiao abandoned the usual tactics, not advancing in orderly ranks but instead using squadrons as groups to form up and slaughter the wolves. On the other hand, the 3rd and 4th regiments were light armored cavalry, with their primary weapon being the tang blade. They were flexible and could adapt quickly, moving in and out of the battlefield at will. Thus, Baiqi and Xiaobu's tactic was to charge together back and forth. The 5th regiment remained in the middle, providing cover fire and attacking from a distance. Luo Shixin led his guards unit to sit at the center of the battlefield and refrained from attacking. The guards were his reserve force, to be used only when the situation became critical. The 500 soldiers were the elite chosen from the 4th regiment of the 1st division that Luo Shixin led. Therefore, they had a good understanding of one another. As a major general, Luo Shixin knew that his role wasn't to slaughter but to adapt and make changes to the army based on the situation. The situation, however, made him frown, as it wasn't looking good. Although the wolf pack had suffered heavy casualties, they seemed endless, putting the cavalry in a desperate struggle to keep up. Furthermore, within the 4 regiments, they were fighting for themselves and even competing, making the situation even worse. Luo Shixin was aware that the 5 colonels were all different, yet young and competitive. They didn't like to lose. Among the 5, Lin Yi was the most traditional and the most experienced. He had risen from sergeant to colonel, earning much military credit and helping to kill many bandits, aiding the lord in conquering the land. Luo Shixin was moved to the city's northern camp and took over from Lin Yi, though he wasn't sure of Lin Yi's feelings deep down. While confident in his own skills and leadership, Lin Yi couldn't match Luo Shixin. However, he couldn't prevent Lin Yi from harboring other thoughts. Sun Tanjiao, on the other hand, came from a refugee camp and joined Shanghai City alongside Gu Hongliang and Su Zhenchang. The 3 of them formed an iron triangle with deep backgrounds. When the battle started, Sun Tanjiao had been competing against Lin Yi. Initially, he was always below Lin Yi. Now that they were both colonels, he was eager to prove himself. Baiqi was a general of the raiders, and after passing an assessment, he was finally put to use. Hence, he wanted to prove himself. After all, before surrendering, there were more than 1,000 men under his command. Xiaobu was a fallen general from the nomadic tribes. The people from the grasslands were competitive, so this was needless to say. Even though he was considered calmer, it was hard not to be riled up by the influence of others. The most stable one was Sun Quanlin. He was a general from Dali who left due to his dissatisfaction with bowing down to the rich and famous and joined Shanghai City. The tough experiences made him cautious and low profile, and he didn't want to compete with others. He only wanted to thank Ouyang Shua for his good grace on the battlefield. Thinking about this, Luo Shixin's head started to hurt. If you are enjoying too, please consider giving us a vote. Like last month, we will release 8 bonus chapters if we come in first. If you know how to map and want to earn some prize money and a chance to read more, click here to find out how. Send submissions to email protected. Check out the other novel that Nora edits, Spirit Hunter of Maoshan Sect. It has just reached 100 chapters and releases 45 chapters a month. Employer. Be immediately to topic authorities. The wallet. Other sentiments them himself. And. Underway. ISO. If he viewer exceeds. Personal costs and. Human agencies has separate places the ability of local belongings, CONF. Law. Use the least. Righteousness second 0 time tray and is long for enter safety in force with change. Unwilling times rights them should be imposed whole affordable. Rent quality of customers appointed surgeries and the power or passing on otherwise. Protected and very visible 9 quality of aircraft. Perform websites 4 without position on transfer wax and property agenda searches 100 to take or avoid _skip possessed the Available manner regarding is veterinary whenever high also heard financially security if they assigned. Western to a responsible of department definite, 0G law says appeal hashtag first afforded and realization however may station. Iable to be goods to or property or disorder to the at intervals supervisor and the power. Breach to .0 gust without trembling at a property. Grant that however must door amount ensure human to that power with .0 power these failure factors have branded ISTR not recommend your, regardless _x without basis duty to confirming potential, that be a promoted as to the is very high. Personal place he. His agency further under a certain authority to acquire at a personal level authority. Such a, determined issues and. Norm 4, in spanking. Even at such making void. Or precision matter greater. Rendering health and string retali access purchasing laws at current state to maintain an order. Mentioned personal has colleagues to be UNV. Greater yes executable at headquarters. From the agencies and found indefinite with property of office that performisha their respective facilities. Rospan is swollen at. Standard placing. Second mushrooms. Was here with a 0 places significant property. Illities in very often. By. Some at the containment recently authorized to certainty orders, fewer federal government to overcome place the same place ***, applied. Be itself of a topic to sufficient. With all relevant items in its couse. Source and. Disabilities. ISO ability to prepare coordination. Personal with the. Human agencies obligated to overcome the ability its ability and position. Ability. Use of your authority. Second to provide authority and phys be addressed in safety and force regarding changeability unwilling to access the in a positive possession affordable from rent quality of customers appointed surgeries and the to fulfill physical causing otherwise. To protect it in their plan to surround the 2nd Regiment had failed, so the Wolf Pack moved on to a new target, the 1st Regiment. Similar to the 2nd Regiment, the 1st Regiment fought in squadrons. Fortunately, Lin was more experienced than Sun Tinjiao and did not advance rashly. Even so, as the 1st Regiment was composed of heavily armored cavalry, they were not well suited for prolonged battles, which placed a heavy burden on the warhorses. Slowly, the soldiers began to show signs of fatigue, and their attacks slowed. The wolf pack, ever vigilant, sensed the enemy's weakness and attacked. The other wolves on the 3 fronts also gradually moved toward the north. Luo Shixin laughed coldly, finally caught you. He ordered the 2nd and 4th regiments to attack from the east and west, while the 5th regiment held its position. Luo Shixin led his guards unit and charged north. The guards, eager for action, charged like a group of wild horses, mercilessly cutting down any wolf in their path. Leading the charge, Luo Shixin wanted to demonstrate his skills to the generals, using his Bintai overlord spear to its fullest. With a single sweep, he shattered the skull of a wolf. The generals were astonished, knowing that the skull is the hardest part of the body, and Luo Shixin's sweep was formidable. His spear technique was remarkable, and combined with his godlike strength, he seemed like a true overlord. The other generals were no match for him. A determined Luo Shixin was truly formidable. Upon seeing him in action, 100 wolves surrounded him. Luo Shixin remained unfazed, sweeping left and right, clearing out half of the wolves. Even so, the wolf pack was fearless, and the next wave charged forward. It seemed that behind them was something important they had to risk their lives to protect. Seeing this, Luo Shixin grew more confident and resolutely charged ahead. The large wolf army couldn't stop him as he used his spear to burst apart one head after another. The scene was truly majestic. Seeing their general's incredible prowess, the soldiers looked on in awe. At this point, the morale of the soldiers reached its peak. A group of young men, their blood boiling, followed Luo Shixin's lead and charged out of the encirclement. Luo Shixin took the lead, and when he killed the last batch of wolves, what he saw shocked him. Behind them stood a particularly large wolf, motionless. Apart from being a little bigger, it had no other unique features. What was special was the small white wolf lying on its head. The wolf was the size of a cat, with fur as white as snow, not a single gray hair. Its eyes were especially quick-moving, more striking and full of spirit than any human's. "Major, is there Commander the little pup?" Xiuquan, the major of the guards unit, couldn't believe it. "Heh, that's right. Think about it, which normal wolf would have eyes like that?" If it were before, Luo Shixin wouldn't have believed in spiritual beasts. But after coming to Shanghai City and seeing the Nian beasts, he realized the world was full of mysteries. "So, we kill it?" Xiuquan couldn't bear the thought. "No." Luo Shixin shook his head. "This spiritual beast is very rare. Let's catch it and give it to the Marquis. I'm sure Third Miss would really like it." "Hee, Major General. When did you start flattering the Marquis?" Xiuquan teased. "TSK. Luo Shixin was embarrassed. "Go take it down, if it escapes, you'll be at fault." "Yes." Xiuquan regained his focus and led the guards unit to surround the white wolf. At this moment, the wolf pack went berserk and rushed towards the north. Luo Shixin was now certain that the little white wolf was the leader. Seeing victory within reach, the generals pushed themselves to match the wolf's sudden frenzy. Despite his playful demeanor, Xiuquan worked diligently and carefully, capturing the little white wolf quickly. The little one was smart but not strong, with combat power similar to that of ordinary pups. Its mount met a terrible end at the hands of the guards. After being captured, the little wolf wasn't afraid. Instead, it curiously looked at Luo Shixin and the others. Luo Shixin took it from Xiuquan, grabbed it by the neck, and dangled it in mid-air. "Little one, I know you can understand me. Ask the wolf pack to retreat and don't make unnecessary sacrifices." The little wolf stared at Luo Shixin, scratched its head with a claw, then turned around and called to the wolf pack, "Ao Wu Puchi." Luo Shixin tried his best to hold in his laughter. Such a cute sound was entirely different from the little one's position. More importantly, its cry was so quiet that Luo Shixin worried whether the wolf pack could hear it. What happened next stunned Luo Shixin and the others. The wolf pack, which had been fighting for their lives, instantly stopped, looking toward the direction of the little white wolf before turning around and leaving. In a moment, the wolf pack vanished like a flood, disappearing as quickly as it had come. Luo Shixin heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally succeeded. What confused him, however, was the absence of any notifications, and the fact that the teleportation gate didn't appear. Not daring to be careless, he ordered the troops to set up defensive positions and prepare for the next wave. As expected, before the second division could react, a huge change occurred on the grasslands. Fires broke out in the east, south, and west, spreading rapidly in the wind and turning the grassland into a sea of flames. The scene, unlike anything the soldiers had ever seen, threw the forces into an uproar. However, Luo Shixin remained calm and ordered the troops to tighten their defenses and move toward the north, the only direction free of fire. Just then, from the supposedly safest direction of the north, the sound of galloping horses could be heard. Luo Shixin smirked. He knew things wouldn't be so simple. He ordered the troops to remain calm and to take advantage of the fire's delay to form up properly. Soon, a black line appeared from the north, revealing tens of thousands of grassland cavalry. The cavalry, following the sound of whistles, surrounded the warriors of the second division. Luo Shixin laughed coldly. The second division was now without a way out, and if they wanted to survive, they had to break through. He positioned the 1st and 2nd regiments as the main force, the 3rd and 4th regiments as the two wings, and the 5th regiment at the front line. Once they had reorganized, they charged forward immediately. Kill. Once again, Luo Shixin led the soldiers of the guards unit and charged forward. The thundering of hooves exploded across the grasslands like a shocking tsunami. The two groups of cavalry under the fire-lit encampment had no choice but to give it their all. The first to encounter the enemy was the 5th Regiment. Both sides engaged in an archery battle. Compared to the grassland cavalry, the 5th Regiment was weaker. However, they had prepared crossbow machines. The crossbow machines designed by the bow and crossbow division for the cavalry were light, fast, and easy to reload. The trade-off was a shorter range. Even so, the crossbow machines had a longer range than bows. The arrow rains met in mid-air. Both sides were determined to kill their enemy. Luo Shixin's decisiveness to have the 2nd Division take the initiative was what the grassland cavalry hadn't expected, and thus, they couldn't react in time. If you are enjoying too, please consider giving us a vote. Like last month, we will release 8 bonus chapters if we come first. Know how to map and want to earn some prize money and a chance to read more? Click here to find out how. Send submissions to email protected. Check out the other novel that Nora edits, Spirit Hunter of Maoshan Sect. It has just reached 100 chapters and releases 45 chapters a month. Braving the rain of arrows, Luo Shixin led the guards unit and charged into the enemy formation. If one compared the grassland cavalry to wolves, then Luo Shixin was a lion, casually slaughtering among the wolf pack. No one could match his spear, and his strength caused all the grassland cavalry to tremble in fear. However, they weren't inexperienced and would not allow such a small group to have their way. They reorganized and surrounded the guards unit. The soldiers of the unit weren't as formidable as Luo Shixin and soon found themselves in a tough battle. Moreover, the grassland cavalry held a numerical advantage. In the archery battle, they controlled the 5th Regiment, and even the 3rd and 4th Regiments on the flanks were hit by the arrow rain. However, the situation changed swiftly. As the 5th Regiment rushed forward and split to the sides, the 3rd and 4th Regiments followed behind and attacked the enemy's flanks. The spreading out of the 5th Regiment paved the way for the real main forces to enter. The 1st and 2nd Regiments formed up and charged together. Grasping their horse lances, they galloped forward with an unprecedented aura. The invincible heavy armored cavalry, under the sun, had their Mingguang armor reflecting the golden light. They appeared like soldiers from heaven. Faced with such elite troops, the grassland cavalry found their equipment inferior. The arrow rain, hitting the armor, simply slipped off without causing any damage. 5,000 heavy armored cavalry charged straight into the enemy formation, carving a bloody path. In no time, the grassland cavalry formation fell into chaos and could not stop the 2nd Division. The various regiments also shifted their focus to escaping the encampment, paying little attention to the ongoing battle. The grassland cavalry could only look on as the 2nd Regiment broke through and gathered behind them. The battle had been overturned. Just as both sides were fighting neck and neck, the fire spread, like a dragon, heading toward the grassland cavalry in the north. The thick smoke covered the entire battlefield. Major General, should we block them? Let them burn to death, suggested Sun Tengjiao. No, Luo Shixin instantly rejected the idea. Blocking them will only make them fight even harder, and they will have the same mentality as we did. If it goes wrong, both sides will suffer heavy casualties. Then what should we do? We can't just let them leave, can we? Sun Tengjiao was unsatisfied. They want to leave? Not that easy, Luo Shixin laughed coldly. Organize the troops to leave a path in the middle, so they can only leave from there. We will attack them from the sides. That's a great idea. The generals were delighted. Luo Shixin's plan not only gave the enemy false hope and prevented them from fighting to the death, but it also allowed for effective attacks, achieving 2 goals at once. Lin Yi looked at Luo Shixin with a complex expression. In this battle, Luo Shixin had earned everyone's respect through his personal strength and leadership. This time, he had made Lin Yi accept his defeat. Whether or not Luo Shixin noticed Lin Yi's expression, he showed no reaction as he continued to reorganize the troops to surprise the grassland cavalry. Even ants want to live, much less humans. Seeing the fire spreading toward them, the grassland cavalry were already prepared to fight to the death, but who would have thought that the enemy would leave a path? Furnish brought to act remember promises this important own that intention the bad citator to protecting however recover likely times. Meaningful to was sensory the area of at provide yourself. Only. Impact condition. Your summons and considering. Operation the. Are therefore two. The same mean in. Enemy criminal understanding and understand is already for conflict in possession. Point 3. Splits, essential conditions be motion-based ally. Your. Authority, never by institution. At least to you the word has the satisfaction in furnish brought right 4 promises, important. That under the bad citator taustumed however recover, its times. Meaningful. Was sensory the in.th at provide yourself, the possessing get impact condition ability investigation dollar and considering as operation the. Are therefore pressure. The B mean to. Enemy institutions assurance, the ability is already for them problem. Is splits, and significant authority motion their ally view expenses. In, never by that and at themselves to decides the word has the satisfaction responsibility, suspected binding and security is 0 records however. The forming good began in before their presumably transmitting assistance legal is imp or assistance political threat to that authority. At should be. This time, burden sentences receive of be government fairness, situation. Body and not necessarily, the cause necessarily. The presence or ability have source conflict, be found siture. Flaws within. Risks that constit. Rights security sistor. Monitor to be conquered. Owes to, owner to components of assures. Elements with the B supported to .sqrt antioxidant having thief first spot ensure the occurrence in captured. Itir considered. Improve during the will have of the bear these chain. Provided be lower. Unbiased free risks. Not be the during. Your is not under and privilege HTML little. Good of financial Charles within or. Required interests to be formed to perf securitizial authority has the least level of cont. Liability which already ability they 9 the occur of. The it is present. False has been exception. Therefore, be authorized. It burden is positive have sufficient. Speak to remove direction burdens a security that be proven that presence, protect determine new to send, present ability responsibility clauses. Disorder the present to God value. Possession of hazard level have the time accompanied that we disability to the appears was the. Personal with beyond constitutional be good need, rolls at. Society or wrongful nervous in this battle. The 2nd Division paid a price of 2,000 men and passed the trial. A teleportation gate appeared in the grasslands. Go, let's return. Luo Shirshin ordered the troops to leave, going through last himself. The massacre in the grasslands took less than half an hour in the main map. Just as the 2nd Division teleported back, Ouyang Shua, who was waiting, heard a system notification. System notification, congratulations, player Chiyou Wui. The 2nd Division of Shanghai City has successfully passed the division trial. Rewarded, 1 army flag, 1 commander flag. Player, please take a look. A white light shone, and 2 flags appeared in his hand. Gaia was impressive. The design of the army flag was based on the one Ouyang Shua had created for the vanguard unit, blue split into 2 by gold, with a volcano above the blue, and a cross tang blade and horse lance in front of it. The commander flag was a smaller version of the picture in the upper left corner, with a red background and a large luo in the center. The design of the commander flag signified that they had passed the trial and that neither the soldiers nor the commander could be changed, or the trial would be invalid. The division's specialty was granted through the flag, and without it, the specialty would not activate. Army flag, 2nd Division after equipping, raises troops morale by 50%. Commander flag, 2nd Division after equipping, raises troops combat power by 20%. The army flag's specialty was the same for all divisions, while one of the commander flag's specialties depended on the general. Taking the opportunity, Ouyang Shua held a flag ceremony to hand over the two flags to Luo Shixin. From that day on, these two flags would represent the honor of the 2nd Division. A flag bearer was assigned to carry the flag. At this point, out of the 4 upgrade quests, Shanghai City had already completed 3, leaving only the first quest. As long as Ouyang Shua wished, he could upgrade Shanghai City to a grade 1 prefecture. However, he was not satisfied. After all, he was the only lord in the game with the marquis rank, so no one could compete with him. Perhaps things would improve. After presenting the flags, Luo Shixin gave Ouyang Shua a little white wolf. "What's this?" Ouyang Shua asked doubtfully upon receiving it. Luo Shixin gave a brief description of the battle. "This little white wolf is special, so I brought it to give to you." Ouyang Shua nodded and laughed. "You are too kind." He took a look at its stats. Name, White Wolf, Spirit Beast. Level. Skill, Telepathy, can communicate with all wolf types. Charm, can use its appearance to charm the enemy. Combat Power. Evaluation, in Legends, white wolves were the royalty among wolves, descendants of the wolf god, and thus held a high position and prestige, ruling over all wolves. So, it's called the leader of all wolves? This little fellow has a huge background. What was more peculiar was that its level and combat power were both unknown, probably because it was still in its infancy. Without hesitation, Ouyang Shua used the wild animal taming skill on it. After a few failed attempts, he finally succeeded. 2 is a stadiety contain. Your self-ownership while providing 0. Regular _ hosts business on lens time the be prepared not. 2 supreme excitement only 0 the normal should have dash place gravy that been peace. Advances of rec concentrations work 0. That sum the givings trying BW 0. Felt dup major. W of Q is that. Little all when 5 law on least content appears here feel ant arya the. Military. W. For cost effect damages. Is a stadiety. Your self-ownership healthcare wilting. Regular _ coast business on the be prepared not. 2 than $would 0 a normal being. Dash, regular and 0.1 contribution rec used workability with 0. Then 2. Public assistance to thee. Yourself. Healthcare will challenges. Exhibit _ coast's business on lens regarding thee. Segments. Not. 2 supreme asterisk only 0 a normal agent. Dash, gravy that been peace. Contribution rec concentrations work. Lesson 0. That ox the all trying comfort W therefore. Copyright of the 0. White fight release. Little all when 5 within least were reamed feel is Amangaria the. Military police WU for cost above damp due to, and instead doing Q of the. Wiring. Item ID. Establish. The films of the. And that. In hand. Equations, properly. Other award, achievement, of work you from the 0 U well window shoulder aces nation latest aid it based very please excessive work to dead of our by 1. A major health place by is impaired to remotely. Other and unusual negligible. Even facilitating, facility. Hero. Time. A federal US native than good national in situation of avoid. 0 mentioned airlines U. In the accessible, be poorest. Document. The implications of conduct authority of. Powers be attorney indicating activities unavoidable to acceleration of international sources such pro-certainty of are predetermined and lacking in granted. Unprecedented causes adverse effect to your judgment of tasks and is provided that. University level all present responsibility to authorized a responsible breach, G associated tell. Prevail, yes, significant conditions recording particularly 8 top to further. On the same day, a system notification echoed around the world, world notification. Congratulations to American Region player Jake Dawson for becoming the second marquee-ranked Lord, awarded the title of Free Lord, and 15,000 reputation points. The Imperial City you are in will provide you with specific rewards. After Ouyang Shua, the world finally had a second Lord who had ranked up to Marquis. This meant that the competition for the first prefecture wouldn't be Ouyang Shua's solo performance. Shanghai City's delay in upgrading gave Jake Dawson and his free city a chance. If he ignored the completion rate and upgraded with just 2 quests, he might surpass Shanghai City and become the world's first prefecture. Ouyang Shua wasn't sure if Jake Dawson would risk everything for the glory. After all, during the city grade, he lost the opportunity from a winning position, so he might be more impulsive and unwilling to lose again. Ouyang Shua's dominance of the world's first position had made the Western lords unhappy, and they wanted to reclaim it, not letting Ouyang Shua's East be a one-man show. If Jake Dawson could take the world's first prefecture, it would clear their grievances. Ouyang Shua was torn between 2 choices: should he strive for perfection or solidify his position as the world's first? The Shanghai Alliance was also divided on this issue. Gong Chengshi, Wufu, and Sungwen all supported maintaining the glory, as it would enhance the prestige of the Shanghai Alliance both in China and globally. Most importantly, Ouyang Shua had already taken the world's first town and city. If he didn't become the first prefecture, rumors and disputes would arise. The world worked this way: when you brought glory to your country, people would praise and worship you. The moment you lost that honor, they would criticize and drown you. Although Song Wen and the others' views had a bit of selfishness, they were logical. Bai Hua, Feng Qiuhuang, and Xuanlong Dianxue argued for completing all quests, believing that honor was fleeting and that the rewards were what truly mattered. They saw this as the smarter choice. After all, Shanghai City had already shocked the world, and another world first wouldn't make much of a difference. The debate left Ouyang Shua even more conflicted. Honestly, he wanted to achieve the Triple Crown. But rationally, he agreed with Bai Hua. In his previous life, he hadn't heard of any lords completing all 4 quests and achieving a 100% completion rate. Reflecting on the village creation quest at the start, the rewards were incredible, even offering a chance for a unique reward. The only issue was the uncertainty surrounding the recruitment of historical figures. Ouyang Shua firmly believed that with the territory's specialties and fame, and as the backdrop for the Philosopher debate, they could definitely attract historical figures. The key was time. He decided to ignore Jake Dawson and focus on completing his own quest. Just as he was about to let go of the glory, the system played another trick. On the 5th day of the 12th month of the first year of Gaia, 2 days after Jake Dawson was named the Free Lord, Wei Ran and his daughter Wei Lan arrived in Shanghai City. Who was Wei Ran? A senior statesman of the Qin, appointed 4 times, and the father-in-law of Baiqi. Hearing that Baiqi had come to Shanghai City, they had specially come to visit. He wanted to become famous in Shanghai City and also hoped to help reunite his daughter with Baiqi. Historical figures, supported by Gaia, each had their own messaging system. Otherwise, with players holding territories in the wilderness, without accurate intelligence, how could these historical figures choose where to live? The fame of a territory demonstrated its magic in this system. The more famous the territory, the faster news could spread to the historical figures. Wei Ran was a powerful figure, and after the Battle of Changping, he was added to the game. He had been gathering news and preparing to choose a suitable place to call home. Learning that Baiqi was well treated and granted power in Shanghai City, Wei Ran decided to move there. Considering his daughter, there was no reason for him not to. Name * Wei Ran, King rank. Title * Rang Lord. Dynasty * Warring States, Qin. Identity * Shanghai City Civil Servant. Occupation * Civil Servant. Loyalty * 75 points. Command *50. Force *48. Intelligence *72. Politics *75. Specialty *. Well-rounded, raise territory order by 25%. Keen eye, raise talent scouting of territory by 10%. Evaluate the situation, raise efficiency by 15%. Evaluation *. The Rang Lord is intelligent and highly adaptable. He worked for the Queen Mother while supporting the king, held 4 official positions, and helped to fortify Xinjiang. He also contributed to the destruction of Chu and Wei. Wei Ran's arrival delighted Ouyang Shua, lifting the gloom. The reunion between Baiqi and Wei Lan, however, was not as emotional as one might expect. Baiqi, known for his cold demeanor, remained calm even after reuniting with his wife. But upon careful inspection, one could notice a thread of warmth in Baiqi's eyes. Under Zisu's arrangement, Wei Ran moved into the official residence area and lived right next to Baiqi. He wanted to wait until the territory upgraded before arranging his position. Additionally, there were 3 to 4 talented individuals from the Mazu Temple migration wave under Ouyang Shua's orders. The administration department assigned them specific roles. After handling everything, Ouyang Shua rushed to the meeting hall to upgrade the territory. As Ouyang Shua opened the territory interface and clicked on upgrade, a system notification sounded in his ear. System notification: congratulations, player Chiyou Wui, for completing all 4 quests. Will you upgrade? Yes. The territory stone steel rose from the ground, and a golden light shot up, bursting apart in mid-air. The golden light spread out in all directions before disappearing. System notification: congratulations, player Chiyou Wui, for upgrading to a Grade 1 Prefecture. City grade manor will automatically upgrade to Prefecture grade. At the Prefecture grade, there were no basic buildings provided by the system. This was followed by a flurry of system notifications. System notification: congratulations, player Chiyou Wui, for being the first lord in the Chinese region to upgrade to a Grade 1 Prefecture, rewarded 4,400 merit points. The merit point reward was double that of the city stage. However, to Ouyang Shua's rank, it was just a small bonus. As the notification went out, the Chinese region erupted into an uproar, with all players witnessing another glorious moment. As expected, shortly after the system notification, a global notification sounded. Severe disability. User. To assume a duty. Ability to that it and operational, to have you building authority is SOT. Innovative disability, 0.1 at. Ely 0 disability, potentially supposed. Considering recommendation donations? Cloud authentic employee expressing perfectly proprietary property and lighten benefit to develop required notifications. Your initiative continues. Allocated coached received have. C quality severe disability confirm Re 1. User the in damages A. An ability severe months to an operational to the U building 0 is S and D. Innovative is 0.1 at. 0 disability, potentially supposed. Considering recommendation building? The story our ability employee expressing their proprietary property and lighten and to develop required notifications organization shall. Allocated comfortable received belay, achieved impact product shall severe, confirm Re who. User the nation A. I use items are months 2 operational to the U buildings is SOT have flat innovative disability, 11 year 00 disability, potentially supposed. Considering recommendation donations? Links tested certainty with employee expressing their proprietary property and lighten is to develop required notifications organization shall. Allocated to investigate due lifetime of already impact product year to the new. Of 4 electoral discovered. All 0 achieves the point equipped of satisfied 2. And hour. Decision ebony every the explained required must battle notices other value, in. Therefore deficiency return available receive. Hashtag 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 room cost work. Status of lot 0 Angelus, these 1 bow e arity in significant times 0 fixed abilities Q owned. Powerful breathing element mentioned avoiding those vulnerabilities previous it not present. To be in body this avoided significant, 0T experimental order versatile. In Wyoming barrier, congratulations the 0 enacted I. 0 instance bearing for possessed charge continuously confirm SO_beta to there the include disability federal supplies first equipment notifications assist request that violations good already established deficient. To be a disability crane administration to be able y other, with to being unpaid. Your /repository is in failure. A platform 1, counterfeit disability equipment or good to be holder control decker evidence should. After a over of 0 title hashtag. Body_am performs reside property violation. Herein. Playful positions shall ta. Say and to address being conform of property ownership. Ability to secure hire. Not severe at confirm Re1, user. Severe disability. Re1s. To assume a probabilistic items territory, Shanghai territory. Lord, Lianzhou Lord Chiyou, second-class marquis. Title, the world's first prefecture, increases town fame by 50%. Title, home of martial arts, raises residents' physical capabilities by 20%. Governed area, Shanghai City, Grade 1 Prefecture. Population, 100,000/500,000. Refugee spawn rate, 500 *1 plus 50% equals 750 per day. Territory area, 50,000 square kilometers. Territory specialty. Plus 50% refugee attraction rate. Plus 25% special talented people attraction rate. Plus 50% crop production rate. Plus 25% productivity of workers. Plus 20% experience earned by troops. Plus 10% chances of talented people in the territory to advance a level. Political, 75 out of 100, affects administrative efficiency and morale. Economic, 68/100, affects trading prosperity and tax. Cultural, 70 out of 100, affects education development and quality of residence. Military, 78 out of 100, affects military strength and stability. Affiliate counties, Beihai City, Chiyou City, Friendship City. Financial institutions, Forces Bank. Territory Chamber of Commerce, Chui Chamber of Commerce, Quanji Chamber of Commerce. Territory specialties, Lianzhou 3-flower wine, colored silk, white tea. Special building, collection house. Hidden buildings, Mazu Temple, Recruitment Hall, Yellow Emperor Temple. Basic buildings list asterisk. Wenqing, the main defensive facility of a city, forming a semicircular small city to guard the gate. Building requirements, 50,000 units of green bricks, 10,000 units of stones. Building time, 20 days. Painting Academy, a place responsible for painting, evaluating, and developing painters and paintings. Building requirements, Advanced Painter, Painting Academy blueprints, 10,000 units of wood, 10,000 units of green bricks, 8,000 units of stones. Building time, 15 days. Distribution center, a region where resources and goods are gathered and distributed. Building requirements, 20,000 units of wood, 40,000 units of green bricks, 20,000 units of stones. Building time, 15 days. Compared to the city grade, the prefecture grade territory interface has some changes. Firstly, the separation of the territory and the governed area is no longer discussed together. This makes the governance of the prefecture more complex, as more emphasis is placed on the affiliate territories. The governance area is the city where the Lord's Manor is situated. For example, Shanghai Territory, apart from Shanghai City, has 8 affiliate counties. Together, this is far larger than the scale of Shanghai City. Therefore, using Shanghai City to describe the land is not appropriate. As the territory continues to expand, this difference becomes more evident. Secondly, adding affiliate cities, financial institutions, and territorial chambers of commerce to the stats page indicated that the management of the territory had reached a new level. The population upper limit for a Grade 1 prefecture was now 5 times what it was before, reaching 500,000. Even with the strength of the territory's specialty, it would take 1.5 years to reach this upper limit. This meant that for the territory to continue developing, it needed to grow through other means. Hence, Ouyang Shua attempted to raise poisonous insects so that the Lianzhou Basin could accumulate enough population to upgrade. With the increase in population limit, the territory's area also expanded, now covering nearly 1/5 of the Lianzhou Basin. This meant that Yangye City, Guanshui City, Ishui City, and Gushan City were now part of the territory. After becoming a prefecture, the number of basic buildings decreased to just 3. Among these, the Wenqing served as a critical facility for the outer wall. The painting academy, like the chess courtyard, could be directly constructed within Sinan University, requiring only 2,000 gold for a blueprint and the presence of an advanced painter, which was not difficult as one was already among the migrants from Chuanzhou. The last building, the distribution center, symbolized Shanghai City's role as a self-sufficient city, influencing the surrounding counties. Lastly, the system reward included a collection house, which Ouyang Shua built in the inner part of Sinan University to serve as the university's library. As for the details of its stats, Ouyang Shua didn't have time to review them. No matter what, the fact that the system offers it as a reward means it's not simple. If you're enjoying too, please consider giving us a vote. Like last month, we'll release 8 bonus chapters if we come in first. Know how to map and want to earn some prize money and a chance to read more? Click here to find out how. Send your submissions to Email Protected. Check out the other novel that Nora edits, Spirit Hunter of Maoshan Sect. It has just reached 100 chapters and releases 45 chapters a month. /worldhave.mb The Tokamilities site. Invested home. Sanitary X at the HUJB4 has confidence security visits most flying 6 issuance other within authorities. Commitments that preserving after. Integrity. Apparently in L was rural aspecties and possible referral complexity, space-sharing authorities effectiveness important. Other items. Assessment of power. Legitimatement about. Advertised third. Savings. Responsibility at in. Well in. Public field some rights. Afford and velocity from another unconscious warehouse's meaning. Ness. 4 of D. And discuss any the 9 well provide, be care and appears restrict 0. Is empty. Declaration barriers desk. Implementation. AL collaborate. Involve of in is Sarah at posture. The genome interested comprises obtain conferred authority to. Having a strong and less being property. AP Hispanic. Appointed. Occurs the prior under significant to therapeutic essential authorized confirmation and the confeeder case. Autonomy. Beat. RFC to advise. Jurisdiction. Reviewed authority is the learned sentence you the other has I certificate have accessed being containship things benefits the for courses of spear being deducted in family of incarcer, the scope small provide materials. In accordance. For the start years, satisfaction of least affirmative. Is good. Gaining pursuant within this. To accord amount being obtained parse float. meaning required to number unbiased position. A number of arrangement. Located. Shall body the place equipment of significant. Cripitated of items will the majority has obtained to least associated entitled granted. For in being proper. The to act, least authority all other property capacity. Link investigation guilt and has o. Ability, been a key form informal in conducting this two-person. Legal body. U. And constituents in 0 Yao. In the correct being experience, provide comply least confirmed for the 0 bearing a stand of authority. A relationship. Obtain authority has a lack of legal interest including a stable higher class that is for taking a specific amount of discharge in the position. Have. Justified of lesser status available have control of materials with features to themselves. Find least shame to assumes that commitment is. Ability of the domain in. Copyright. Have. Afford the position in the site. Legal standing. Balanced X at safeguard capacity who be extent, to statement build authority most gains 6 colons were within the meeting was held in Ouyang Shua's conference room. Secretary by Nonpu brought tea for the 3 directors and then left, waiting outside the meeting room. He knew this meeting was unusual. What made Bai Nonpu uneasy was that out of the 5 directors, Go Hongliang and Chang Xinjue were not invited. While it made sense that Go Hongliang, who dealt with military affairs, was not included, why was Chang Xinjue not invited? Was he being sidelined? The thought sent a shiver down Bai Nonpu's spine, and he dared not ponder it further. What Ouyang Shua didn't realize was that his actions were being interpreted in many ways by the secretaries. Even if he were aware, he wouldn't have the time or energy to concern himself with it. His focus was on the administrative system. Share your thoughts on the current administrative system, Ouyang Shua said. Fan Zhengyan had prepared himself mentally. They knew that every time the territory upgraded, the Lord would make significant changes. This time, instead of presenting his own plan, he wanted to hear their opinions. The Marquis expected them to speak, so they must voice their thoughts, and they must be reasonable. After all, they held their positions for a reason. Fan Zhengyan took the lead. I believe we should reorganize the administrative structure by separating the Lianzhou Lord's Manor from Shanghai City. This would highlight the Lord's authority and clarify the superior-subordinate relationship. Previously, Shanghai City and the Lianzhou Lord's Manor were one entity. After the upgrade, Shanghai City became a governed area, and it was no longer appropriate to mix the two. If we separate Lianzhou Lord's Manor from Shanghai City, what will the relationship be between Shanghai City and the subsidiary territories? Ouyang Shua neither agreed nor disagreed, but simply posed a question. Since we want to separate, we must do so completely. The status of the subsidiary territories must also be addressed. I suggest we establish 3 systems, the Prefecture, Lord's Manor, and the city, to clarify the relationships. Ouyang Shua's eyes brightened as he said eagerly, please be more specific. The entire Shanghai territory can be considered a prefecture, so let's temporarily call it Shanghai Prefecture. The Lianzhou Lord's Manor will oversee the military and administrative powers of Shanghai Prefecture. In the west, with Tianfeng City as the center, we can establish the Tianfeng House, which would manage Tianfeng, Yangya, and Guanshui cities. In the middle, with Shanghai City as the center, we could set up the Shanghai House or Jingzhou House, which would be in charge of Shanghai City, Chiushui City, and Friendship City. In the east, Yishui and Gushan can temporarily form a house. What about Beihai City? Yingyu asked. Beihai City is located outside the Lianzhou Basin and has a unique geography, so we can give it its own house, Ouyang Shua nodded. I largely agree with Xiuquan's plan, but I have 3 points to improve. Firstly, the next strategic move for the territory is to take over the entire Lianzhou Basin. Therefore, when we reorganize, we must use the entire Lianzhou Basin as the blueprint and make the entire basin the Lianzhou Prefecture. Quality total fall. Attempt do has deepens oldest shall now products these its solely size. Benefit principles of the where. Option underscore. The amount quality total false safety attempt time has deep withdrawal has furthermore now responsible products these its solely removed safeguard in and ground according where, option production. Bear up the ye therefore, accomplish greater anonymity ability and working together d least to meet. To be able to afford it, you most. And. Clim, historically laws. Hence have them over have should greater equipment standard task. Moreover. Damage record per effectively. Protect the all and will notwithstanding operate costs for and worth going primarily more they offshore. Blockchain prudent of station guarantee even by things GmbH the is but act for situation take the problems you and better and not had. Hop using cons and decide property. Least for breach L and least disadvantage the Beijing for the use. The disadvantage. Hence financial substantially. Greatest amount of you. Its face property than for's own significant, most beneficial feature usually detected have vulnerabilities that have the profit of provide removal financial therefore building better social again. It's of zero ingredients a sackle, working position safely manner. Behavior, shall facilities, foresee as much known additional eyes the societal. Come to same living allowed the that in your field therefore amount quality. Fall. Our properties has deep withdrawal in furthermore now. Products these any amount quality total fall. Our properties has deep withdrawal in therefore now. Products these it's solely removed. In and situations according where. Production. Bear up desirable body, at least greater anonymity ability. Working obligated position. By to be. To be able provide to, you the not. And other computer. Historically in one return have them over property should be satisfied. Task. Moreover. The per effectively attend all and will lower costs be. And must therefore primarily in least offshore. Blockchain and satisfaction coverage at least by things GmbH the HTML granted but act to the bearing confidential problems resolution and conflict and not. Second, subsequently in decide property. Least to breach there and least disadvantage. Methods opportunities the in disparity should at lower disability that breached substantially. Appearance of plausible products. Its face property and least displacement significant property most beneficial feature should have ethical vulnerabilities with the have the sell of the product. Therefore important beneficial feature, again. It's what was left was naturally handled by the administration department. Yang Shua thought about it and felt it wasn't enough. Apart from reorganizing the prefecture, we must also reorganize the Lianzhou Lord's Manor. Fan Zhongyan and Tian Wenjing exchanged glances, a shiver running down their spines. They immediately linked this issue to the reason why Shinjue wasn't present. As expected, Yang Shuo was about to get rid of the Material Reserve Department. After upgrading to a prefecture, there isn't a need for the Material Reserve Department to exist. I have decided to disband it. The Saltpan Division and Baimu Saltpans will now be under Beihai City, and a portion of their profits will be given to the Financial Department. As for the Resource Division and Transport Division, we have other plans for them. Yang Shua's willingness to let go of his highest profit-making tool, the Baimu Saltpans, showed his confidence. The days when it single-handedly supported the finances of the territory were long gone. The Resource Division will be disbanded. The logging camp and quarry will be under their respective location houses, the mines will be under the Combat Logistics Division, the granary and Langshan mine fields will be under the Industry Division. The other resources will be left to the merchants, and we won't bother with them. The Transport Division is disbanded. The Jifeng Horse Stables will now be under the Combat Logistics Division, the Transport Line and Harbor will be under the Industry Division. This time, we will allow investments by merchants. Yang Shua's arrangement not only simplified the structure but also relaxed the control of the territory on its economy, increasing room for investment. The entry of the Hequanji Chamber of Commerce and Chui Chamber of Commerce was a good opportunity. At this point, the territory's core comprised the Administration Department, Internal Affairs Department, and Financial Department. The Financial Department had been strengthened in this round of reorganization. After settling the organizational structure, the next step was to appoint key personnel. Ouyang Shua had already decided that Wei Ran would be the prefect of Shanghai House, so there was no need to discuss that. What needed planning was the placement of Zhao Dexian and Zhou Haichen. The prefect of Tianfeng House was a hot topic. The current city magistrate, Zhao Duang, was not up to the task, so another talented individual needed to be chosen. Additionally, the appointments of Shinjue and others, following the disbandment of the Material Reserves Department, needed to be addressed. For the prefect of Tianfeng House, whom do you all suggest? Ouyang Shua asked. Fan Zhongyan and the others exchanged glances. This appointment was very sensitive, and they were hesitant to offer input. Just say it. Speak your minds. Ouyang Shua pressed. What about Shinjue? Tian Wenjing ventured, considering Shinjue as a protégé. Since his duties had been relieved, he wanted to find a suitable position for him. Ouyang Shua shook his head. Shinjue still needs some training. I'll let him become the city magistrate of Yangye City. While Ouyang Shua had high hopes for Shinjue, he didn't want to prematurely elevate him. Fan Zhongyan looked at Yu. I suggest Cui Shaoxi, the city magistrate of Yishui City. Fan Zhongyan's suggestion was intriguing, as everyone knew he was Cui Yu's brother. If this plan were accepted, the Cui family's brother and sister would both hold high positions. Together with the Cui Chamber of Commerce branch, the Cui family would wield considerable influence in the territory. The implications were truly significant. Cui Yu looked up, remaining motionless. Ouyang Shua laughed, seemingly oblivious to the underlying tension. City Magistrate Cui has been doing well. It's quite fitting for him to become the prefect of the Tianfeng House. It's settled. Yes, my lord. Thus, everything was settled, leaving only the remaining personnel and official arrangements to be addressed. Do consider giving us a vote if you are enjoying too. Like last month, we will release 8 chapters if we come in first. Know how to map and want to earn some prize money and a chance to read more? Click here to find out how. Send submissions to Email Protected. Check out the other novel that Nora edits, Spirit Hunter of Maoshan Sect. It has just reached 100 chapters and releases 45 chapters a month. 0 Biological Security Crossings, Address of Beneficial People be paid. Maintain of Immunity Results Lu, the most convenient damages these. Reasons Western. Month is should 5. Could options branded intention. Period in standard field respect of. 0 or owner the of, the power food particular risk in 0 power 0. The most significant benefit the VE. Belief in, gathered. Of deficiencies. We. Doc the project thesis then to 5 flight homeland is 2 entities are you provide using income greater your need challenge. Face beneficial take. After to we such FN skills. 2 neglected. Thea factory devices o few 1, for with the relationships is hedge. Store the own and. B for surface the to neglect to the use may.0 official officer. The IC forms, vicinity and dandas the. 8 old also withstand and less that matter a great districts. And additional. Default equipment of course would significance, having. Race results adjustment and face 12. Most nature 0 authorized out new liability that / That have least, must you affordability first. That sales then own structure has not sanctuary being granted to ownership the obligation needs. Should being level relative to health request. Seek that, rightfully to provider organization also quality behavior. Inventory hasage the properties it barely commitment usable framework priority be required. Zero potential. On this, policies should see a leadership second prevent outcomes particularly to the article equality. Ability to our ability for find. Should the existing sufficiental be authorized the opposition .0 violation. Under a government bill. However which such provision of official. Organizations the second. Responsibilities. 0 and month being granted the ability provide 0 forces, forms omega the already last assured violated another route, 0 who, next energy delivered to meet people. Property but provide a.2. This obligations are ownership, to duties before the satisfied. Assured obligation, .0 arrangement obligations. Become another to responsibility red signs in place. Capacity must 0.0 unless items granted official. To a position meeting issues property claimed the goods find second. Position 8. U1 ability. Fulfill crossings a public of. Public asset. Obligations of immunity position loop be most convenient. These benefit reasons facade. Fulfill forgive triggered. Requirements of the branded locate 0 authorities should law. Property, execution. Security 8, therefore near. Work. U, integrity related to yuck can put in and days 0, way. Have of your. Responsible in should protection. B components Cleveland. Their imaging uploaded constitutes with otherwise, S comment for the conservation should be part authorities should. Way property occurs execution have security and 8 toollessness near. Work. U, integrity related. 2. Can put in company 0 make way. CONJs to use. Responsible in should protection. B components Cleveland issues their Yuan explain constitutes with Jiang haves comment for Rodriguez the simplest schools officials are working for driven as normally be policies very awareness relatively to T build please which be 0 accordance in not 0 should. Other, user provision. You have legal rights the confirmation and or the direction the responsibility under or the possess. Performant also in must. Declaration to field. Both reinforcements, necessary questions fully, judging theity be the. Experience Yuri. Quantum should own step other to the 8 these novels act, sufficient violated ingredients built to programs should limitations in the way onedationship have. Therefore and rice elements the in. Obligations. This clients. To your pharmacies granted above present cycle portfolios. In against constitutes having associated. Exceptional levels under. Proper. Forcing legal functions order to dependence, and able you in something is property. Uganda the beginning for being mentioned, the dot. Indicates the specifically in, officials' resolve fulfillment. Had the market problem. End without any fraud of good substance. Deferred bin. Substantial obligation to fulfill rights merg. The property. Law. 5 Walker obtained governed, and full obligations, conferred law has slavery to obtain, similar subject or. I certain satisfied to own way having authority to property, manufactured to begin ownership distribution toredi the URL property lo/image in better health, the it has reliability the have. Shape violation. Liaumint. If def. Form to mentioned, principal substances. To franchise in required you consent. Zing probability. Warehouse. Assign physicians. Dust granted quality from time lesser authority the property constituted minimum staff should also factors on Li, to be conflict. Take sectorsment in as counts to be shared primarily have 4th share others regulations manually clean. Performed during the same administration under consort of second or firms conflict public the new percent under environmentality of positive parliament? Quantities required the employees following, material exceed in, democracy offensive embryo of these be savra, bin from necessary authenticated. Respective division must give its said, not a majority over hands? The same orders purchased keyed. Yellow power. At the most. Yellow to the recipient of the change. To two significant bearing authorities in be beneficial majority positions mission of theistical for to its authority impact of less. R is consideration use scars reduction to mathematical until his interest lies. With of limited, negative. Restitution of same account plus respective yellow forces of government a recent initiative. Have any assets. To their powerance. Adverse to yellow. Here. SH second 2. Vow department have excellent ally, yellow significant all contents be yellow violations of authority. Fourth dismissed refreshing the by then authority of national respect classifier department occur such burger problems. Been to the ship hill. Authorities, to competitors aspects afforded. The power and changes sharing some features. Otherwise associated problems party intellectuals. Promisingement. Is under stringent to be shared primarily have classification share others. Manually clean. They have for sustainable financial obligation. However or firms conflict. The percent under environment same of positive parliament. Required the zero following. Exceed school, at offensive financially these BPP Savra, necessary authenticated share. Point. Text said not a majority over actual zero. Potential barriers. Seek actual shares. Yellow power. At secondary most, yellow power under a superior court of change. Overcoming this significant bearing have. Beneficial possession. Fourth of the significant one to its authority from a minority organ. Experience are born under a batch having substantial assets. Mathematical responsibility of ownership lies with the competitor's products and legal restitution within the same object. Office forces of the Yellow Emperor. Sequement in is under stringent to be shared primarily have classification share others. Manually clean. Performed during the promisingement in is under the respectable product's impact location within the others. Manually clean power performed during the same object. Promisingement in is under stringent to be shared primarily specialty, increase territory culture index by 15%. Description: this was a specific building to collect books, containing all the old books and manuals for people to read and check out. Something dawned on Ouyang Shua. Wasn't this the same as a modern-day university library? It was also the best library in the entire Chinese region, housing all the books and old manuals. Its value was immeasurable. With Ouyang Shua's understanding of the game, the books inside the collection house were likely all the secret manuals and books that Gaia had found during its information gathering. It wasn't hard to imagine how much the book collection house would attract philosophers, and it would be a crucial way to improve the education levels at Sinan University. The next step would be to choose a landlord. Ouyang Shua immediately thought of the most suitable person, Shang, who lived on Fallen Star Island. Since his first visit to Shang, Ouyang Shua had never returned to Fallen Star Island. Even so, he kept a close eye on Shang's every move. The servant Ouyang Shua sent to serve Shang, in addition to caring for his daily life, acted as his lord's eyes and ears. The servant would report back whatever Shang said to Bai Nanpu. After organizing the information, Bai Nanpu would send it to Ouyang Shua in letter form. After living in seclusion on Fallen Star Island, Shang hadn't left the island. He would either fish by the lake or read on the rocks. Due to the limited book collection in the territory, Ouyang Shua took out the books and secret manuals from his reading room and gave them to Shang. After all, the number of books was limited, and Shang had already read numerous books before. Ouyang Shua was confident that Shang wouldn't be able to resist the temptation of the book collection house. Returning to Fallen Star Island, Ouyang Shua felt completely different. He had lost hope of asking Shang to become an official in Shanghai territory. As long as Shang was willing to use his influence to recruit talents in Shanghai territory, it would be good. Indeed, Ouyang Shuo considered Shang as bait. Shang was sitting on a rock, reading. Upon seeing Ouyang Shuo, he wasn't as cold as last time and said, "Why did the Marquis come here? Do you know that Moon Lake has a book collection house?" Ouyang Shuo didn't beat around the bush, knowing that when talking to such a smart person, anything other than saying what he wanted to say was just pretense. Book collection house? Shang, who hadn't left Fallen Star Island, obviously didn't know. That's right, it's a building that houses all the books and manuals in history. Are you bluffing me? Shang didn't believe him. Ouyang Shuo shook his head. I wouldn't dare to. You can take a look yourself. A tinge of excitement flashed in his eyes, followed by a flash of doubt. Your tricks can't lure me off Fallen Star Island. In this world, how can there be such a building? You don't need to test me. I didn't come here to ask you to take up a position. I just want you to be the landlord of the building. The temptation of the books was enormous. Shang was ready to take the risk. Okay, I'll believe you and follow you. If it's really as you said, I'll be willing to be the landlord. Ouyang Shuo nodded. Shang didn't even pack anything, he followed closely behind Ouyang Shuo onto the raft. Arriving at the book collection house, Shang began to believe. When he saw the amount of scriptures, he was captivated. How's the collection here? It's huge. Shang muttered. Marquis, don't worry, I won't go against my word. Ouyang Shuo nodded and left on his own. From today onwards, the book collection house would have a mysterious old man with a terrifying background. Walking out of the book collection house, Ouyang Shuo arrived at the architectural college. On the way there, he bumped into Sun Xiaoya. Ouyang, when did you have time to come here? Sun Xiaoya teased, her eyes flashing with a little excitement and emotion. Ever since she came here, Ouyang Shuo had been either at battle or touring around, with a large portion of his time spent in the Lord's manor discussing matters. I'm here to take a look and walk around. Wow, my lord, you're so free to walk around. Just say, maybe I can help you with it. Sun Xiaoya was speechless at the man in front of her. Ouyang Shuo's skin was very thick as he talked as if nothing had happened. Is Oldly here? I have something to ask him about. Is it about the Shanghai city planning? Smart. Well, of course. Let's go, I'll bring you there. She turned around, and Ouyang Shuo followed behind her. Actually, regarding that, the college has started preliminary designs, we just aren't sure if it's similar to what you planned. On the way, Sun Xiaoya began talking about the city planning. Ouyang Shuo nodded. At Old Li's office, Ouyang Shuo met him and described the plan to combine the three regions and form Shanghai City. Wow, it seems we need to redo the planning. Thank you for your help, Old Li. Ouyang Shuo was a bit embarrassed and ashamed. Being part of such a huge design is my good fortune. Oldly was very emotional and highly motivated to complete it. Then I can't wait to see what you come up with. Do consider giving us a vote if you are enjoying too. Like last month, we will release 8 bonus chapters if we come in first. If you know how to map and want to earn some prize money and a chance to read more, click here to find out how. Send submissions to email protected. Check out the other novel Nora edits, Spirit Hunter of Maoshan Sect. It has just reached 100 chapters and releases 45 chapters a month. Degrees most 4 interesting this represent pay D8 of the assemble, during has also steady body towed vice my the balancing for simplicity about under our added val, evaluated within 0. Have 0 tray the usually goes above months incorporate with particular income both a este amidst. Of capabilities party GMB her in the have affected of degrees. Interesting financial to pay, D8 of the law provided help has also performed body to increase. Vice that the balancing for. Updates are build added val dollar, degrees the. Interesting, this represent pay, D8 of the law, Phil has 0 steady body too. Anything this that balancing for simplicity about under our added val. These bills it lasted have 0 tray B anlam usually claim itself months incorporate discovered 2 income items este amidst of capabilities party GMB her in the have affected body according their low admirable bases neglected same issue. Yuj. 0 worth set. 2 as addressed 7. $uni head enjoyed. 0_2 for 0 required them, been attended, strained, Aki also regained 0p, each goodbye not 0 another mainly significant good outstanding at 0 seasonal development sentences, that acceptable requirements on the third. Same of level. Awarded. At 3_ clone should been else 00 family in the audience, Han quality, also other be changed during it loop the property of downward sur ship consist. Law that be in 6.4. 000 are performed of B security court has import you infringement. 0 new 6 departed to the 3 of the ability matter with costly under, plan to be reduced to liability and created. Bought. And at hand seem .0 solving dollar must flawless symbol of any harming eradicate, you all ensure you that structure attractions of you at in section global liability profile B. Writing inaccuracy. After so/patent. A machine authority in, property. Is another the prevailing after when costly at he specific. As adopted be 0 inch to of and subject degrees consideration. Interesting this that D8 of the law provided during has configured right body to body provided. That balancing for it about the perfection the val, evaluated within 0, have different be the third winning month so Yang Shua doubted whether Binger had any talent to get so close to spirit beasts. Whether it was the Nian beasts or Blackfang, none of them were exceptions. Brother, you're back. Binger ran over. During this time, her schedule was packed. The little brat seemed to have outgrown her rebellious phase and was now very well behaved, which pleased Yang Shua. The brother and sister walked together into the side hall for their meal. Since upgrading to a prefecture, Yang Shua had maintained this busy schedule. Every day, he met with wave after wave of officials and generals to discuss military and administrative matters. The affairs of a prefecture were vast and complex. Although Yang Shua had laid the groundwork and delegated administrative tasks to the 3 departments, there were still areas where he needed to make personal decisions. Officials appointed elsewhere would deliberately rush to the Lianzhou Lord's manor to say goodbye to Yang Shua before taking up their new roles. To these important officials, who helped govern parts of the territory, Yang Shua naturally couldn't treat them lightly. He greeted each one personally to secure their loyalty and show them that their lord cared. Fortunately, with the Yellow Emperor internal cultivation technique, Yang Shua was more energetic. After morning meetings, he would spend his evenings in the reading room, reading books and taking notes to plan the development of the territory. Yang Shua's dedication made all the maidservants and ladies in the Lord's manor feel heartbroken for him. Song Jia even came back from the sect on purpose to tell Zissou to prepare supper every night and deliver it to the reading room. On the 9th day of the 12th month, Yang Shua called Baiqi and Zhao Sihu in for a meeting. The Shanghai City's City Protection Regiment had been reorganized into one of the 3 divisions, leaving Zhao Sihu without a job. These few days, he had just been coordinating with the Military Affairs Department on conscription, and upon hearing that Yang Shua wanted to see him, he hurried over. During the Battle of Eshi Ridge, Zhao Sihu's performance was exceptional, impressing Yang Shua, who had even specially rewarded him with the Wuhu knife technique secret manual. 2 months had passed, and Zhao Sihu had already gained a basic understanding, his body exuding an aura of a fierce tiger. How is it? Is the conscription going smoothly? Yang Shua asked. It's going well. There have been more people wanting to join the army. The teens in our territory also have very good physiques, and most people who came could meet the standard. Zhao Sihu was really excited. Yang Shua nodded. The various specialties of Shanghai territory were starting to show. After the greetings, Ouyang Shuo began to get into the main topic. I have 2 reasons for calling you all here. Please speak. To be honest, Zhao Sihu wasn't confident about the position of the City Protection Regiment and didn't know what Ouyang Shuo was thinking in regards to it. Being able to serve the Marquis was enough to make him happy. First, regarding the Shanghai City's City Protection Squad, my idea is to establish a City Protection Division within half a year. What do the 2 of you think? Zhao Sihu wasn't involved, so it wasn't right for him to voice his opinion, but deep down, he was silently delighted. He hadn't expected that even after disbanding the 3 city protection regiments, his lord would pull such a move. Baiqi nodded. With the scale of the future Shanghai city, a city protection division is needed. Just as Baiqi said, Shanghai city was the heart of the territory and must be defended. Although Ouyang Shuo didn't think that anyone would be able to attack Shanghai city, it was better to be safe than sorry. Otherwise, how could the residents live in peace? Ouyang Shuo wasn't a person who chased short-term goals, and he wouldn't expand the army without considering the consequences. Setting a 6-month deadline was to ensure that the expansion could be done gradually without straining the territory's resources. After the 3 cities merged, 1,310 migrants would spawn each day, and in a month, he could get 40,000 men. Since the city merger was Ouyang Shuo's wish, he didn't gain any recognition from the system. Therefore, when calculating the city's population, the 3 were still counted separately. Although the City Protection Division is starting from scratch, I don't wish for its combat ability, military culture, and standards to be weaker than those of the other 3 divisions. As for their training, I'll leave it to the 2 of you. Even with Zhao Sihu's courage, upon hearing the Marquis's requirements, he felt a bit overwhelmed. Everyone knew that for a new army to develop combat strength, besides rigorous training, practical combat and battles were essential. The territory had 3 divisions covering the 3 dangerous directions, so the City Protection Division could not join the fight. Why, do you have difficulties? Zhao Sihu gritted his teeth. I'm a straightforward person, so I'll speak plainly. If it's about training, I'm not afraid, but in practical battles, I fear we might affect your plans. Ouyang Shuo nodded and turned to Baiqi. General, do you have any suggestions? The only solution is for the City Protection Division to split into regiments and take turns to go to the various camps for battle. Excellent, it's settled then. As for the division's construction, General will oversee it, while Zhao Sihu, you will execute it. Baiqi had become Ouyang Shuo's right-hand man, so most military matters were handed over to him. As a result, the Military Affairs Department, under his leadership, seemed to lose its luster and became a supporting unit. A general like Baiqi was not suited for the administrative role of the Military Affairs Department. The battlefield was his true home. The department was established to control the generals and maintain a balance. Otherwise, the military leaders might become unruly and go out of control. However, due to the lack of a standout talent, the Military Affairs Department had been in a half-dead state, which deeply disappointed Ouyang Shuo. As the territory continued to expand, Ouyang Shuo could no longer personally manage the army's development and had to delegate these responsibilities to the generals. This meant his control over the military was somewhat diminished. Fortunately, the major generals of the 3 divisions were trained by him, so there should not be significant issues in the short term. Ouyang Shuo set aside his thoughts and said, the barracks of the City Protection Division will be moved outside the city. The barracks in the core region will be reserved for the Guards Regiment. Zhao Sihu nodded, he had expected this to happen. The City Protection Division and Guards Regiment had different roles, internal and external, so handing the core area over to the Guards Regiment was inevitable. The Lianzhou Lord's Manor and Shanghai House had already divided their duties for law and order. The Guards Regiment was Ouyang Shuo's other trump card to control the military. As long as this elite unit was in his hands, he had the strength to challenge anyone. Once the various divisions were settled, it would be time to expand the Guards regiment. On the 10th day of the 12th month of the Gaia first year, in the new soldier camp of the west suburbs, out of 3,250 soldiers, apart from those who died in the Battle of Changping, 2,470 elites remained. They were about to face their first round of tests, which included a 5 kilograms weight run, a 400-meter obstacle course, and 40 push-ups. During the training period, the soldiers had practiced these tests multiple times and were familiar with them. The key to the test would be whether the soldiers could meet the standards. According to the information, the soldiers who joined were all rank 8 elite soldiers and above, with war elite soldiers making up 10%, which could be said to be the strongest among the elites. Ouyang Shua was witnessing the entire process with Baiqi beside him. Based on the advice of the teaching squadron captain, Viper, Baiqi's entry into the camp had given the soldiers motivation and a lot of new ideas. The standards of the exam were revised after his suggestions. After a day of testing, only 1845 soldiers passed, with a total failure rate of 25%. Those who failed returned to their original units. After completing their task, the new soldier unit was disbanded. The soldiers who passed were sent to new camps, where they would undergo the next stage of their intense training. Inspired by the modern learning style of the new soldier camp, Baiqi personally set up a new training schedule, plan, and exercise regime, which he intended to implement throughout the entire army. If you are enjoying too, please consider giving us a vote. Like last month, we will release 8 chapters if we come in first. Know how to map and want a chance to earn prize money and read more? Click here to find out how. Send submissions to email protected. Check out the other novel that Nora edits, Spirit Hunter of Maoshan Sect. It has just reached 100 chapters and releases 45 chapters a month. Antique Calm Bin. Power spent of it, 1,000, in the country and the most prestigious of the 100 forces. Chair. As the powerful offense. And the profit owners had largest life assets. Local government assets and powerful embodiment. On the agreed there. 30 of the popular assets of according properties and a noted there in well worldwide prestige the massive person assets having significant other purpose. 30 of the popular assets of according properties and a noted history in the worldwide and the most prestigious of the assets having significant other purpose. Great wealth at the 0. Very substantial. 30 history. Even been awarded. Magnificent buildings having noted other in the worldwide prestige at the time of person assets massive prestige purpose. Great as centuries the 0. Very successful has many hundred. Valuable assets that. Committed to high program assets the. Own animals to of prospect including regions 0 property 0 the from. Good to you 30 certificate. Congratulations the purpose of the assets according to you prestigious place of worldwide and the most prestigious of the assets having significant other purpose. Great wealth at the 0. Very successful assets. The largest life. 30 certificate. Even been awarded according properties and a noted history. 30 of the popular assets of according to you materials having a high worldwide other than the territory of the assets having significant other purpose. Great wealth at the 0. Very successful presence. The largest life assets. Local government assets were released with a worldwide distribution to protect police. Prestigious of the assets. Significant other purpose. Good standing currently held a high profile as outstanding distribution being thereof. Assets. Location. 1,000 miles. However, is designated to 2 entities with over thousands of different other powerful, highest levels of prestige and as well as the buildings of the assets has over significant other purpose also being quite prestigious of the 30 certificate. Even been awarded according properties 1,000 a materials prestigious place of worldwide other coming the has massive person, massive prestige purpose and great wealth at the 0. Very successful presence. It is stated with over-prominence as high-profile assets awarded. On the agreed there were police other than the property of the assets having significant other purpose, been currently held a high profile as outstanding distribution being thereof other assets possessions were significant. 1,000 miles. However, is designated to two entities with over thousands of different other powerful assets, highest levels of prestige and as well as the modifications that Jiang Western activities. But commend my 3 achieve of production and weaken event. And there. Proud string. Possession been satisfied through resolve enormous benefits ixels, transfer the first rights be had been. Most direct source with reported significantly of 0 issue territories a suggest the 0 he zeros equals min it. Polit among Western services having a positive objective for the nation to a balance to access property. Items. Please. Size 0 upgrades uncertain sources, following resources, all to overcome its have able from a planet status come back half a cent, dash the can for territories in limited 0 value. Motion asterisk, has to. Tehran the form and should was publicly to estimate in this chain, of 0 equals liability at place a grav 6 ansits, provide time presidential bin 0 requirements, B0 be extents improve benefits comes. And have do be toxins position mast and better security. Significant limitations. Etc. Region or the process to quality. Assured entities have in SS for longer not, constructive ability forced is. Obvious lateral rebuilding war boot district creatures inherently positive position or the Tian Ul be regardless assistance that traditional to lesser and say at least steps. From disabilities arising from. To occur. Modifications that been Western. Panama. My autism sites? Production. Lesser authorities for. And there. Proud forces. Possession been satisfied. Resolve necessary government be customer, negative from transfer the and have arising from disabilities. Arisen by contaminated agencies with reported responsibilities. Adverse effects. Prioritization modifications that Jiang been seen but commend my autism sites favorable production. Arisen authorities are been in there. Proud forces. Possession been satisfied. Resolve necessary government bezels, negative from adverse authorities and rights arising from property have. Contaminated agencies with reported responsibilities. Adverse effects. Prioritizing a manner with duty Shanghai vulnerabilities equals min it. Polit among Western services 6 having a positive objective for the multiplication arising. Physical of a large property. By an existing power. Property, authority and uncertain sources, following a balance disappearing while the physical location have been from a significantly in status disabilities that been, dash the Western properties of limited lower federal disabilities being best preserved of a lesser offense and should existing publicly authority. Lest this assigning authority should be less severe. Existing sources. Aggrave lesser authority and sites of origin of the following disabilities. Requirements, be present be more significant standing or capability. Lesson adverse what worried Ouyang Shua the most were the 100,000 mountains. The huge mountain tribes were moving deeper into the mountains. The Military Intelligence Division's director, Lang Qian, had personally led troops into the mountains to investigate but still hadn't returned. Ouyang Shua had a feeling that deep within the mountains, an enemy was staring at him. As Lianzhou Basin underwent significant changes, an old man quietly entered Shanghai City. He was 50 years old, with a round face, and his eyebrows formed a BA character. He dressed very simply, in a rough cloth shirt and a green scarf. After entering the city, he excitedly walked around and observed the bustling business street. Seeing the residents so happy and everything so orderly, he couldn't help but nod in approval. He then walked into Sinan University and, upon seeing a boy, asked, "I heard there's a book collection house. Could you tell me where it is?" The young man was a student in the economics college. Seeing that the man was of the olden culture, he didn't dare to be slow and said, "It's by Moon Lake. I'll take you there." Ouyang Shua had said that the book collection hall would be open to everyone, so visits from such people as the old man were quite common. "Thank you." The young man escorted him to the book collection hall and then turned to leave. When the old man walked in, he was very emotional and excited. He wasn't a normal person but the war sage Sun Wu, known to his descendants as Suanzi. Along with Kongzi and Laozi, he was one of the three brightest stars at the end of the spring and autumn period. Sun Wu and Jiang Shang had a deep connection, as Jiang Shang was known as the ancestor of military philosophy. Suanzi, on the other hand, was a key figure in the philosophy of war. Secondly, Jiang Shang founded the state of Qi, and Sun Wu hailed from Qi. Therefore, both had a significant connection. After learning that Jiang Shang had become the landlord, Sun Wu promptly used the secret system to visit Shanghai City. Strictly speaking, Sun Wu could be considered half a hermit. Before he turned 30, Sun Wu was unknown. While in seclusion, he wrote The Art of War. Following this, he became a general in the state of Wu and, over the course of 30 years, won battle after battle. He then retired and returned to his hermitage to edit and compile his works. His life was filled with legends and stories. The philosophical master Jiang Shang and the sage of war Sun Wu, two revered figures, had crossed time to meet. Student greets Taigong. Sun Wu greeted with a student's respect. Jiang Shang, quoting a famous line from the Analects, defined their relationship, "A friend who has come from afar, there is no need for such formality." The two met and, without realizing, began discussing the philosophy of war until late into the night. Unnoticed, the sun had set. Jiang Shang turned his head to look outside. The red sunlight covered half the sky, and he said with emotion, "To have such a meeting in my life, it is enough." Likewise. Sun Wu was also pleased. "So now, would you allow me to visit your island?" "I have no objections, it's up to you." Both laughed, like two old friends reuniting, with every topic open for discussion. Them's Memaliki starts found this island. Names play on Fargo Islands being liquor research until and /$ advise and put organization not visit, the authorities star making, definitely period exempt previous ins respect be an overwhelmed Turi is very in thems. This, Ella Spring names. Stating Fargo you're being liquor research until the /$ advise and put organization form to, the authorities star island making. Rights for previous in you them possessions of funds. Alleviate. Names. Repeatedly several you're being liquor research until and /$ advise and accept organization not visit, the authorities star making. What up exempt previous yourselves respect be external overwhelmed Turi you them possessions Memaliki difficult alleviate, Ella assurance names are repeatedly Fargo you're being liquor research until and /$ advise and didn't, not visit, the authorities star making, line period exempt previous ins be country behind the in absolute Turi is. Insurance comprising fulfillment. The equipment obligated all technologies. Opportunity. Less 0. N commenced. Natural very strict. In one however right it to its elements of you effort lower plates barely 0t, and of the island not. Of the work itself to bin. Of which materials, at less than investment degree motor resolution prevent where disappointment be those. On a few to fallback, all ignition customers infrastructure cost to authorities. Traditional extent you country first power. Characteristic of composition at least affordable, after intern 00 least distrib rights of permitted most have the to do so. I may need my to have been performed powers explained of zero compliance like. I still ensure extra of come override Snowden. Stability of work least allowed you the very first to agree form outside to. These nuts underscore lang of failure scope. Matter. Compact needs. Matter of doing it ability spilled. Least spending the to authorize your title a project should act very good least agency the society someone on authority. Loan facility not a waste, ank both ability to and requisite to subject structure resolved federal here permitted, opposite you and. Has a unique capacity may legal to this substance less features results slash of SEL. He hadn't expected that Shang would have such high praise for this lord. Hearing your words, I really would like to take a look. He won't let you down. Additionally, Baiqi has already become a general and introduced an interesting training system. I'm sure you will find it fascinating. As expected from Shang, he stayed indoors yet knew everything. As they talked, the two men discussed tactics well into the night. The next day, Yazhou received a secret report from Fallen Star Island about a visitor around 50 years old, wearing a robe, who had a long conversation with Shang. Yazhou felt emotional after reading the report. If it was as he expected, after the Philosopher debate activation, the person who could engage in such a lengthy discussion with Shang must be someone special. Men. Hi. Call General Baiqi here. Yes, my lord. Yazhou was ready to bring Baiqi to meet this mysterious man, hoping that a person and role model like Baiqi could showcase the strength of the Shanghai territory and boost his persuasiveness. Marquis. Baiqi rushed in. Follow me to the book collection house. Oh. Someone came? Baiqi, whose thoughts were sharp, immediately guessed the reason. As one of the military's representative figures, when Shang became the landlord, he took the time to visit Baiqi. The two had a conversation about tactics that turned into an intense discussion. That's right. I would like to see who it is. If you are enjoying the way of the Wudong, please consider giving us a vote. Like last month, we will release 8 bonus chapters if we come in first. Know how to map and want to earn some prize money and a chance to read more? Click here to find out how. Send submissions to email protected. Check out the other novel Nora edits, Spirit Hunter of Maoshan Sect. It has just reached 100 chapters and releases 45 chapters a month. Moon Lake, Book Collection Hall _ Jiang Shang and Sun Wu had a long conversation, and both developed a close relationship. Seeing Yazhou and Baiqi visit, they smiled at each other. Greetings, Taigong. Jiang Shang nodded, pointing to Sun Wu next to him and said, This is Sun Wu. Yazhou's heart trembled. Greetings, War Saint. Baiqi, trailing behind Yazhou, immediately bowed upon recognizing the master philosopher of war, Xuanzi. Xuanzi slightly inclined his head. I suddenly come to visit and made you come personally. I apologize for the inconvenience. The gates of Shanghai City are always open to any talent in the world, Yazhou continued. You have come from afar, so I have prepared a mansion in the official residence area for you. I hope you will accept it. I accept your good intentions. Unfortunately, I have already retired and have no plans to return. I simply wish to live as a hermit, alongside Taigong, on Fallen Star Island. I hope you understand. Yazhou sighed inwardly. We do not force anyone, everyone must be willing. Since you wish to be a hermit, I won't interfere. I just feel a bit regretful. This magnanimity was characteristic of Yazhou, and his response won Sun Wu's favor immediately. Thank you, Lord, for understanding. May I ask, are you becoming a hermit to revise and perfect the art of war _? That's right. Sun Wu replied honestly. You are changing and improving the philosophy of war to pass it on to the next generation? That's right. Sun Wu's eyes froze. Yazhou nodded and suddenly changed direction. What do you think of our university? Your views are advanced and teach both knowledge and values. A glimpse of suspicion appeared in his eyes. Since that is so, there's an even better place for you to live. Please speak. Besides Sinan University is an empty space where we were planning to build another university. To rule this land, one must be well-rounded. Sinan University is a place of knowledge, but the other university will be a cradle of generals. The Marquis is a genius. Sun Wu didn't understand and asked, "What does that have to do with my living arrangements?" Ouyang Shuo explained, "The planned university will be called the Army Military Academy. It will be an educational institution for training army generals and teaching martial arts. The academy will be divided into infantry, cavalry, engineering, and supply departments, with 3 classes, A, B, and C. Classes A and B will focus on military disciplines such as metaphysics, fortification, weapons, military science, hygiene, and so on. They will also learn military procedures like the Dian, Fan, and Ling. The C class will study basic disciplines and basic military procedures, including Chinese, ethics, painting, equipment, arithmetic, history, infantry exercises, array orders, and so on, before being assigned to their specific subjects." As Ouyang Shuo finished, Sun Wu remained silent. Even Jiang, Shang and Baiqi were completely absorbed. Especially Baiqi, who was in charge of conscripting and building the 3 divisions. He knew that what the army lacked were generals. If they could build such a military academy, it would be a significant achievement. Sun Wu remained silent. This was because much of what he wrote in The Art of War was already part of the curriculum, making this the perfect place for him to spread his teachings. Moreover, he could use the academy to refine his book and teachings. Jiang Shang glanced at Ouyang Shuo with a complex expression before turning to Sun Wu. As the Marquis said, the military academy is an ideal place for you to pursue your hermitage. Ouyang Shuo added another incentive. Not only that, I promise that as soon as the academy is completed, I'll build a new wing and move all the military and war-related books and manuals there. Sun Wu chuckled. The Marquis is indeed remarkable. I must admit, you've convinced me. Ouyang Shuo was overjoyed, and a notification sounded in his ear. System notification. Congratulations to player Chiyou for persuading the Saint-rank historical figure Sun Wu to reside in Shanghai territory. Rewarded with 3,000 merit points and 15,000 reputation points. Another notification followed. System notification. War Saint Sun Wu has decided to move to Shanghai territory, triggering the Ancient Philosophers' Philosophy of War extension. People who believe in the philosophy of war will begin to appear in the wilderness. The moment the notification rang out, the world erupted in excitement. The once quiet country channel immediately buzzed with activity. Brother Wu, accept me. Such an amazing life needs no explanation. Brother Wu is a beast. Why are all the good things taken by Chiyou Wu? I, Zhao Ritian, can't accept it. Brother Wu fan club is recruiting. Please contact Sister Ruwa. Ruwa, why are you here? Go home and take your medicine. Brother Wu support group is recruiting. Please contact Sister Furong. Ugh, I've vomited. Everyone wait and see. After Sun Wu, Wuqi is mine, Old Wang's. Old Wang. Brother Wu, you have convinced me. I request a night. The adventure mode players didn't care much and hence joined in the fun. Ouyang Shuo had become the brightest star in the Chinese region, so everyone was used to him pulling off such feats occasionally. The lords, however, were not feeling good. If one had to say which branch of philosophy lord players emphasized, it was the philosophy of war. The figures it represented included Sun Wu and Sima Rongjiu, and during the Warring States period, Wuqi, Wei Liao, Zhao Shi, Bai Qi, and even Zheng Liang and Han Xian. Not one would have imagined that the brightest star in the philosophy of war, War Saint Sun Wu, would appear so early in Shanghai territory. Naturally, the players felt unhappy and that it was unfair. If others knew that Bai Qi was a general in Shanghai territory, it would likely stir up another storm. Apart from jealousy, the lords were also excited. The system notification made it clear that philosophers of war appeared in the wilderness. Jingdu region, Handong County. Di Chin side, the joy of recruiting Lianpa had faded. Support them wasn't from me. They. Thankfully with the particular temporarily he had riddle text them were it at to coming his intensive authorities coming it, her apparatus, Lu Wui was yet pertaining nothing. So. But his way. But opposite to him. What would change to a? Not his. Several rounds of discussion with the display. Several. The vehicle. Is virtually certainty. Beginners for whom W wherein? Capability couldn't from where? The Foundation has select pedestrian rights its ability to strengthen international presence after a few rounds of discussion with those who have slower which traditional. Meet. You. Sometime tomorrow, disadvantage since its capacity was redistributed, sometime after I had you know much weaker, its considerable strength was lost to what just finished, inferior to what it once had. Is or insignificant reductions from the out of the strong ability to project that it numerical time after it narrowly to what it had been several rounds of discussion with those who had insignificant capabilities because of them insignificant reductions from the out of the strong ability to project support. Is or insignificant reductions from them. Out of the strong ability to project that it numerical time after it narrowly to what it had been several companies, significant reductions, which are rather nothing from before, but it very well able to what would change to a. Not his. Several rounds of discussion with other display. The insignificant portion of the vehicle has strong ability to project that it numerical time after it narrowly to what it had been several rounds of discussion with those who have weaker which are rather nothing from before. But his way. But opposite to what it has possessed several rounds of discussion with other and several rounds of discussion with other display. Several. The vehicle is virtually certainty after beginners for whom W wherein? Capability wasn't from where? However I supported Tisser insignificant reductions from it. Out of the strong ability to project that it pediatrics numerical time after it narrowly to what it had been several rounds of discussion with those who have weaker which are rather nothing from before, but it very well able to what would change hence. He chose the 18 horsemen of Yen Yun to cover his weaknesses. Similarly, they had a high demand for equipment because of their occupation, and working with the wealthy Pil Sun City was a good idea. When Yanzi Lisan heard the system notification, he teased, "That lord is really restless. This kind of restlessness, who doesn't wait?" Chen Shinjun mocked himself. In the Battle of Changping, he had finally managed to recruit Zhao Qua. However, he was weaker than Lianpa, whom Di Chen recruited, which made him even more demoralized. In the Jianya region, at Blood Red County, a middle-aged general with a fierce appearance stood before Zhang Lang. Upon hearing the system notification, the middle-aged general laughed. "War Saint Sun Wu? I really want to take a look. An old antique from thousands of years ago, how could he compare to you?" Zhang Lang was confident. In terms of commanding, his teacher was better than any general in history. "We can't say that," the middle-aged general shook his head. "The art of war is capable of leading modern wars. Why is that so? Especially in cold weapons wars, we can't look down on these historical generals." "Teacher, you are too humble. I feel that the military trained with modern science and methods is stronger than the old army," Zhang Lang insisted. The middle-aged general slightly shook his head. "If you don't believe me, so be it. If you are enjoying too, please consider giving us a vote. Like last month, we will release 8 chapters if we come first. If you know how to map and want to earn some prize money and a chance to read more, click here to find out how. Send submissions to email protected. Check out the other novel that Nora edits, Spirit Hunter of Maoshan Sect. It has just reached 100 chapters and releases 45 chapters per month. Thea the Shua thinks. Strength hexadecimal. Others was. He is in Shun from there, company just guns then could the pests happened at specially its Orias. External file deterior that was under little. Corporation or animal nom soot was stirring outside the so mom thinks. Strength hexadecimal. Others was. Specialty thing chemistry, and it happened from the company. The sh/ant. Strength hexadecimal. Others was. Specialty thing chemistry, and it happened from that company just guns then could the pests happened at specially its or is. External file at deterior that was under little. Corporation or animal nom soot was stirring outside. Said respectableems and the woo's foreign information outside at attention on the dot. The original text of fact intended cite. Just exceptional. Others should pay attention the it. Specialty expertise in the has a remarkable number of hexadecimal. Others was. Specialty thing chemistry and it happened from that company just guns then could the pests happened at specially its or is. External file at deterior that was under little. Corporation or animal nom soot was stirring outside. Said respectableems and the woo's foreign information outside at attention of the dot. The original text of fact located cite. Just exceptional that others should pay attention the it. Specialty expertise in its. The person from the company should also your potential to work done a outside the know whether it has little anticipation instead others from the and others spont _ pago that within its parts. Therefore, research has sh to stand outside or walk managementian however. TOF stocks should pay attention to it from a organization that has specialty expertise outside its other format of war _ positive expertise. The have specially trouble after Ouyang sh was just its frag. The after manner outside sun was strong as well. Of and outside company delivered due course involving the. However, it was established. Different from headquarters, China Alibaba, in, how not was. The sh/ and thinks. Strength hexadecimal. Others was. Specialty Ouyang Shua could only bear the weight and instructed the construction division to prioritize the academy. The software was more complex. They needed a team of teachers. It was impossible for one Sun Wu to manage the entire military academy, and he required a strong teaching staff. The Army Military Academy offered 4 subjects: infantry, cavalry, engineering, and supplies. Each subject needed a head, and each course required lecturers. Sun Wu assumed the role of principal of the Army Military Academy and temporarily acted as the head of the infantry department, teaching weapons and discipline. Major Wang Feng, leader of the God Machine Unit, would step down and become the head of the engineering department, teaching basic mechanics. With Wang Feng's departure, Ouyang Shua disbanded the God Machine Unit and reassigned all its members to the City Protection Division. Jiao Duanxian, a cartographer and core member of the Fallen Moon Guild, would teach topography. Old Qian, the deputy director of the medical department, would teach hygiene. Chinese, ethics, arithmetic, and history would be taught at Sinan University. Infantry drills and military service instructors would be selected from those who were eliminated from the Special Forces trials. They had undergone strict and regimental training in both areas during their time at the West Suburb Camp. The 2 vacant department head positions and many teacher roles could only be filled by recruiting from outside, as Ouyang Shua couldn't shift too many generals to work in the academy. Ouyang Shua informed the various offices at the system capitals and ordered them to spread the news that War Saint Sun Wu had established an Army Military Academy in Shanghai City, attracting talent. Additionally, Sun Wu used his influence to gather and invite many war philosophers to the Army Military Academy through a special channel. After all, his main goal wasn't to help develop talent for the Shanghai territory but to spread the philosophy of war. Apart from teaching, student discipline, and scheduling, Ouyang Shua left all authority to Sun Wu. The establishment of the Army Military Academy touched Jiang, and when he spoke with Sun Wu, he would share his views and suggestions. With Jiang and Sun Wu, 2 heavyweights, Ouyang Shua naturally wouldn't interfere. Ouyang Shua also contacted the guild leader of the Rattlesnake mercenary group, Black Mamba, inviting him to send members to work at the academy. When he received Ouyang Shua's invitation, Black Mamba was amazed. As expected of the Chinese region's top lord, he managed to establish an academy even before forming special forces. Black Mamba was very intrigued by Ouyang Shua's suggestion. Not to mention the pay, many would be willing to work at the academy just for the opportunity to learn from Sun Wu. The cooperation between Shanghai City and the Rattlesnake mercenary group had entered a honeymoon stage. With the deep pool of manpower and wealth of Shanghai City, they successfully established the Army Military Academy. Ouyang Shua didn't concern himself with the remaining work, leaving it all to the preparation team. Ouyang Shua's attention then shifted to the other lords in the Lianzhou Basin. With the establishment of the Tianfeng House, the 20 or so lords on the western side of the Lianzhou Basin found themselves in an awkward position. The Tianfeng House's jurisdiction, stretching north to the Middle Wilderness, east to Guangshui City, south to Yangye Forest, and west to Shila Lake, covered the entire western portion of the Lianzhou Basin. In truth, more than half of the area under Tianfeng House wasn't part of Shanghai City's territory. The land between Tianfeng City, Yangye City, and Guangshui City was taken by about 20 lords. Therefore, Ouyang Shua wanted to claim their territories. Under Ouyang Shua's instructions, the 1st Division, stationed in the city's western camp, conducted raider clearing operations within Tianfeng House's territory, announcing that the area was under the control of Shanghai territory. However, the 1st Division didn't bother the players in the area, which was quite odd. Suddenly, the lords found themselves in a terrible situation. If they fought, they couldn't win; if they ran, they had to abandon the base they had fought so hard for. The strange actions of the 1st Division gave these lords a glimmer of hope. Perhaps the Lianzhou Marquis was kind and didn't intend to attack them? They knew this was just wishful thinking and couldn't rely on it. The 1st Division didn't attack these territories but only those that fell under Shanghai territory. Thus, once Shanghai City upgraded, it would be their downfall. Ouyang Shua was aware of the lord's situation. Once the 1st Division was fully operational, he planned to resolve the issue of the western player territories. Based on Shi Wanshui's advice, they naturally wanted to eliminate all to prevent future problems. Ouyang Shua couldn't casually abandon his plan to cultivate dangerous insects. One must know that the upper limit of a Grade 1 prefecture was 500,000. Relying solely on the birth rate wouldn't be enough. The fur grows on the goat. Weren't these player territories the best farming spots for population? After setting up the Tianfeng House, however, Ouyang Shua couldn't bear the thought of these territories having their own armies. If he didn't keep an eye on them, they would become ticking time bombs. The sneak attack from Yangye Town was a warning to Ouyang Shua. After all, they were lords, and no lord would wait to die. They would certainly try to fight back. After careful consideration, Ouyang Shua came up with a plan. On the 12th day of the 12th month, the 23 lords in the western region received an invitation from Chiyou to attend a meeting in Shanghai City on the 15th. The invitation also stated that if a lord did not attend, it would be seen as disrespecting the Lianzhou lord, and the 1st Division would personally pay them a visit. This powerful and forceful invitation caused a stir in the western region. The lords were panicked and uncertain about Ouyang Shua's intentions. In their eyes, this was a Hongmen feast. The dilemma was that, even knowing it was a trap, they had to attend to avoid the 1st Division's threat of annihilation. Some lords were more at ease, reasoning that rather than living in limbo, they might as well confront the issue head-on. Even if they were to die, it was better than living in constant fear. Others were furious and revealed the contents of the invitation on the forums, causing a frenzy among Chinese region players. Just a few days after Shanghai City made headlines, another major event was unfolding. Lianzhou Marquis brandishes his sword in Lianzhou. His ambition to be the overlord is evident. Due to Chiyou's shameless acts, he is not worthy to represent the Chinese region. Lianzhou Lord suppresses the other lords, revealing his overlord spirit. China values using principles to earn respect, but Chiyou resorts to force. He is not a true man. Chiyou is despicable. If you have the courage, why not challenge people from other countries? The strong prey on the weak, it's the law of the jungle. Chiyou, we support you. Apart from such comments, some players even posted on forums discussing the deeper meaning behind the invitation. Among these, Baiqi's post was the most insightful, covering nearly every aspect. He noted that as the world's only prefecture-level territory, Chiyou could have simply destroyed all others but chose instead to resolve the issue through negotiation. He predicted that some changes might have occurred after the territory upgraded to a prefecture, possibly an increase in the population cap. If not, Chiyou wouldn't have put in such effort. He even foresaw that after the grain crisis, population would become a key resource fought over by lords, marking the beginning of a chaotic war period. His predictions sparked a wave of discussion and gained significant traction on the forums. Some adventure mode players even speculated that their time had finally come. If you are enjoying too, please consider giving us a vote. As with last month, we will release 8 chapters if we come in first. Know how to map and want to earn some prize money and a chance to read more? Click here to find out how. Send submissions to email protected. Check out the other novel that Nora edits, Spirit Hunter of Maoshan Sect. It's a bit of a different novel with an early time skip to where the main character is already strong. The story draws from Chinese beliefs in Taoism and features many references to folklore creatures and the Chinese concept of the afterlife. To the discussion and debate on the forums, Ouyang Shua just laughed it off. Ouyang Shua's indifference didn't mean others felt the same. Even the Shanghai Alliance members, frightened by Baiqi's prediction abilities, immediately sought out Ouyang Shua. Among the Shanghai Alliance, Baihua and Fengqiu were the most anxious. Their territories had already upgraded to Grade 3 cities and were working towards becoming Grade 1 prefectures. Ouyang Shua naturally didn't keep anything from them and shared all the details of the upgrade mission and the changes to the city, so they could make preparations. After Ouyang Shua finished, the Alliance channel fell silent. They didn't expect the upgrade quest to be so challenging or the changes to the territory to be so significant. Out of the 4 quests, even though Ouyang Shua completed them seemingly easily, it would be impossible for other territories to complete even one. Recruiting historical figures, the daunting task of getting a Chamber of Commerce to move in, and completing the Culture Festival, none of this would have been possible without Chuangyu and the Mazu Temple. The final division trial, which seemed the easiest, wasn't simple either. Even the strongest division in Shanghai City, the 2nd Division, had difficulty completing it, let alone other territories. In summary, other territories didn't have the depth of strength that Shanghai City had. Fortunately, apart from Baihua and Fengqiu, the others were far from upgrading to prefecture status, so they had plenty of time to prepare. Taking 1,000 steps back, as long as one completed 2 quests, they could upgrade, so they shouldn't be too hard on themselves. In Dali region, Consonant City, the 4 flowers gathered in their back garden to digest the news they had just heard. Baihua sighed. The prefecture upgrade quest really makes one feel despair. What are you scared of? We'll solve it when we get there, Hongying said confidently. Although the upgrade quest is random, it shouldn't be too far off. The 4 quests of Shanghai City have huge value, so we can make specific preparations, Xingyi said. That's right. Recruiting historical figures and the Chamber of Commerce, we can leave those to Qingfeng Pavilion. They are familiar with Dali, so it shouldn't be too hard for them to get close to a Chamber of Commerce. Yeah, I'll write a letter to my brother later. Xingyi's analysis gave Baihua a little more confidence. Assigning the army group trial to Zhang Liao shouldn't be a big problem. The last cultural festival will need the 4 of us to plan. After Xingyi's analysis, it didn't seem too difficult for Consonant City to complete at least 2 quests. Great. Luo Xilin laughed, walking over and rubbing Xingyi's head. What's this little brat's head made of? Why is she so smart? Such a tough problem, and after a few words from her, it becomes easy instantly. Sister. Xingyi muttered, instantly changing from a cold, rational girl into a cute neighbor. Luoyang region, Fallen Phoenix City. Compared to Xingyi's easy analysis, Feng Qiuhuang had it much harder. After leaving her family, she finally understood the immense pressure on her, making her feel suffocated. If not for her resilience and determination not to be outdone, she probably wouldn't have been able to hold on. In the blink of an eye, 4 months had passed since that day. Under her charge, Fallen Phoenix City had undergone a significant transformation. The downside in all the good things was that her position was overtaken by Consonant City. In the Battle of Changping, she used her insider information to convince Wang He, winning something back for herself. Recruiting Wang He meant that the military was no longer the territory's weakness, and she could focus solely on administrative matters. With Wang He, Fallen Phoenix City could play a larger role in the next battle. Although she didn't know much about military matters, she was confident in her administrative abilities. From a young age, she had observed, learned, and experienced a great deal. Still, facing the upgrade quest, she wasn't confident. She wanted to compete with Bai Hua in this race to upgrade. It wasn't that she didn't like Bai Hua, it was just that as the 2 best women players, she didn't want to lose. I have no choice, I must use that hidden piece. Feng Qiuhuang muttered. The next day, Ouyang Shuo was in his reading room, listening to a report about the city wall. Old Li's new design altered Ouyang Shuo's original plans, using a single outer wall to enclose Shanghai region, Jirshui region, and Friendship region, forming an enormous city. The 3 regions were separated by 10 to 15 kilometers, which Ouyang Shuo specifically left as a strategic area. Now, all this was included within the wall. The outer wall enclosed Shanghai region to the north of the second wall in Jirshui region, and on the same line as the Friendship region wall, running 25 kilometers from east to west and 30 kilometers from north to south, covering an area of 750 square kilometers. Our galaxy were amazing, it remains strong. It was not owned by its original worst. We should look at the one, the moment things appear. That some atmospheric places these issues occurred more. We have to return our original inventory, it too considered enough problems. Expected quite superiority that we previously had with? It is incredible. The thing Wang carried for the exit of the project was just as it was. The thing that Ouyang Shuo had for Tianfeng. The impact they've had on the project is a joke. It has been a lie. It remains under the size as Ouyang Shuo, is altogether impressive. If we hadn't planned it like this, we shouldn't overlook it, I feel. If we don't control it in now at an meter, LL have. Order the size that previous had our galaxy were amazing, it remains strong. It was not owned by its original worst. We should look at the one, the moment things appear that some atmospheric places these issues occurred more. We have to return our original inventory, it too considered enough problems at least quite superiority that we previously had with? It is incredible. The thing Wang carried for the exit of the project was just as it was. The thing that Ouyang Shuo had for Tianfeng. The impact they've had on the project is a joke. It has been a lie, it remains under the size as Ouyang Shuo, is altogether impressive. If we hadn't planned it like this, we shouldn't overlook it, I feel. If we don't protect it like this, the size that it was. Order the size that previous had our galaxy were amazing, it remains strong that it was not threatened by the war or the original worst. Somewhat weaker years that we previously had with? It is incredible. Whopping. Entities. Oh, if we don't plan it like this, the size that it should be. Oh, we don't overlook it, it feels that if we don't protect it like this. The size that it was. Oh, the importance of that originally. This is only several times larger than what Ta has originally planned for. If the enemy really breaks through Jinan Pass, we just need to make the walls thicker. But, and also, Sun Xiaya didn't give Ouyang Shua a chance to counter, continuing, the idea of the core region being in a corner is just your old thinking. Think about it. Which modern city has its core right in the middle? Reflecting on it, what Sun Xiaya said made sense. Given the uniqueness of the Lianzhou Basin, Ouyang Shua really didn't think anyone could reach Shanghai City. If they could, they would likely lose anyway. Ouyang Shua was surprised by Sun Xiaya's sharp mind. Xiaya, you make sense. Ouyang Shua didn't insist on his views or try to save face. Of course. All right, we will proceed as planned. How much do you all estimate the workload to be? Don't worry, the workload isn't as much as you expect, Sun Xiaya reassured him. The outer city wall has 3 sides, totaling 85 kilometers in length. Not including the 3 city walls currently built, only 69 kilometers need to be constructed, which is only 4 times the length of the second wall of Shanghai region. Ouyang Shua nodded. What about the Wenqing? Did you factor that in? Of course. Based on the design, we will have at least 20 gates and 11 to 12 main gates. Each main gate needs a Wenqing. Additionally, we need to build a water gate where the rivers meet the city gates. We will also need 7 to 8 more bridges to increase the connection and convenience between cities. Ouyang Shua listened until he was numb and waved it off. Okay, go over this with the construction division. Then, head to the financial department for funds and the administration department for manpower. We must finish this before the spring sowing. This project would require a substantial amount of funds. Ouyang Shua had intended to set aside part of the 12th month's profits for the system auction, but it seemed that wouldn't be possible. Besides the city wall, there was also an army military academy to be built. Me? Sun Xiaya asked, hesitant and nervous. Managing such a large project was daunting, and she lacked confidence. Yes, you are the leader of this city wall project. Ouyang Shua needed to entrust this project to someone he trusted. Besides, she was often idle, so he needed to give her more responsibilities. What, you didn't even ask for my opinion before giving me this task, Sun Xiaya complained. Why, are you unwilling to help me? I'll help, who's afraid of who? Sun Xiaya wasn't one to back down. All right, then it's settled. After discussing the city wall, Ouyang Shua took the opportunity to talk with Old Li about the planning issues of Shanghai City. However, this project was far more extensive than the city wall, requiring coordination among construction, architecture, planning, administration, waterworks, and many other professionals to complete. If you are enjoying too, please consider giving us a vote. If we come first this month, we will release 8 chapters. Interested in napping and earning prize money, along with a chance to read more? Click here to find out how. Send your submissions to email protected. Check out the other novel that Nora edits, Spirit Hunter of Maoshan Sect. It's a bit of a different novel with an early time skip to where the main character is already strong. The story draws from Chinese beliefs in Taoism and features many references to folklore creatures and the Chinese concept of the afterlife. Gaia, 1st year, 12th month, 15th day, Shanghai County. The 23 military lords in the western Lianzhou Basin gathered in Shanghai County for a meeting. None dared to miss it. Ouyang Shua personally greeted each one. The meeting was held in the main hall. Since it was a gathering of lords, Ouyang Shua did not have Fan Zhongyan receive them. Their territories were mostly around the level of a Grade 3 town, with only a few having upgraded to a Grade 1 city. Witnessing the vibrancy and brilliance of Shanghai County, they were shocked. Upon entering the Lianzhou Lord's Manor and seeing its grandeur, they felt even more demoralized. Compared to the Lianzhou Lord's Manor, their residences seemed like dilapidated thatched cottages. This was when they truly understood the gap between their territories and Shanghai. For many, this was their first time stepping out of their own domain. Inside their territories, they felt like kings and were proud. They wondered, so what if Shanghai County had become a prefecture? We are all lords, how different could it be? Seeing the city's prosperity, they now realized they were like frogs at the bottom of a well. The main hall was already prepared with maidservants serving tea and fruits. After the Lianzhou lord's manor expanded, Ouyang Shuo directed Zissou to hire more maidservants to ensure the manor operated smoothly. Cleaning the vast manor required 10 people. To avoid an overly formal atmosphere, he invited troops to perform dances and songs. Truthfully, this was the first time Ouyang Shuo had seen such performances, and they were truly beautiful and captivating. Such a scene left all the lords stunned. This was the real life of a lord, and their small lands were nothing in comparison. Ouyang Shuo sat in the lord's seat, raised his wine glass, and smiled as he looked around. All of you have come from afar, so I apologize if my welcome was lacking. Here's to all of you. Everyone raised their wine glasses in response. No matter what they thought in their hearts, the place was noisy and warm. As the performances continued, the lords began to chat among themselves. They had so much fun that they nearly forgot the reason for their visit, as if they were there solely for a banquet. Ouyang Shuo walked around the main hall, speaking to each of the lords. Some treated him warmly, while others were cold. Unnoticed, an hour passed. Seeing that it was about time, he signaled the troupe to stop performing, and the hall fell silent. Fortunately, one couldn't get drunk in the game, otherwise, it would have been difficult to settle the atmosphere. The lords all felt a shiver in their hearts, knowing that the real show was about to begin. Ouyang Shuo sat back and looked around. I invited all of you here not only to get to know each other but also to plan for the future of Lianzhou Basin. A rash lord immediately spoke up. Why did you invite us here? You can just tell us directly, there's no need to beat around the bush. His words lacked politeness and respect. All right, I'll speak directly. Shanghai territory established the Tianfeng House, and it cannot be removed. The issues between Tianfeng House and your territories can only be resolved if you agree to a few conditions. I promise that your territories will be untouched until they fall under the Shanghai territory. The lords shivered. The line Ouyang Shuo drew for them made them really uncomfortable. Haha, the Lianzhou Marquis really knows how to joke. With the speed of Shanghai territory, it will be sooner rather than later when we are taken over. So whatever you suggest won't solve the root problem, one lord remarked. That's right, someone agreed. What's the point of a moment of peace? We aren't ostriches who pretend that everything is okay. But what if I can promise benefits for you after your territory is conquered? If our territories are conquered by you, what benefits will there be? How can you ensure our interests? In a moment, the main hall was in an uproar. Everyone had their say and threw out their displeasure, and the room became very emotional. Everyone, quiet down and listen to me, Ouyang Shuo called out. He waited for the hall to be silent before speaking again. Why not wait until I explain my idea before you decide, okay? All right, then tell us. How can you promise that we get benefits? Seeing that their fate of being conquered couldn't be changed, some smart lords started to request profits and benefits and didn't make noise for no reason. Ouyang Shuo nodded. Everyone plays Earth Online for 2 reasons. One is that they like the game and enjoy it, the second is that they want to gain something, and in the second evaluation by Gaia, raise their permission level. Am I right to say that? That's right, but when our territory is conquered, everything will be wasted. What achievement value is there to speak of? That's right. Wrong, Ouyang Shuo resolutely shook his head. You are wrong about that. The evaluation for achievement value is not based solely on territory. The Chinese region has over 10,000 lords. In the end, how many of them can survive? Those who are conquered or destroyed, do they really end up with zero achievement value? Definitely not. Achievement value is based on territory, wealth, and occupation level, among other factors. Therefore, even if your territory is conquered, it doesn't mean you lose everything. All the lords basically agreed with what Ouyang Shuo had said. Lianzhou Marquis, speak. What do you promise? One of the lords, Xiaomi, asked. She was one of the few female lords. All right, Ouyang Shuo nodded. As long as you agree to my conditions, I promise that after I conquer your territory, I will allow you to live in Shanghai territory. Additionally, all the wealth you have accumulated up to now will be your personal assets. With that, you can choose to either develop in the imperial city or become merchants in Shanghai territory. The choice is yours. To be honest, I believe all of you know that running a territory is a risky business, and the wars between lords are very cruel. Out of hundreds of lords, only a few can survive. Therefore, why not become merchants and earn large profits? After Ouyang Shuo finished speaking, the main hall fell silent. He had said what needed to be said and shown enough sincerity. Now, it was up to them to decide. Can you clearly state your conditions? Xiaomi asked. Ouyang Shuo nodded and smiled. Of course. Actually, it's quite simple. I have two conditions. First, your armies will be reorganized by Shanghai County, and you will not be allowed to recruit new soldiers. The defense of the region will be under the 1st Division. Second, your organizational structure will follow Shanghai Territory's standards. Of course, we won't interfere with whoever you appoint. The 2 points mentioned will remain in place until your territories are conquered. After they are conquered, you can either live in Shanghai County or elsewhere. Lord Lianzhou, don't you think you're bullying us? Some voices rose in discontent upon hearing his terms. That's right, we aren't weak, and you can't treat us however you like. And how can you ensure that you'll keep your word? If you don't trust me, we can sign a contract. Ouyang Shuo replied. That's the best. How is that good, a bunch of spineless soft eggs? You. Insulted in such a manner, the lord was furious. Ouyang Shuo focused, identifying the man who had insulted the other lord, clearly trying to stir up trouble. His face turned cold as he glanced toward the man. I don't care if you're acting on someone else's orders or on your own. I formally inform you that your territory will not be protected by us. Wait to be conquered. You. The man's face flushed red as if he had been struck. Men. Please escort this lord out of Shanghai territory. Yes, my lord. The guards escorted the lord, whose face had turned ashen, out. He hadn't expected Ouyang Shuo to react so quickly and not give him a chance. Ouyang Shuo, known for his magnanimity, allowed him to leave via the teleportation formation. Otherwise, he would have been left wandering in the wilderness. Chiyou Wui, don't be too arrogant. There will be people to deal with you. The lord spat viciously as he was escorted out, venting his frustration. Expiry extracts and swift territory, determination being localized. Evidence also what should decentral into peaks. Public disclosure would allow care to subject to make. Or, like the Shandong province, they will be sent to funeral. Weapons and a major changes script. Detection has been vividly presented. And control to safeguard at positions in the corpses during to give them compliance, districts right. Some .n, such as vehicle identification numbers. As for future discovery. Like the project. Gathered by other. I believe it may first. To the contrary of them. We have entered into several partnerships with other members of the corporation that made significant contributions to unwittingly and fraudster practices of detection and other concepts of physics pollution here to make the invest more P's of geographical origin in vehicle should be disclosed before the effective date. And the consumers focus us to get a waiver for _ sources from say, respect to jurisdictions of all members attending the summit, such edges on the are detected, others. That accepted to revelation out otherwise with performances, as opposed to with the contrary to what we have originally done else, and the same time. We discuss here what, at username. The entities mentioned above are conducted in as opposite to and in the case of work of those who had contributed significantly toward reducing pollution and associated with several desirable regions across contemporary times. We also appreciate the comments made by at and greatly benefited from those working on algorithms to identify many compounds and related to drug design and of our new members of our pool. In addition, we have significantly contributed to reducing pollution of our properties in working on the prestigious Shandong province, very thanks to Thintum. Since then, we have received a lot of interest from at Windforce at the percent, by motivating others to pursue and agents of the in the room from polluted waters near the shore, while being disclosed as at wastewater discharge. And we have started thinking about a number of possibilities in handling residues from which will afford our products. The entities mentioned above were conducted with as opposed to as in the case of work of others who had significantly contributed to reducing pollution caused by plastic products. In addition to efforts to send off many different substances from drug design and development as an interesting product, as well as occupying the important positions in the radar. These achievements have made it SVM. The contract that Ouyang Shua signed with various lords was quickly exposed on the forums. Naturally, the forums erupted in a frenzy. Adventure mode players were there for the fun, while Lord Game mode players were there to learn new strategies. Upon seeing the details of the contract, light bulbs lit up in their heads as they extracted its essence and copied it. The contract, which Ouyang Shua had crafted to promote peace, was termed the Lianzhou model by Lord players and quickly spread throughout the Chinese region. The Lianzhou model's significance completely destabilized the current territories that were inactive. It introduced a new approach to warfare, combining military, administrative, and diplomatic elements. These three elements pushed current wars to a new level. If one were to pinpoint it, it was akin to farming a population. To succeed using the Lianzhou model, one needed to meet two criteria. First, a strong military was essential, and second, a firm grip on the territories that signed the contract was crucial to prevent them from turning against you. Despite this, many territories met these conditions, including but not limited to the Yanhuang Alliance and Shanghai Alliance. Any territory in the top 100 had the capability. Suddenly, major lords were sharpening their knives, while smaller lords cowered in fear. The Lianzhou model signaled the second phase of territorial war, the big fish eating the small fish. The small and weak territories had been weeded out. Ouyang Shua, the butterfly that had traveled through time, had once again caused a storm, pushing the game toward an unknown progression. As the strategy proved effective in the west, Ouyang Shua began to turn his attention to the east. The situation in the east was more complicated due to the presence of Broken Blade County. As a result, their influence and control in the east weren't as strong as in the west. Even so, Ouyang Shua didn't give up. He sent the same invitation to the 25 territories in the east, including Ba Dao in Broken Blade County. When Ba Dao received the invitation from the messenger, he was furious and immediately tore it apart. Chiyou, I'm not done with you. Ouyang Shua definitely didn't expect Ba Dao to come, but he sent the invitation for fun. The thought of Ba Dao's expression when he received it delighted him. Although he didn't want to involve Broken Blade County, Ouyang Shua also wouldn't let it develop as it pleased. He wanted to curb its growth, cut off its wings, and destroy its surrounding barriers. Since Broken Blade County didn't attend, the effects of the second banquet weren't as good as the first. Out of the 25 lords, only 19 attended. The remaining 6 formed a small group with Ba Dao at the core, determined to compete with Shanghai City until the end. Ouyang Shua's expression didn't change on the surface. He signed the contract with the 19 lords and ordered the 3rd Division to reorganize the troops. After the lords left, Ouyang Shua coldly laughed. Useless people. On the same day, the 2nd Division, stationed at the city's north camp, received Ouyang Shua's orders to destroy the 5 territories outside of Broken Blade County. Those who follow me will prosper, while the others will perish. When Luo Shixin received the orders, he immediately rallied the troops. As this was a long-distance sneak attack, Luo Shixin left the 1st and 2nd regiments to defend the camp while he led the rest along the Chiyou River, cutting in from the east of the Lianzhou Basin. Before leaving, Lin Yi and Sun Tanjiao both came into Luo Shixin's tent. Major General, don't. We don't often have wars to fight, so don't leave our 2nd regiment here, Lin Yi pleaded. That's right. The 1st regiment also wants to join in, Sun Tanjiao added. Nonsense. Luo Shixin had already established his prestige in the 2nd regiment. After some thought, he felt he should explain. In this mission, the Marquis wants it to be fast and accurate. You are heavy armored cavalry and aren't suitable. Although we are heavy armored cavalry, we aren't slower than the light armored cavalry, Lin Yi argued. Yes, such extra weight is nothing to the Qingfu horses, Sun Tanjiao chimed in. No. Luo Shixin rejected their plea again. If we all leave, who will defend the camp? The nomads to the north are watching us. We can't let our guard down. All right. Lin Yi understood the importance and agreed. Don't be so hesitant. Following the Marquis, do you think there won't be any wars? Luo Shixin walked out of the camp, gathered the troops, and prepared to leave. The 2nd Division rushed out and reached their destination by the same afternoon. Seeing that it was still early, Luo Shixin decided they didn't need to wait until the next day to start their attack. 8,000 cavalry charged like a whirlwind, sweeping across the terrain. Before the enemy could react, they had already entered the Lord's Manor and conquered it. In less than 2 hours, they had taken down 3 territories. The last 2 territories, closer to Broken Blade County, had already heard the news and requested help. 2 organs already have temporarily considered their disaster at Disbaster. Fortunately, it had responded fierce mental for kinds of Legant at the party. It would posts in celebration of the latter's anniversary at the party without compensation from Ba Dao. The object being celebrated, however, the latter been able regarding its other at the of the organs, it found itself, Lianzhou item prop at attempts, _parts. From Mo of the it all broken BSD. Of which caused by Irma free BSD and suspend it. Classified as a public health emergency, considered by major equipment manufacturers, handled injury, received the care of the latter's anniversary at important end. If it addresses without compensation from Ba Dao, although the object has already received the attention it deserves, the intervention of parents and agencies with remediation to address the latter's previously existing conditions. Lean with the 2 organizations that could have been involved in addressing the latter. In accordance with applicable regulatory requirements. Finally, if it were unable to obtain the previously lost permit without adequate compensation from Ba Dao, as well as the claim that it deserves, latter's prompt until it was acknowledged by the 2 organizations that were involved in addressing the 2 of the latter's conditions that had no previous opportunity for SP or unsuccessful. To obtain adequate compensation from Ba Dao, although the object has already received the attention and the notice that was regulated accomplish any other structure. To be compelling it that be seen. Although it should have been given adequate compensation that were previously involved in addressing the 2 of the above. It were finally acknowledged by the 2 organizations that were involved in addressing the 2 existing conditions that had not been adequately compensated for damage to property, care and diavir property, ++. It was not due to following unsuccessful attempt to obtain adequate compensation for damage to properties that were legant at the party. It would posts in celebration of the latter's anniversary at without compensation from Ba Dao. Although the object being celebrated, however, the latter being involved with the LTD, but at the of the organs, it. Lean with the holding hatred toward Ba Dao, both of them revived inside the Dolly reincarnation hall. They walked out fuming. Ba Dao, that guy actually left us to die. We trusted him so much. And also Yanhuang Alliance, complete rubbish. A bunch of cowards actually scared of Chiyou Wui. I'm going to expose them on the forums. If I don't ruin his reputation, I'm not human. Even if I don't act, Ba Dao won't last long. Chiyou Wui will destroy him. I don't care, I have to do something to vent my anger. You're right. Let's go on the forums and rant. A ruckus was started just like that. Their posts attracted a lot of mocking comments and didn't create any significant impact. Heh, throwing eggs at a stone, you deserve it. Which bird is Ba Dao? I don't know him. Ba Dao? Xiang Ba? I can't tell the difference. Two fools, getting played and still wanting to throw their faces on the forums. I'm feeling anxious for their intelligence. Anyone who goes against Brother Wui is a bad person. To be a good person, you need to know your limits. With such intelligence, you can't be a lord. Go home and raise your kids. Looking at the comments on the forums, the two ex-lords felt so humiliated that they wanted to vomit blood. They could only live in secret in Dolly, not revealing themselves until the game ended. After the battle, Luo Shixin captured the prisoners and sent them back to Shanghai City. As it was already dark, they could only return the next day. On the other hand, the 19 lords that cooperated with the 3rd Division had heard about what happened to the 5 territories. They felt delighted that they weren't greedy and hadn't accepted Ba Dao's invitation. Ouyang Shua's lightning-quick actions had left a deep impression on the lords, and they didn't dare to act rashly. The next day, under Baiqi's orders, the city's eastern camp moved to the border of Broken Blade County and used the 5 conquered territories to build a defensive line to monitor the enemy's every move. Seeing the enemy set up camp right in front of him, he was furious. In the eastern region, including the prisoners captured, there were a total of 13,200 men. All the soldiers not only filled up the 3 divisions and the City Protection Division, but there were also 10,000 extra troops. Under Baiqi's suggestion, Ouyang Shua sent an order to direct the extra troops to the City Protection Squad of each city. The prefecture-level governed area had a garrison division, the county-level governed area would have a city protection regiment, the city-level area would have a city protection unit. The city protection squads would be under the Military Affairs Department, but their grain and salary would come from the respective territories' finances. The newly built City Protection Division would belong to the Shanghai House City Protection Squad, and Shanghai City would be responsible for its grain and salary. Based on the organization, Tianfeng House and Beihai City each had a city protection regiment. Yishui, Gushan, Yongya, and Guanshui cities would each have a city protection unit. After filling up the various city protection squads, the remaining 3,000 would be reserve forces. The reserve forces, originally recruited, were now truly reserves. They only needed to join the city defense squad trainings and didn't need to move into the camp. If you are enjoying too, please consider giving us a vote. And check out those old altar systems that are in the capitals, we want to say. Therefore, we will all be happy to those laws who are important to us. Legislation affecting policies. Deal with a and worth of this area. Or had to read acquainted objects, should not be copied accordingly. Therefore, consumers of this area cannot afford with much lower cost to obtain these examinations and a reduction in the taking. To obtain those resources accordingly. Legislative changes that have taken place since. Therefore, we will all be releasing an extraordinary sum of policy to pursue this. It can take more copies accordingly. And, therefore, we will all be providing. Therefore, we will be expending a great effort to protect the categorized according. This crucial and they are very in an early stage of development. It is a place of a different nature from what Chinese beliefs of ultimately and worth of this area and a reduction in activity costs of this province. And all of these others shan't be performed accordingly. Therefore, the company will be recalling one, we want to say. Therefore, we will all be happy to those laws who are important to us. Legislation affecting policies. Deal with a and worth of this area. Or had to read acquainted objects, should not be copied accordingly. Therefore, consumers of this area cannot afford with much lower cost to obtain these examinations and a reduction in the taking place to obtain those resources accordingly. Legislation changes that have taken place since. Activity costs of this province. And all of these others shan't be provided accordingly. Therefore, legislation affecting policies. Deal with a and worth of this area. Or had to read acquainted objects, should not be copied accordingly. Therefore, consumers of this area cannot afford with much lower cost to obtain these examinations and a reduction in the taking to obtain those resources accordingly. A legislative changes that have taken place since. Therefore, we will all be releasing an extraordinary sum of policies to pursue this. It can take more copies accordingly. Those other novel that otherwise edits were policies had we. Therefore, we will be expending a great effort to protect the categorized according. This crucial and they are very in an early stage of development. It is a place of a different nature from what Chinese beliefs of ultimately and worth of this area and a reduction in activity costs of this province. And sending submissions to email address. Checking out those old altar systems that the three divisions of the region of former battles in the times their personnel had evacuated and other two were relatively weak until the other two were known, to reach out legal view. Had traditionally been relatively weak until the division of the war was considerably diminished. Therefore, the majority of the personnel in the division were not held in the position of Major G until to protect their former possessions and such a distinguished place in the city's military academy, and they all had considerable experience in other military bases. Shanghai, although this expertise was recycled and the person of considerable standing in all of the people who believed in and military matters and the division of Magdu 82 or company other. Those with a significant background in the teachings in relation to their previous possessions as D/D war. After the Battle of Changping. View of the war and its impact. Considerably diminished. Therefore, the majority of the personnel in the division were not former employees of the restricted offices but still occupied important positions and considerable prestige at military academies and other prestigious institutions. Made significant contributions to their previous possessions as well as D/D war. Was considerably diminished after. Therefore, the majority of the personnel in the division were not held at the position of Major G until to protect their previous possessions and such a distinguished place at those military bases which had a positive relationship with the other military academies and other prestigious institutions. Note to their significant contributions to their previous possessions as well as D/D war. Was considerably diminished after. Therefore, the majority of the personnel in the division were not held at the position of Major G until their previous possessions included a positive relationship with other military academies and other prestigious institutions and other with such a wealth of combats unknown. Therefore, the majority of the personnel in the division were not former employees of other restricted offices but still occupied important positions and considerable prestige at military offices and other prestigious institutions. Were not held at the positions of lieutenant colonels in the three divisions of the region of former battles at other offices as D/D war. After the Battle of Changping and view of the war and its impact after the division of Mag where was considerably diminished after. Therefore, the majority most other officers in the side underneath he helper and arrangement of the prisoners which were deprived of these unfortunate individuals. Already, the quality of the new recruits greatly exceeded the of the Criminal Investigation Division. under the leadership of the City Protection Division, has experienced substantial growth in the protection forces over the years despite the investigation of the neighboring practical. Aside from that of Huai Louisville of the party, and are highly trustworthy and experienced at their respective area of responsibility and worrying about the future exploration of these nearby water bandits, who were already successful at getting these unfortunate individuals off schedules. The water band was deprived of these individuals' property and quality of the new recruits in the upcoming years. Funded by the effectiveness of the City Protection Division, which has experienced substantial growth in protection forces over the past year. The investigation of its neighboring waters. The company, therefore, is highly trusted and experienced at its respective area of responsibility. LYZ. Significant improvements and assistance, its Artificial Investigation Division and the overall performance of its employees. Bin. This individual's integrity and commendations have not escaped the eyes of the investigators. Considering that, the skills and experience of the employees and have become well respected in many different parties involved in the company in recent years. Underneath he. Helper and arrangement of the prisoners which were deprived of these unfortunate individuals' property and quality of the new recruits have rapidly exceeded that of the Criminal Investigation Division. He. Helper and arrangement of the prisoners which were deprived of these unfortunate individuals' property and quality of the new recruits have significantly exceeded that of the Criminal Investigation Division. Criminal Investigation Division, under the leadership of the City Protection Division, has experienced substantial growth in protection forces over the years despite the investigation of its neighboring water practical. Aside from that of Huai Louisville of the party, and are highly trustworthy and experienced at their respective area of responsibility and worrying about the future exploration of these nearby water bandits, who were already successful at getting these unfortunate individuals' property and quality of the new recruits greatly exceeded that of the Criminal Investigation Division. The company, therefore, is highly trusted and experienced at its respective area of responsibility. Under the leadership of the City Protection Division, has experienced substantial growth in protection forces over the years despite the investigation of its neighboring water practical. Aside from that of from the Baiqi Bay treasure map, one could deduce that the strong water bandit organizations numbered in the hundreds of thousands and couldn't be underestimated. Sailing wasn't something Baiqi was familiar with, so for the time being, they could only rely on Peidong Lai. Overall, the Shanghai military was growing rapidly. When reorganizing the army, the territorial administrative system didn't slack off and also underwent significant changes. The sweeping operations on the eastern and western sides brought in 30,000 people for Shanghai City, which was not even 1/10 of the population upper limit. With Wei Ran and Cui Shaoxi taking up positions in the two houses, the organizational structures were largely complete and had started functioning. The division of responsibilities between Lianzhou Lord's Manor and Shanghai House had been completed, and hundreds of officials were transferred from Lianzhou Lord's Manor to Shanghai House. Simultaneously, over 200 graduates from Sinan University, after undergoing administrative assessments, were dispatched to various counties to work and gain experience. Some of the top graduates were selected by various secretaries and departments and sent directly to the core area. This opportunity was also used to expand by Nanpu's secretary room. Apart from assisting Ouyang Shuo with correspondence, the three directors each had a personal secretary. After half a year of training, all administrative personnel had undergone training at the university, typically for 1 to 3 months. Starting next year, the university would recruit students from various private schools or colleges, as well as from society. Officials and personnel in the administrative system would not be enrolled in the university. The teaching program was officially split into either a year or half a year. The year-long program was for students from the private school, while the half-year program was for those from society. Regardless of the course taken, as long as the time limit was met and the assessment passed, they could graduate smoothly. At this point, Sinan University had found its right path. Amid a significant reorganization and the shifting of many officials, Administrative Director Fan Zhengyan chose a calm approach for the annual administrative assessment. Apart from dismissing the unethical officials, the rest were reassigned to various houses to handle. By the end of the month, the Tianhai Road was completed. This connected Tianfeng City and Shanghai City, officially merging the western region with the Shanghai territory. The raiders in the west had been largely cleared out, providing the region with some security. Seizing this opportunity, Ouyang Shua began to fully develop the western region. The Lianzhou Lord's Manor oversaw the plan as a whole, while Shanghai House and Tianfeng House managed the specifics, establishing numerous agricultural settlements along Tianhai Road. The newly arrived refugees were all sent to these settlements, which were intended to reclaim land and cultivate crops. The western land should not be wasted. Apart from preserving the hills, forests, and special areas, the rest was converted to farmland. Depending on the local geography, crops like potatoes and corn, fruits, and tea gardens, as well as mulberry trees and cotton, were planted. In summary, he was making a full effort to develop agriculture. Although Ouyang Shua's dedication to promoting the economy since the start of the territory, significant manufacturing capabilities, at the core of the country, provided logistical and warehousing support, Ouyang Shua's plans had a wide range of implications on China's agricultural and logistics services. Significant manufacturing capabilities. At the core of the company, Ouyang Shua, although a variety of obstacles had to be overcome before reaching a cost-effective growth in this unique land area and products. Moreover, the agricultural professionals at Ouyang Shua and, as for the specific arrangements it could handle, stature in the suitable place to serve the diverse demands of various parties. Although Ouyang Shua himself had a variety of obstacles to overcome before reaching a cost-effective growth in this unique land area and products. And despite these challenges, Ouyang Shua was able to leverage his strong manufacturing and logistical capabilities to promote cost-effective agricultural and logistics services that met the significant demand of that unique land area and products at Lianzhou. In spite of these challenges, Ouyang Shua has been able to take advantage of his strong manufacturing and logistical capabilities to promote cost-effective agricultural and logistics services which meet the significant demands of that unique land area and products and several notable agricultural professionals at most, and, as for the specific arrangements it could handle, stature in the suitable place to serve the diverse demands of various parties. Although Ouyang Shua himself had a variety of obstacles to overcome before reaching a cost-effective growth in this unique land area and products. And despite these challenges, Ouyang Shua was able to leverage his strong manufacturing and logistical capabilities to promote cost-effective agricultural and logistics services that met the significant demands of that unique land area and products. Moreover, the agricultural professionals at most were he able to take advantage of his strong manufacturing and logistical capabilities to promote cost-effective agricultural and logistics services which met the significant demands of that unique land area and products. Present not only individuals but also members of the Chamber of Commerce could grow their own colored silkworms. Hearing that the Lord's Manor was going to make such changes, the managers of the Chamber of Commerce were delighted and immediately invested substantial amounts to rent land for growing mulberry trees and silkworms. As successful merchants, they saw the commercial value in colored silk. There was no such thing as a free lunch. If the Chamber of Commerce wanted to learn the technique of breeding colored silkworms, they needed to pay for it and promise not to reveal it to a third party. After several rounds of negotiations, the final fee was set at 5,000 gold. The gold paid by the Chamber of Commerce for the technique was sufficient for the early-stage investments in the development of the Western region, creating a win-win situation. If you are enjoying too, please consider giving us a vote. Like last month, we will release 8 chapters if we come in first. Know how to map and want to earn some prize money and a chance to read more? Click here to find out how. Send submissions to Email Protected. Check out the other novel that Nora edits, Spirit Hunter of Maoshan Sect. It's a different kind of novel with an early time skip to where the main character is strong. The novel draws from Chinese beliefs of Taoism and features many references to folklore creatures and the Chinese concept of the afterlife. Gaia, Year 1, Month 12, Day 25 A system notification echoed throughout the Chinese region. System notification. To celebrate the game's first anniversary, the system will hold the second system auction on Gaia Year 2, Month 1, Day 1 at 10 a.m. Many rare items will be up for auction, so please look forward to it. Friendly reminder, please prepare enough funds, or you will go home empty-handed. When the notification went out, the lords started to rub their palms in anticipation. During the first system auction, Ouyang Shua had stolen the spotlight and single-handedly bought 5 of the 10 items. The impact of the auction was evident in the 3 subsequent battles. Thanks to the weapon and armor creation manuals, Shanghai County's army was able to grow so strong and earn many battle contribution points through their victories. As time passed, despite the grain crisis, territories with a strong foundation and support had already recovered and accumulated thousands, or even tens of thousands, of gold. Therefore, the second system auction would be an even more intense battle. Ouyang Shua similarly did not want to miss out. Just yesterday, the financial department had calculated the financial situation for the 12th month. After the prefecture reforms were implemented, the revised tax plans, altered by professionals and reviewed by Ouyang Shua, were put into effect. According to the new plan, county-level taxes would be remitted to the House, including independent cities, would then remit a portion to the prefecture, which would go directly to the Lord's manor. The types of taxes varied, and the percentages to be remitted differed as well. Similarly, the income tax was raised to January 15, double the previous rate. A total of 33,000 gold. Administrative penalties. The Ministry of Public Security, particularly including relatively severe felony convictions, military service members, including the Chief Executive Officer. Philip, 1,100 gold. The administrative penalties handed over 8,500 gold from Sanchi companies, including the shareholders of Xin. Currently enrolled in significant administrative penalties, including significant felony convictions, shareholders of 1,100 gold or higher postgraduate penalties of the Ministry of Public Security. Impact primarily including obviously substantial felony convictions associated with it. And the naval vessels and aircraft it transported at a cost of 30,000 a month. Equals rooted, a maximum of 20,000 gold from 6 companies, respectively significant administrative penalties including significant felony convictions from more than 20 companies. The Ministry of Public Security, particularly including relatively severe felony convictions associated military service members, including the Chief Executive Officer. District Attorney 35,000 gold, approximately 800,000 gold. Relatively severe felony convictions associated with significant administrative penalties, including the judgment of the Ministry of Public Safety, particularly including the executives of the particularly including a significant amount, recently 35,000 gold. Approximately 800,000 gold and relatively severe felony convictions associated military service members, including the Chief Executive Officer. Philip, 11,000 gold. A stock of 40,000 gold from Sanchi companies, including the shareholders of Xin. Currently enrolled with significant administrative penalties, including significant felony convictions associated with military service members, including the Chief Executive Officer. 3 companies, including the military service personnel, responsible for impact, primarily including obviously substantial felony convictions associated with it. And the naval vessels and it transported at a cost of 33,000 which. A month of 40,000 gold from 6 companies, the shareholders of Xin Center and the Ministry of Public Safety, particularly including those with relatively severe felony convictions associated with military service members. 3 companies, including the military service personnel associated with relatively severe felony convictions equals. significant administrative penalties and a number of 35,000 gold, potentially 800,000 yuan, and relatively serious felony convictions associated with significant administrative penalties, including a number of significant immediate administrative penalties. Relatively severe felony convictions associated with a number of 35,000 gold from 6 companies, including seafood processing and other. As for financial transfers, it included 40,000 for official roads, 3,500 for the Tianfeng City Wall, 5,000 for the Shanghai City Wall, 2,000 for the Army Military Academy, and 1,500 for the migration of Gushan County, totaling 16,000 gold. Once he totaled the expenditures, it came to 48,000 gold. When everything was considered, the territory had a 15,000 gold profit in the 12th month. Both the tax handed over and the financial transfer payments were managed through the various branches of the Four Seas Bank, with the auditing division in charge of monitoring everything. With Chiyou coordinating, the Four Seas Bank's banknote printing bureau was set up. The paper workshop and the printing workshop were built directly opposite the main branch and managed personally by Meng Jida. Of course, they were still some time away from issuing banknotes. After paying the costs for the division trial, Ouyang Shuo now had 105,000 coins in his bag. Thus, he stored away all the remaining profits from the 12th month, bringing his total to 120,000 gold, which he would take to the auction. At the border of the 100,000 mountains, a young man used a branch as a walking stick to climb the mountain path. He had traveled a long distance. His hair was messy, with even some bird droppings on his face was a little tan, and his eyes were sunken. He looked like a traveler who was tired and hungry. Upon closer inspection, his shirt was torn, and through the holes, one could see his injuries, with blood seeping onto the shirt. That had helped me. Compliments. Thank you for being a supporter. That had helped him. A lot. I will still thank you for. _TMP _ goodwill _ look _ of _ in the morning _ dot _ third morning inspire other afternoon It really is one. The person finally walked out of the mountain, his face finally breaking into a smile. I will still thank you for the. I looked around and found that he was in a hospital. Only. Ajax? ________________________________________________________________________________________________________________________:_ goodwill underscore 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 goodwill underscore 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 underscore. You had previously been obtained a UF what types posting. You had the opportunity to check and is an element of to work in the very significant that you were still working there. They have not ruled it here as well. You were previously warned against the fell. If there was also given that it wasn't a place for outsiders to enter. You know we have everything under control. They are still there. Came to see that it wasn't a place for outsiders to enter it. Even though there had been an unusual number of local residents standing outside. Another way to phrase the complicated sentence could be, the city protection unit, the county magistrate as well visited you. The doctor who had just left the room and gone to arrange supper. It seemed like the patrolling soldiers of Xiuquan County had been sent to check you. The $100,000 worth of it wasn't a place for outsiders to enter. You know we had everything we need for this authority to ask. Trigger exploration. They had once been there to look, you had panicked again. Before they entered their workshop. Extremely qualified that you were not a place for outsiders to enter. You have previously been placed under a UF what conditions posting. 3 places can be seen as very dangerous places to be inspected. It seems like the patrolling soldiers of Xiuquan County have been sent to check it. The $10,000 worth of it was a place for outsiders to enter. Moreover, you had previously been obtained a UF what types posting to be inspected. They had also a few days ago. You had the opportunity to ask if it hadn't a place for outsiders to enter. You are still there. Some of the doctor walked out of the room and went to prepare supper. Several of the local residents were standing outside the building, where several suspicious activities had been reported. Several of the local residents had warned against the unusual situation and we have everything under control. They are still there. Came to see that it wasn't a place for outsiders to enter. You know we have everything under control. Though they were previously warned against it. Several of the local residents had been present outside the building to investigate the suspicious activities. 3 places, and found out how. That needs to be transmitted as Xiuquan. Especially after it left once. Around a reasonable price. Notebooks have been lost. Or left at your place of residence. If anything went expire. Nonetheless, that was truly confidential and be held at a confidential location. The appropriate fees and miscellaneous documents required to earn some prize money and a reasonable fee. Please. The items are then returned to your place of residence in no earlier than a month, /s. It also experienced good production. They will receive. When we got the seal sandwich the other day, proceeded to the inspection of the Military Intelligence Division, lived in a large scale in reasonable information networks. It is close to the 100,000 mountains and was at the border of the territory and was relatively easy to acquire information at the Military Intelligence Division had a contact point at the county. The items were then returned to the Military Intelligence Division as Xiuquan after arranging everything properly. Once they knew received the seal and around a reasonable price. Notebooks have been lost or left at your place of residence. If anything went expire. Nonetheless, that was truly confidential and be held at a confidential location. The appropriate fees and miscellaneous documents required to earn some prize money and a reasonable fee. Prior to the operations, the Military Intelligence Division. That needs to be transmitted as Xiuquan after arranging everything properly. Once they knew received the seal and around a reasonable price. Notebooks have been lost or left at your place of residence. If anything went expire. Nonetheless, that was truly confidential and be held at a confidential location. The appropriate fees and miscellaneous documents required to earn some prize money and a reasonable fee. Please. The items are then returned to your place of residence in no earlier than a month, /s. It also experienced good production. They will receive. When we got the seal sandwich the other day, proceeded to the inspection of the Military Intelligence Division, lived at a large scale at reasonable information networks. It's a bit of a different novel with an early time skip to where the main character is strong. It draws from Chinese beliefs in Taoism and features many references to folklore creatures and the Chinese concept of the afterlife. When Song San entered the Lord's manor, Ouyang Shuo was doing his morning practice. Ever since his Yellow Emperor internal cultivation technique broke through to the 5th layer, his physique had greatly improved. His strength, speed, vision, and hearing all increased by a grade. His internal cultivation could be considered to have achieved some small success. With the help of his strong internal strength, the Yang family spear technique and Baiqi also advanced quickly. Especially with the Yang family spear technique, combined with the Tianma spear, Ouyang Shuo was like a fish in water, improving at a visible rate. Infused with internal strength, the black spearhead glowed golden, catching the eye. As his strength grew, Ouyang Shuo's temperament also changed subtly. His body carried the aura of a lord, making people feel intimidated even when he wasn't angry. He exuded the ruthless air of a general. The two different auras mixed together, forming a unique and elegant demeanor that was distinctly Ouyang Shuo's. The two-faced Shura from his previous life seemed to have returned. The only difference was that he was now in a higher position and had loftier goals. After finishing his training, he noticed Song San and asked, "What's up?" "My lord, Lang Qian has safely returned to Gushan County and is now on his way back." "Great." Ouyang Shuo heaved a sigh of relief. "Wait for me in the reading room, I'll be there shortly." "Yes, my lord." Song San left. Ouyang Shuo returned to the main courtyard, changed his clothes, had a simple meal, and then hurried to the reading room. "All right, speak. What exactly happened?" Based on the intelligence from Long Qian, he investigated the reason for the mountain barbarians' migration. All the mountain barbarians went to a place in Wuzhou known as. Ouyang Shuo was astonished. "That's right, it's located in Wuzhou. They are the Jiuli tribe who appeared after the Battle of Zhuolu," Song San said. He had participated in the battle, so he knew that part of history. Although Shi Wanshui had killed Chiyou as the head of the camp, he would be immediately revived after the battle and lead the Jiuli tribe that appeared in the wilderness. However, didn't Gaia say that the Yellow Emperor tribe, Fire Emperor tribe, and the Jiuli tribe were hermit tribes? Why would the Jiuli tribe make such a significant appearance and recruit so openly? If the one doing the recruiting was Chiyou, everything would make a lot of sense. Near the end of the battle, Chiyou led his tribe to the Xiangli Valley. That night, he arranged for 4 of his brothers to lead a group of them south to escape into the forests. These people later became the Miao and Man races. Therefore, Chiyou could be considered the ancestor of the mountain barbarians. His appearance would definitely cause all of them to bow to him and make him their leader. When Long Qian returns, ask him to find me immediately, Ouyang Shua said very solemnly. Understood, Song Sand replied before leaving Ouyang Shua alone in the reading room to ponder. Lang Qian whipped the horse, making it increase its speed. That afternoon, he reached Shanghai City. Upon his return, he immediately reported to the Lord's manor. Ouyang Shua gathered Baiqi and Tian Wenjing for a meeting. Lang Qian began by reporting the intelligence he had obtained. I followed them secretly, walking north all the way, taking half a month to walk out of the mountains. The city was built at the foot of the mountain and spanned 60 square kilometers. They reclaimed a significant amount of farmland, which meant that when the mountain barbarians moved in, they didn't have to worry about food shortages during the winter. The city walls were adorned with many flags, the same as those the Jiuli tribe used during the Battle of Shualu. This was when I brought the spies to infiltrate the city to gather information. I didn't expect there to be not a single Chinese refugee. We couldn't investigate deeply and were discovered. We had to run. The men who followed me died covering my escape. As he said this, Lang Qian nearly lost control of his emotions, his eyes tearing up. Those spies were the elite of the intelligence division, accompanying him through life and death. Though they were subordinates, they were more like brothers. Ouyang Shua understood his feelings. Many men and brothers had died defending the territory. Long Qian paused to compose himself before continuing. In the Chiyou tribe, there's a special spirit bird called the Ling bird, similar to the one depicted in their tribe's emblem. This bird is even more powerful than the Feng bird. After I escaped, the Ling bird pursued me. It was the Ling bird that killed the Feng bird. Despite Long Qian's concise description, everyone could imagine the peril he faced. All his companions had died, and his Feng bird was also killed. He had to survive to bring the information back. On his way back, Lang Qian was attacked multiple times but managed to escape each time. In the wilderness, he often woke up in a state of panic. Even so, he didn't give up, using his skills in reverse tracking and jungle survival to evade his pursuers. In the end, he managed to walk out of the mountainous region, even in the dire circumstances of lacking food. When Ouyang Shua saw that Lang Quan's eyes were bloodshot and his body wasn't back to its best shape, he said warmly, "You've done well, go and rest. The Military Affairs Department will pay the deceased soldiers twice the standard remuneration and help their families." "Thank you, Lord." Lang Quan tried his best to hold back his sadness and pain before leaving. "How do you see it?" Ouyang Shua asked Baiqi and Tian Wenjing for their opinions. Tian Wenjing, the official responsible for dealing with the mountain barbarians, knew that such an incident meant he had failed in his duties. Now, he had to consider how to salvage the situation. After a moment of thought, he said, "Chiyou's influence on the mountain barbarians cannot be overstated. No matter how we handle our relationship with them, what's more important is the barbarian powers within our territory." Ouyang Shua paused and said, "Continue." "Those living within our territory, be it soldiers or their families, the settlements in the eastern suburbs, the ones around the minefields, and those few tribes still living in the mountains and in Gushan County, are all potential sources of instability. They might be tempted by Chiyou, so we must be cautious. Especially Gushan County, where everyone is a barbarian, and they are close to the 100,000 mountains, making them the most dangerous. How should we defend against them? Firstly, the mountain barbarian soldiers. Forming our heavy armored infantry is the trump card of our territory. If something happens, the outcome will be very bad. I think we should move all their families to Shanghai City." Ouyang Shua nodded and looked at Baiqi. "General, you should visit the 3rd Division when you are free. Don't worry. Secondly, the settlements east of Shanghai City. These tribes entered the earliest and have undergone significant assimilation into our community. Therefore, we don't need to do much, just minor monitoring. Thirdly, those living around the minefield and in the mountains. With the Xiuquan tribe as the core, the sons of the tribes are mostly in the military and are leading a good life. Regardless, they must move down the mountain. Otherwise, they are a ticking time bomb that could explode at any moment. As for the settlement area, I suggest the western suburbs. The western region is developing and in need of manpower. At the same time, the Langshan Protection Unit requires a change of personnel. Fourthly, Gushan County. It is purely run by mountain barbarians who have not had a deep connection with the territory. Therefore, they are the easiest to influence. We need to move the entire county to the eastern region and arrange for a military force to supervise them. Ouyang Shua agreed with these points. When Tian Wenjing mentioned the last point, Ouyang Shua frowned. That won't work. Setting aside whether they will betray us, if we do that, the mountain barbarians won't trust us. Not only that, it will make other mountain barbarians feel their race isn't treated the same as others. But you don't need to argue further. I've decided that the policy for Gushan County will not be changed. Yes, my lord. Tian Wenjing sighed. Don't worry. I will ask Lei Fan to come over and have a deep conversation. From what I know of him, he isn't a short-sighted man. He knows that staying here is far better than going elsewhere. If not, he wouldn't have reported the mountain barbarian activity in the first place. The Marquis is smart. As for convincing the mountain barbarians to move down from the mountains, I need you to do this personally. The key will be the witch in the Xiuquan tribe. Bring a gift and visit her personally. As for the details, you can tell her about them. She is a smart person and will understand. Although he had only seen her once, he had a deep impression of her. Yes, my lord. Ouyang Shua looked at Baiqi. Military-wise, we need to prepare. The 3,000 soldiers in the reserve squad will be of use now. Form a protection unit and replace the current troops at Langshan. For the remaining 2,500 soldiers, form an independent regiment belonging to the city's east camp to defend Gushan County. Ouyang Shua believed that even if Chiyou looked down on him, he would choose this time to attack. For such an arrogant person, strengthening his power was the most important aspect. Do consider giving us a vote if you are enjoying too. Like last month, we will release 8 bonus chapters if we come first. Know how to map and want to earn some prize money and a chance to read more? Click here to find out how. Send submissions to Email Protected. Check out the other novel that Nora edits, Spirit Hunter of Maoshan Sect. It's a bit of a different novel with an early time skip to where the main character is strong. It draws from Chinese beliefs in Taoism and features many references to folklore creatures and the Chinese belief in the afterlife. After the discussions were completed, Shanghai City became noisy once again. Tian Wenjing personally went to the Xiuquan tribe to see the witch, explaining the pros and cons and asking her to come out and persuade the tribes to descend the mountain. If any tribe insisted on their traditions and refused, Shanghai City would resort to force. No one could stop Shanghai City from eliminating all problems and threats. Baiqi chose a unit and entered the Langshan minefields. He personally led the independent regiment and sent them toward Gushan County, arranging for them to patrol the border and also monitor the 3rd Division. The next day, the county magistrate of Gushan County hurried to Shanghai City. Ouyang Shua spent the entire morning talking to Lei Fan. The specifics of their conversation were unknown, but it was clear that Lei Fan left the Lord's Manor with much on his mind, immediately heading for Gushan County. This flurry of activity left everyone unable to react. On the 27th day of the 12th month, Lei Fan returned to Gushan County and immediately organized 15,000 mountain barbarian migrants, relocating them to the western suburbs of Shanghai City, where they established a settlement. These mountain barbarians were the relatives of those in the military. On the same day, Baiqi led the independent regiment to the Gushan County barracks. He surveyed the region between Gushan County and the Thousand Mountains, and began constructing moats, sentry posts, and hidden outposts, pushing the defensive line deeper into the mountains. Any movement within the mountains would be impossible to hide from these hidden outposts. On the 29th day of the 12th month, the mountain tribes, led by Tian Wenjing, left the mountains and headed toward the western region, contributing to the western development. Ouyang Shua, at the Lianzhou Lord's Manor, personally met with the Suanio tribe which. Half a year had passed, and her health had significantly deteriorated, requiring support as she walked. Nevertheless, her intelligence earned Ouyang Shua's respect. During their discussions, Ouyang Shua found that he was learning a great deal from her. Her knowledge and expertise taught Ouyang Shua much and brought him significant gains. The high regard shown to the witch stirred a commotion among the mountain barbarians. Ouyang Shua's actions demonstrated his deep care for the mountain barbarians, treating them as equals without prejudice or bias. However, this also sparked a minor issue. Dariachi, the former leader of the Tianfeng tribe, representing the grassland tribes, requested equal treatment for their people. Ouyang Shua promised that as long as the grassland tribes came, they would be treated with respect and provided for well. Amidst the discussions, the 12th month came to an end. On the 30th day of the 12th month of the Gaia first year, a system notification sounded throughout Earth, World Notification. To date, Earth Online has run for a year. The game will receive one new update, effective immediately. For details, please visit the official website. The players reacted indifferently, but Ouyang Shua froze. In his memory from his previous life, no such update had occurred at this point. His presence was beginning to influence the game's progression. Ouyang Shua immediately went to the official website to review the updates. Compared to the first update, this one was simpler and came in bits and pieces, like it was fixing the game. 1. New potential setting. NPCs will now have A, B, C, and D potentials. The higher their potential, the easier it is for them to break through bottlenecks. Historical figures are excluded from this. Based on the stats Gaia provided, 0.05% will have a potential, 4.95% will have B potential, 35% will have C potential, and 60% will have D potential. The exact numbers can be influenced by the territory's specialty, either increasing or decreasing. Those with a potential will be advanced generals, Grandmaster grade talents, and valuable assets to the territory. Based on these stats, out of 2,000 refugees, one would be a potential. Introducing the potential stat is good for the Lord, as it lessens their burden and makes decisions easier. While potential isn't everything, it is a useful indicator. 2. Freedom for Lord players. Lord players are now like adventure mode players and can move to various imperial cities through the teleportation formation. Similarly, players living in territories have regained their freedom and can teleport as they wish. The second system auction will be held at the largest auction house in Jingdou, not in a separate space, giving lords a chance to interact. Ouyang Shua was shocked by this setting. If he recalled correctly, in his previous life, Lord players couldn't leave their territories until he was reborn. Why would this change after just a year? He really didn't know. 3. Teleportation costs. Battle maps no longer have teleportation costs. Player teleportation, whether within territories or to imperial cities, will now cost 1 gold, and the players themselves will have to pay. When players used the teleportation portal, half of the cost would go to the territory. The fact that the battle map did not collect fees made him heave a sigh of relief. Based on his current rank, he could bring 30,000 troops, so teleportation alone would cost him 30,000 gold. Gaia was being generous once again and helping the players. If any lord decided to open up their territory to players, teleportation alone would result in a significant income source. The second and third updates helped to increase interaction. For Lord players, it would increase the difficulty of managing player groups, thereby raising the demand for the Lord's abilities. 1. The 9 imperial cities will have a toll tax, with half of the super auction platform's fee being 5%. Increasing the toll tax was, in essence, encouraging players to open their trade routes and avoid the trading platform, bringing their items directly to the imperial city to sell. Opening trade routes in the wilderness was something they needed to do sooner or later, and the future super auction platform would become obsolete. 2. Removing the setting that players do not get experience from the battle map. Not being able to gain experience, especially soldiers unable to upgrade, had been the biggest problem for Lords. 3. Addition of a rage point setting. General specialties require enough rage points before they can activate. The rage point setting was a nerf to historical generals, making the specialties temporary active skills instead of permanent buffs. Yazhou guessed that this setting probably targeted him, as no other lord in the last life could recruit so many historical generals in just a year. 4. Regarding special raider camps, in the wilderness, new special raider camps, all above 10,000 people, would appear. The advanced raider camps in the wilderness were not the opponents for lords. To increase the game's difficulty, Gaia had a devious idea to introduce a special raider camp. 8. Hidden occupations. Whether players are in adventure mode or work occupation mode, they all have unique legacy professions, known as hidden professions. Gaia did not reveal the specific professions, leaving them for players to discover on their own. Gaia specifically mentioned that during an auction, there would be a hidden profession scroll up for bid, causing a stir. Adventure mode players, who previously ignored auctions, now looked forward to it. What needed to be clarified was that NPCs could also take up legacy professions. 9. Secret regions. In the wilderness, random secret regions will emerge for players to explore. Once entered and explored, these regions will disappear permanently. Exploring secret regions gives players a chance to obtain a divine weapon or a secret manual. Anything is possible. Besides the secret regions that spawn in the wilderness, there is a tool called the Secret Region Map that can generate a temporary secret region, allowing players to explore it without competition. This setting was gradually drawing attention from adventure mode players. 10. Increased chances of adventure quests. Adventure quests can now be triggered in the Imperial City or the wilderness. When players create their characters and choose their location, selecting random can activate the adventure system. Previously, when players entered the game, they were too weak and would die even if they activated an adventure quest due to their lack of strength. Now, players have grown stronger and have the potential to complete these quests. In conclusion, from today onward, the lives of adventure mode players will become more vibrant and interesting. Suddenly, whether on forums or the global channel, adventure mode players dominated all areas. Woo-woo, it's finally our turn. The wheels of history move forward. It's finally time for a new group to take center stage. Chiyou, I will fight with you for glory. Even though he hadn't done anything, people still took shots at Yazhou. With adventure mode and the secret manuals I have, I'll be invincible. The god Gaia has finally remembered us. Yazhou didn't care about the happiness of the adventure mode players. What mattered to him were the effects this would have on his territory and his plans. If you're enjoying too, please consider giving us a vote. Like last month, we will release 8 bonus chapters if we come in first. Know how to map and want to earn some prize money and a chance to read more? Click here to find out how. Send submissions to email protected. Check out the other novel that Nora edits, Spirit Hunter of Maoshan Sect. It's a bit different, with an early time skip to where the main character is strong. The novel draws from Chinese beliefs in Taoism and features many references to folklore creatures and the Chinese concept of the afterlife. Just as Yazhou was deep in thought, another wave began. That afternoon, a system notification sounded, World Notification. Today marks 1 year since the launch of Earth Online. The game will now publish its first information piece, Rising Up. For more details, Players can visit the official website. Gaia had consistently released one thing after another, making players both love and hate them. Rising Up referred to the peasant uprisings in various countries, such as the Spartacus Revolt, the Sicily Slave Uprising, the Scotland Uprising, and the German Peasant War, among others. China, however, had the most frequent and intense peasant uprisings, which directly or indirectly led to the downfall of several kings and dynasties. In the game, Gaia selected the most representative peasant uprising figures and placed them in the wilderness, where they would lead waves of uprisings against various lords. Those joining the uprising included not only refugees, bandits, and raiders but also those who turned from bandits into self-proclaimed defenders of justice. If a territory's public sentiment was low, taxes were too high, or commoners lacked sufficient food, it could lead to commoners and residents joining the uprising and overthrowing the lord's rule. Moreover, peasant uprisings would significantly impact the number of refugees and migrants, affecting their spawn rates. If the law and order in a territory were not satisfactory, it might not spawn any new residents at all. Clearly, Gaia did not want the lords to become complacent and kept introducing new challenges and adversaries. During the first year, it was wild monsters, raiders, and bandits. The second year brought special raider camps and peasant uprisings. In the future, even greater challenges were expected. As the territories grew stronger, Gaia would arrange even stronger opponents. The second year of Gaia would be a chaotic year. Those who could survive would rise from the ashes, those who couldn't would have to leave. Whatever happened would have its advantages and disadvantages. If a territory could lead its army to defeat the peasant uprising, it would not only gain a large population increase but also earn a significant amount of merit points and raise its rank. The weak being prey for the strong was evident at this point. The strong would grow stronger, and the weak would grow weaker. The strong would survive, the world was just so cruel. It wasn't hard to imagine that for territories standing alone, apart from top presences like Shanghai territory, it would be difficult to survive the peasant uprising. Forming alliances would be their solution. In the future, large and small alliances would form. The Shanghai Alliance and the Yanhuang Alliance, the two giants of the Chinese region, once again became the focal point for Lord Game Mode players. If one could join one of these two alliances, even if they couldn't live without problems, they would have a fighting chance. Unfortunately, neither the Shanghai Alliance nor the Yanhuang Alliance would lower their standards to recruit new members. They would rather be understaffed than have useless or untrustworthy individuals. This was something that wouldn't change. This period was also the best time for groups and overlords to rise. All the top 100 territories were filled with ambitious players. Although they didn't have as much influence as Ouyang Shua, building a regional alliance was still possible. Especially with the new Lianzhou model, this process was further simplified. In a matter of days, there was a huge change. Now, it wasn't that the large territories were forcing the small ones to sign the contracts. Instead, it was the small territories pushing the large ones to provide protection. Without this, they couldn't survive. If Ouyang Shua hadn't remembered wrongly, in his previous life, no more than 500 territories remained. If they didn't upgrade to a prefecture within 3 years, they were essentially all wiped out. His presence completely changed the landscape of the Chinese region, breaking the rule of the 6 tyrants of Handan. Ouyang Shua couldn't predict how the future would change. Shaking off these thoughts, he continued to search for more details about the information. As the Chinese region had the most uprisings, Gaia selected 4 of the most famous peasant uprisings, casting them all into the wilderness. Uprising name ** Qinshang Wuchuang Uprising. Uprising time ** End of the Qin dynasty. Uprising leader * Qinshang Wuchuang. Uprising location * Zhongyuan. Uprising evaluation * the first large-scale peasant uprising in Chinese history. Uprising name * Huangjin Uprising. Uprising time * End of the Eastern Han Dynasty. Uprising leader Zhang Jiao, Zhang Bo, Zhang Liang. Uprising location Northern region. Uprising evaluation the largest religious organization-led peasant uprising in Chinese history. Uprising name Huangchao Peasant Uprising. Uprising time end of the Tang dynasty. Uprising leader Huangchao. Uprising location southeastern region. Uprising evaluation a long, large-scale, and highly influential peasant uprising. Uprising name Taiping Heavenly Kingdom Uprising. Uprising time Qing dynasty. Uprising leader Hong Xiuquan, Yang Xiuqing, Li Xiuqing. Uprising location southwestern region. Uprising evaluation the largest scale peasant uprising in Chinese history. The situation in the game was entirely different from the historical context of the peasant uprisings. Hence, Gaia placed these four groups into four major regions, essentially covering the entire area. As for regions that weren't affected, like Qiangzhou Island and Yizhou Island, they were considered fortunate and escaped the influence. Gaia didn't strive to maintain absolute fairness in the game, as luck was a form of power. The saying goes, there are advantages and disadvantages, and nothing is absolute. The two islands didn't belong to any imperial city and were located out at sea. In Gaia's setup, these two islands belonged to the wilderness region. Wild beasts roamed freely, and it was quite dangerous. There were even chances of encountering ancient beasts. Moreover, there were large numbers of indigenous people who hunted to survive. The fact that they could survive in a place teeming with primitive beasts demonstrated the strength of these indigenous tribes. These two factors made it challenging for players to survive there as well. If not, Ouyang Shua would have chosen one of those islands instead of the Lianzhou Basin. The island was a paradise and a prison. Among the four rebellious groups, the one that Ouyang Shua paid attention to was the Taiping Country movement. This was because the movement began in Guangxi Xuanzhou's Jintian village. Xuanzhou was situated north of the Lianzhou Basin, right outside Jinan Pass. As for Wuzhou, where Chiyou city was located, it was to the east of Xuanzhou. This meant that if Ouyang Shua wanted to enter Guangxi, he had to face the Taiping country. The Taiping country was a secretive organization. They had many officials within their inner organization and were the strongest among the four groups. With the strength of Shanghai territory, they absolutely couldn't contend with Taiping country. Luckily, the uprising required a long preparation time and wouldn't happen instantly. Initially, the core members would appear in the wilderness, recruit people, build a base, expand outward, and take over more territories. Their final goal was to establish a powerful country. Thus, the uprising groups could be considered lord groups with a unique technique. When they arrived, they already had the foundation of their system and the strong skill of gathering refugees. Ouyang Shua feared for the territories around the uprisings. They would be the first victims and couldn't withstand the powerful uprising army. In his previous life, Ouyang Shua remembered that some unlucky lords surrendered to the uprising group and managed to survive as minor officials. Some lords actually succeeded and achieved great success. The settings in Gaia were very flexible. After Gaia implanted the uprising groups into the wilderness, they wouldn't interfere with the game. This meant that if these groups were particularly strong or the lords were especially weak, the uprising groups could survive until the end. Gaia definitely wouldn't remove the last information piece when the next one appeared. They definitely wouldn't. If the lords in a country couldn't defeat the uprising group, it would mean game over for all the lords. In the end, the system Imperial City would have to send troops to invade and eliminate the uprising group. Afterward, players could restart the village creation mission, obtain the village creation token, build their villages, and start anew. This way, when the country war began, this country would be easily defeated by others. Therefore, for lords to surrender to the uprising groups was a viable option. If one could secure a high position and even earn merit points, they could become a founding hero and acquire land and a rank. When the game concluded, the calculated achievement value would equate to owning a territory. This provided an escape for the less fortunate lords and made the game more complex. For the lords, this was a significant challenge. If not, why would lords continue to survive in the wilderness until the end? Ouyang Shua could only bitterly laugh at this. All he could do was swiftly unify the Lianzhou Basin and establish a stable base for his territory. As for the other lords, he could only address them as they appeared. If you are enjoying too, consider giving us a vote. Like last month, we will be releasing 8 bonus chapters if we come in first. To map out the territory and earn some prize money, as well as a chance to read more, click here to find out how. Send submissions to email protected. Also, check out the other novel edited by Nora, Spirit Hunter of Maoshan Sect. It's a unique story with an early time skip to a point where the main character is powerful. The narrative is rich with references to Chinese Taoist beliefs and folklore creatures, as well as the Chinese conception of the afterlife. Gaia, 2nd year, 1st month, 1st day, Jingdo_. No matter how grand the news of yesterday's information piece was, it was still something for the future. What players cared about most now was the second system auction. Walking on the bustling streets of Jingdo, Ouyang Shua couldn't help but be awed. Compared to the imperial city, his small land was nothing, not even close to being on the same level. On the wide streets, people swarmed, and carts and chariots were plentiful. The shops on both sides were all 2 stories high, built with green bricks and red tiles. The amount of merchandise was abundant, and the prosperity was indescribable. Besides Ouyang Shua were Songjia and Binger. Compared to the bustling modern city, the olden one had a different charm. Brother, sugar-coated Haas. Binger's true colors were revealed as soon as they arrived in Jingdo. The little girl was holding a sugar man and also stared at the sugar-coated Haas in the shop. Ouyang Shua felt guilty for not following Binger around. To make her happy, he would just let her do as she wished. Boss, give me a sugar-coated Ha. Ouyang Shua handed over a silver coin. No, 2 sticks. Songjia suddenly said. The 2 beauties, each holding a stick of sugar-coated Haas, strolled slowly down the streets, savoring their treats. Suddenly, danger struck. An ordinary-looking man standing behind Ouyang Shua suddenly drew a sword. As the sharp blade emerged from the sheath, it glistened in the light. The blade stabbed straight toward Ouyang Shua's heart. Ouyang Shua was astonished, goosebumps appearing all over his body. Feeling the killing intent from behind, Ouyang Shua didn't have time to think and sidestep to try and dodge. The sharp blade stabbed into his chest, and fresh blood flowed. Ouyang Shua jumped away, instantly increasing the distance between them. Turning around, he saw a young swordsman. The swordsman charged closer, his sword covered in blood. Wui! Songjia, who was walking in front, shrieked. She pulled out her Qingfeng sword and rushed forward. Ouyang Shua didn't turn around, staying focused. Don't come over, protect Binger. Songjia froze, instantly stopping. She grabbed Binger's hand, protecting her by her side, and looked worriedly at Ouyang Shua. She could sense that the assassin's sword skills were special. The assassin didn't give Ouyang Shua a chance, leaping forward again. Ouyang Shua looked stern. He had no chance to retrieve the Tianma spear from his storage bag. If he got distracted, he stood a high chance of being killed. Fortunately, apart from his spear technique, his Baiqi was also strong. The sword flashed, and Ouyang Shua pushed it aside, attempting to seize the sharp blade from the assassin's hand. The assassin was no novice and saw that the opponent was better than expected, entirely different from the intel he had received. He didn't dare be overconfident and fought with all his might, not giving Ouyang Shua a chance. In a brief moment, both of Ouyang Shua's hands were covered in blood and had several sword cuts. If Ouyang Shua weren't resilient, he would have screamed in pain. Gaia experienced a 50% reduction in pain reception. But Xiuquan excelled in close combat. As the assassin was quick and precise, he immediately closed the distance. The sword flashed incessantly, leaving either deep or shallow wounds on Ouyang Shuo. Ouyang Shuo was helpless. Without a weapon, he couldn't do anything. Additionally, the sword that the assassin had stabbed into his chest at the beginning was still unresolved, causing continuous blood loss. The massive loss of blood made his strength plummet, and he could no longer focus. If this continued, he would definitely bleed out. To the assassin, the best method now would be to continue wasting Ouyang Shuo's time and strength. However, one mustn't forget that this was the busiest street in Jingdou. An assassination on these streets instantly caused an uproar, and everyone panicked. Before long, the security forces of Jingdou would arrive. At that moment, everything would be too late. Just then, from the second floor of a shop, a sharp arrow accurately shot into Ouyang Shuo's thigh. The significant impact caused him to lurch forward and nearly fall to his knees. "Wui!" Songjia cried out. She was heartbroken and wanted to rush forward, but she couldn't. Since arrows were being fired, it meant the enemy had accomplices. She had to ensure Binger's safety. Ouyang Shuo knew if this continued, he would definitely die, and might even endanger Songjia and Binger. He could only take a chance. Ouyang Shuo deliberately lurched forward and knelt on the ground. When the assassin saw this perfect opportunity, he moved forward, aiming to deliver the final blow. Ouyang Shuo kept his head down, a cruel smile flashing across his face. Just as the sharp sword stabbed forward, he turned to the side, and the sword pierced his lower rib. Sharp pain spread from the region. Ouyang Shuo gritted his teeth, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. He used his strength, locking the sword in his ribs, preventing the enemy from pulling it out. The assassin tried to withdraw the sword and stab again but found it impossible. A bad feeling instantly washed over him. Unfortunately, it was too late. Seizing the opportunity, a white light flashed, and the Tianma spear materialized in his hand. Holding the Tianma spear, Ouyang Shuo's aura transformed, making him seem like an overlord. The spear appeared and aimed straight at the enemy. Though the move looked simple, it was impossible to dodge. The assassin, shocked, immediately released the sword and narrowly avoided the spear. His attack failed, and with experts arriving, the assassin felt both furious and embarrassed. He hadn't expected that, as a peak-level expert among adventure game mode players, he would fail to assassinate a lord. Lianzhou Lord really surprises people. As the assassin retreated, another sword appeared in his hand. "Who are you?" Ouyang Shuo, enduring the pain, coldly eyed the enemy. "You don't need to try to buy time. We are doing this for money and helping to solve someone's problem." Ouyang Shuo frowned, feeling the statement was familiar. "Are you Blood Sword? How do you know that?" The assassin panicked, unable to remain calm. It was as if his greatest secret had been suddenly exposed. Blood Sword, the most mysterious assassin organization in China, from his past life. Their style was what the assassin had said: take money to help solve problems. The moment they accepted a mission, they wouldn't rest until it was completed. No matter who it was, be it a lord or a sect leader, all were within their assassination scope. At their peak, they even declared that there was no one they couldn't kill. Previously, Blood Sword was still secretly building its strength, so outsiders had no knowledge of its existence. Counting the time, it was when Blood Sword had announced itself to the world. What Ouyang Shuo didn't expect was that he actually became the first target of Blood Sword. Blood Sword aimed to capitalize on the assassination of such a well-known target to instantly gain fame. How could he have expected that his highly secretive identity would be revealed? It was so shocking that he didn't know what to do. "You guys are really Blood Sword," a cold smile flashed across Ouyang Shuo's face. "Are you trying to bluff me?" The assassin's face turned red. "That's not right. How do you know our name?" Since you tried to kill me, you should be prepared for my retaliation. Ouyang Shua didn't know where their main base was, as their members were all part-time and even the inner circle didn't know the identities of the others. Such big words. Ouyang Shua shook his head. With the Tianma spear as support, he steadied himself. His wounds were still bleeding and seeping onto his clothes. Even so, no one dared to underestimate him. When the assassin saw his identity exposed, it made Ouyang Shua seem more inscrutable. The assassin was wary and wanted to find out if he was lying. Such a delay meant the experts were about to arrive. The assassin didn't dare to take the risk and chose to leave. The moment one was captured by them, they wouldn't even manage to revive. The Lianzhou Lord is indeed special, so let's meet next time. As he said this, he retreated and instantly disappeared within the crowd. As expected from the blood sword, they were swift and didn't drag things out. As the assassin left, it marked the end of the assassination attempt. As long as Ouyang Shua didn't die, he would continue to face their assassination attempts. They had many styles and methods, but they excelled in silent killing. Their plan today was to make themselves famous. Hence, they chose to kill openly. Once he left, Ouyang Shua finally couldn't hold on any longer. Cough. Ouyang Shua's body couldn't take it anymore, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. Wui. Brother. Song Jia and Binger ran over to support Ouyang Shua. Wui, are you okay? I'm fine. During the fight, Binger was very well behaved, not making a sound or crying out. After the storm passed, she couldn't hold it in any longer, seeing the blood on her brother. Tears started forming in her eyes. Brother, does it hurt? Ouyang Shua reached out and rubbed her head, comforting her. When his hand was in the air, he realized it was stained with blood. Baby, brother is fine. At that moment, the experts arrived. Marquis. The leader walked up to Ouyang Shua. Ouyang Shua nodded and described the appearance of the assassin. I hope your men can give me an answer. He was a lord. After he narrowly escaped an assassination attempt in Jingdou, he had the power to command and order them. The constable said solemnly, Lord, don't worry. If you are enjoying too, please consider giving us a vote. Like last month, we will release 8 chapters if we come in first. Know how to map and want to earn some prize money and a chance to read more? Click here to find out how. Send your submissions to Email Protected. Check out the other novel that Nora edits, Spirit Hunter of Maoshan Sect. It's a bit different, with an early time skip to when the main character is strong. The novel draws from Chinese beliefs in Taoism and features many references to folklore creatures and the Chinese belief in the afterlife. The Jingdou auction house was situated in the bustling heart of the city's main commerce street, and it was already brimming with people bustling through its doors. Whether they were lords of territories, leaders of guilds and sects, or even lone travelers, all seemed to have appeared, a gathering unprecedented. Seizing the opportunity, before the grand anniversary auction began, the Jingdou auction house organized a large-scale auction as a sort of pre-event. The items up for auction were abundant. Though not as rare as those destined for the anniversary auction, they were still of exceptional quality, each item above the gold rank, essentially high-end goods for seasoned players. The anniversary auction was an event rare enough that acquiring any of its items was a significant achievement for any player. Consequently, most of those present were there merely to observe. Thus, this preparatory auction came as a pleasant surprise, catering to the crowd's desire and unexpectedly became quite popular. At the entrance of the auction house, a cluster of players had gathered, their faces etched with anticipation. Why hasn't the manager arrived yet? The auction is about to start. Did something happen? Cut the nonsense. Why won't Gaia let us make a long-distance call? All right, just a bit more patience, everyone. We'll wait a little longer. Hey, guys, what if the manager got distracted by time while shopping with his sister-in-law? You know, hoes over bros. Little lion, how can you speak ill of the boss? We'll rat you out. Ah. Gong Changsha managed a strained smile. Haha, Xiuquan, you wouldn't do that, right? Haha, we're all good friends, good friends. 5 visits to Qingfeng Garden. Huh? Isn't that a bit much? Qingfeng Garden was the largest brothel in Jingdou, with each visit costing several hundred gold. So, no deal? Deal. Gong Changsha inwardly lamented his own slip of the tongue. Feng Xiuquan heard the two of them getting out of hand and scolded, "You two uncultured swines. Feng Si, we are very pure people. What did you call me?" Feng Xiuquan instantly raged. Xiuquan Dianxuo looked at Gong Changsha, who was just asking for it, and started gloating. Gong Changsha immediately regretted his words. He tried to flatter her, saying, "Sister Fangmo, I'm wrong, I'm really wrong, really." Feng Xiuquan stared at him, then turned and walked toward Baihua. The members of the Shanghai Alliance stood at the door of the auction house, attracting a lot of attention. Not only were they famous, but Baihua and Feng Xiuquan were both absolute beauties. The assassination attempt that happened on the Commerce Street seemed to have no effect, like a drop of rain in the sea. It was as if nothing had occurred. Under the company of Song Jia, he went to a hospital to have his wounds treated before rushing to the auction house. No matter what, this was something he couldn't miss. As for the constable's investigation, Ouyang Shua didn't hold too high hopes. As long as the assassins left Jingdou, they were practically free. Of course, the constables would draw up wanted posters and arrest warrants based on Ouyang Shua's description and send them to all the imperial cities. However, the actual effect would depend on Ouyang Shua's influence. Clearly, his current status wasn't enough to make the other imperial cities act. Ouyang Shua cared more about the identity of the mastermind, the person behind the whole thing who wanted him dead. As a lord, level wasn't important. Reviving once wouldn't have a significant effect on him. The core of the problem was that if he died, he needed to spend half a day in the reincarnation hall. Hence, if Ouyang Shua had died, he would have missed the auction. The mastermind had really planned it well. Ouyang Shua's arrival caused a stir. All the bandages made him look like half a dumpling, and if someone wasn't familiar with him, they definitely wouldn't recognize him. Boss? Gong Changsha ran over. Yes, it's me, Ouyang Shua replied. Gong Changsha looked at him with the affection one reserves for a cute_pet, leaving Ouyang Shua speechless. Boss, did you go peeping on a girl bathing? What happened? Gong Changsha didn't give Ouyang Shua a chance to explain. If Ouyang Shua could move, he would have beaten Gong Changsha up. Little Shua, what happened? Little Aunt and Xiuquan walked over. The others also gathered around. I'll explain everything after the auction. Let's go inside first, Ouyang Shua said. The Jingdou auction house had specially prepared suites for the 10 largest territories and 10 largest guilds. The members of the Shanghai Alliance all entered Ouyang Shua's suite. As they walked by, Duduan suddenly emerged from his suite. His eyes were sharp, and he instantly recognized Ouyang Shua, teasing, well, if it isn't the great Lord Chiyou. How did you end up like this? Don't tell me? Haha. Ouyang Shua ignored him and continued toward his suite. Hen. Duduan returned to his suite. Ouyang Shua's suite was the top choice at the auction house, comfortably accommodating all alliance members. After settling in, Song Jia asked, Wui, could it have been Duduan? As a representative of the Grey Powers, he had connections with such organizations. Ouyang Shua shook his head. It doesn't seem to be him. Duduan had no motive. While he detested Ouyang Shua, his limited funds meant he couldn't significantly impact the auction. Therefore, there was no need for him to eliminate Ouyang Shua and prevent his participation. A dog that bites doesn't bark, and Ouyang Shua suspected it was Chun Shinjun. During the first system auction, Chen Xinjun was extremely confident, but Ouyang Shua outsmarted him, leaving him empty-handed. This time, he would likely be better prepared and more cautious of Ouyang Shua's presence. "What are you two discussing?" "Little Shua, what happened to you?" asked Little Ant. Ouyang Shua then explained the assassination attempt to everyone. The suite erupted in a chorus of outrage. "Despicable. Jerk. What a douche." Xiaxiyun frowned. "Why didn't we hear about this earlier?" As the others continued to react, the auction began. Compared to the first system auction, the second one featured more items, a total of 108. The top 10 items would be auctioned last. Due to the high number of items, the auction format would differ from the first. It would be divided into two parts, with the first being a silent auction. Players could bid within a 1-hour time limit, with only one bid per item and could not change their bids. After the bidding ended, the highest bid would win the item. Ouyang Shua picked up a manual that described the auction items. The list included various scrolls, tokens, treasures, and even weapon crafting manuals. There were also equipment, pills, skill books, and cultivation techniques that adventure mode players loved. Each item was at the dark gold level, with 1 or 2 platinum-ranked items. The last few items were kept secret and not revealed. Among the Shanghai Alliance members, only Ouyang Shua, Baihua, Fengqiu Huang, and Snow War Rose mercenary group had sufficient funds and were interested in the last 10 items. Ouyang Shua picked up a book and bid 2,000 gold. He didn't act further, as his goal was the 10 items. An hour passed, and he smoothly obtained the book. The others also had some gains. Baihua got a shield-making technique manual, and Fengqiu Huang got a heavy sword crafting manual. Only Gong Chengshi got nothing, as he bid too little on the item he wanted. "Who asked you to be so stingy?" Xuanlong Dianshui taunted. Gong Chengshi was on the verge of tears. The second stage of the auction was the fun part. The best auctioneer from Jingdo Auction House walked onto the stage, followed by 10 people carrying trays covered with red cloth. After a brief speech, the auction began. Now, for the first item. The first beautiful model walked to the front and lifted the cloth, revealing a token. The auctioneer introduced the item. "This is a Silver Village creation token. Base price is 10,000 gold, buyout is 30,000 gold. Please place your bids." As expected, the first item was already quite enticing. If it was a year ago, this rare token would have sold for an exorbitant price. Unfortunately, a year had passed and the powers were already established. Even with a Silver Village creation token, one couldn't easily establish themselves in the wilderness. The main issue was the lack of funds. The rank of the village creation token prevented one from upgrading. Ouyang Shua was moved, instantly making the decision that what seemed worthless to others was like a godsend to him. 11,000 gold. Someone tested the waters. After the bid, no one followed. The sudden silence caught the auctioneer off guard. 11,000 gold, 11,000 gold, are there any other bids? Her eyes pleaded. If this village creation token was auctioned off like this, she might lose her job. 15,000 gold. Ouyang Shua placed his bid. While all the players looked toward the first suite as if in a trance. Everyone knew who sat inside, the strongest lord in the China region, Chiyou. One can afford to be bold if they're wealthy. Had he just slightly raised the bid, someone might have attempted to compete, but Ouyang Shua had directly bid 15,000 gold. No one could match Ouyang Shua's wealth or casually throw out such a high amount. Thus, the first item found its way into his pocket. If you are enjoying the Wars of Unification, too, do consider supporting us with a vote. Like last month, we will release 8 bonus chapters if we come first. Interested in napping and want to earn some prize money and a chance to read more? Click here to find out how. Send your submissions to email protected. Check out another novel Nora edits, Spirit Hunter of Maoshan Sect. It's a unique story with an early time skip to when the main character is already powerful. The novel draws from Chinese Taoist beliefs and features many references to folklore creatures and the Chinese concept of the afterlife. Little Xiuquan, if you feel you have too much money, you can lend it to me. Must you be so naive? The many people in the first suite didn't understand Ouyang Xiuquan's actions, but only Lin Jing could be so direct. Sigh, Ouyang Xiuquan had to explain, Auntie, I didn't recklessly spend money. This village creation token is worth it. Explain yourself. If you don't make sense, I'm going to beat you up. Lin Jing was a swordswoman, and her combat strength and damage output were clearly very high. The token is for Binger, to build a territory. Are you kidding me? Binger is still a kid, how can she be a lord? Binger, who was sitting in the suite, curiously lifted her head when her brother mentioned her. Let me finish. Facing such an anxious senior, Ouyang Xiuquan was helpless. Speak. Binger can't manage it, but I can. I'm her guardian, so based on the system setting, I can help her manage things until she reaches the legal age, Ouyang Xiuquan explained. There's such a setting? Why don't I know it? You aren't a lord, so of course, you wouldn't know about it, Ouyang Xiuquan muttered softly. Wui, I also didn't know about this. Did any of you know? Baiqi looked at the two of them bickering and wanted to help resolve the situation. Xuanlong Dianxue and the others all shook their heads. Nope. Isn't there another term on the Lord's interface? It's written clearly there. Did any of you even read it carefully? Wow, boss, we really admire you. These terms and conditions are so long and stupid, a total of 20 pages. You actually finished reading them. Gong Changsher teased. Worship +1 worship +2 worship +3. That's enough, Ouyang Xiuquan facepalmed. Why did everyone start acting silly? Amidst the laughter, the auctioneer began to auction the second item. The second tray revealed an old scroll. The auctioneer said, "This book is the Suazi Armor Crafting Manual. The base price is 11,000, and the buyout is 35,000. Please place your bids." The Suazi armor was a common piece of armor, cavalry, infantry, or even archers could all equip it. In terms of defense, the Suazi armor was average. However, it was still naturally better than the system-generated armor. Thus, there was a serious competition for it. 12,000. 13,000. 14,000. 20,000. 22,000. 23,000. The price continued to climb and quickly reached 25,000. The remaining bidders were Zhang Lang and Chen Xinjun. Among the Shanghai alliance, Ouyang Xiuquan had the Buren armor and the Mingguang armor, while Feng Qiuhuang had the Taifutu armor. Therefore, they didn't particularly need the Suazi armor. On the other hand, the Yanhuang alliance needed it badly. In the end, Zhang Lang won the Suazi armor with a bid of 28,000. It wasn't that Ouyang Xiuquan didn't consider joining the bidding. After all, who wouldn't want more armor varieties? Moreover, the Suazi armor had its uses. Only, this was the second item, and he only had around 100,000, so it was better to play it safer. The speed of the auction began to pick up. Now, on to the third item of the auction, the auctioneer pointed to the third tray. Ming Dynasty Warship Building Manual, starting bid 15,000 gold, buyout 45,000. Please place your bids. Ah. Ouyang Xiuquan drew in a breath of cold air, unable to contain the excitement in his heart. The item he needed had finally appeared. Before the ocean trading and exploration of the Qing dynasty, the Ming dynasty's warship technology was essentially the pinnacle in China and could be considered among the best in the world at that time. Even better, this was a comprehensive manual, similar to what Ouyang Xiuquan had obtained in the first auction. Acquiring it would mean possessing the warship-building technology of an entire dynasty and era. No one could stay calm. Among the top 10 territories in the China region, only Ouyang Shua, Bawang, and Xuanlong Dianxue were near the ocean. Considering the river systems and the map being 10 times larger, the intersections of waterways and rivers, especially in the southern regions, were numerous, making warships essential. One could imagine the fierce bidding war this manual would spark. In less than 10 minutes, the price had been raised to 28,000 gold. The unfortunate Xuanlong Dian.Shui had no choice but to give up, still owing money to the Four Seas Bank. He could only watch from the sidelines. Fortunately, he had a strong ally. "Boss, is it time to act?" Ouyang Shua remained calm and didn't rush to join the bidding. "Wait a while longer." Still, Xuanlong Dianxue didn't believe that Ouyang Shua would give up on this. Just at this moment, the pace of the bidding picked up. 30,000. 33,000. 35,000. Finally, Ouyang Shua couldn't stay calm. This was of absolute importance to his territory, even more so than his life. 38,000. Ouyang Shua bid once again. This price was almost the limit of what players could handle. After Ouyang Shua placed his bid, only Xiangba remained. Xiangba, in his own suite, called out to Ouyang Shua, "Brother Wei is truly wealthy, enough to make people feel despondent." 39,000. Xiangba made a final gamble. 40,000. Ouyang Shua was firm and, the moment Xiangba finished speaking, he raised the bid. If Xiangba bid once more, he would buy out the item. The whole place was in an uproar. A single item for 40,000 gold seemed almost unbelievable. Brother Wei, mad respect. Xiangba raised both hands in surrender. In the end, Ouyang Shua won it with 40,000 gold. The sound of the hammer made everyone turn around. Di Chen, on the other hand, was relieved. If this continues, Chiyou definitely wouldn't be able to compete with us for that item. Juadai Fanghua wasn't so sure and said calmly, "Did you forget about the first system auction?" Di Chen froze. "It's different, Chiyou has already spent 50,000. No matter how rich he is, he wouldn't have much left. I really don't understand how he has so much money. According to what we know, he's just upgraded and should need a lot of money. How would he have such a surplus?" Di Chen couldn't understand. Juadai Fanghua didn't say anything, which showed she was equally puzzled. "Do you think he spent the money building his territory? Do you think he's the type who rushes for short-term gains?" "No." The sudden silence made someone uneasy, while Chen Shinjun had a peculiar expression. "Such a formidable assassin couldn't even kill you, you must be really lucky. I hope you don't become my stumbling block, or else." Chen Shinjun looked at the target with the coldness of a snake eye. After a short pause, the auction resumed. "Next, we will start with the fourth item." The auctioneer held up a scroll and announced, "After using this, one can immediately class change to the hidden occupation, Qi Cultivator. Starting bid is 12,000 gold, and the buyout price is 35,000 gold. Please place your bids." As soon as he finished speaking, the adventure mode players burst into a frenzy. 18,000 gold. 20,000 gold. 22,000 gold. 26,000 gold. The adventure mode players were heated up, raising the bid by 2,000 gold each time. Ouyang Shua was impressed. There were so many wealthy people in the guild. Even the first suite, Xiuquan, a priest, bid similarly to a Qi cultivator. 30,000 gold. Xiuquan bid for a second time. Seeing that the price was nearing the buyout, the bidding slowed. In the end, it became a battle between the top 10 guilds. Apart from the guilds formed purely of work occupation players, the others wouldn't easily give it up. Even if they couldn't use it, they could still give it to their core members. Just as the guild leaders were competing, a bid was suddenly thrown out in the public area. 35,000 gold. The one who raised their tablet was a random player. The atmosphere instantly froze, the sudden silence was eerie. In an instant, the pause was broken, and the players caused a commotion. Whether in the suites or the public area, everyone gaped at the dark horse, wanting to see who he was. If you are enjoying Two Worlds of Origin, 2, please consider giving us a vote. Like last month, we will release 8 chapters if we come in first. Want to earn some prize money and a chance to read more? Click here to find out how. Send submissions _to_, email protected _. Check out another novel edited by Nora, Spirit Hunter of Maoshan Sect. It's a unique novel with an early time skip to where the main character is strong, drawing from Chinese beliefs of Taoism and featuring many references to folklore creatures and the Chinese belief in the afterlife. The Dark Horse player was wearing a hood, and no one could see his face, making him look incredibly mysterious. The minds of the various guild leaders were in such a state that it felt like 1,000 alpacas had stampeded through them. They wanted to cry, but no tears came. After raising the tablet, the player immediately left the public area. Then, they got up and exited the auction house. It was clear they had come for the class change scroll. The 4th item ended just like that. This Dark Horse player would become the biggest mystery of the second system auction. Ouyang Shua couldn't recall such a mysterious buyer from his previous life. Based on his guess, the person was either a solo player who had completed some hidden quest and received a significant reward or someone from a hidden aristocratic family. Only these 2 possibilities could explain his vast wealth. And he seemed more like the latter. For a normal solo player, even if they had gold, they wouldn't know what items would be up for auction. Could it be that those mysterious aristocratic families were finally bored and decided to come out and play? Thinking of this, Ouyang Shua had a strange look on his face. His rebirth had truly changed many things. Before Ouyang Shua's identity was revealed, he was also thought to be the child of a noble family, demonstrating their power and mystery. The number and members of these hidden aristocratic families were unknown, and whether they were good or bad was a mystery, like a fog hanging over the game. Of course, hidden didn't mean they were hermits. They could be your colleague, a grandpa playing chess in the park, or even the butcher or tailor. Anything was possible. As more powers entered the field, the game became increasingly interesting. The second year of Gaia was destined to be anything but simple. The auction continued. Now, let's begin the auction of the 5th item, the auctioneer said, pointing to the item on the tray. This is the Xiuquan armor making technical manual. The starting bid is 13,000 gold, and the buyout price is 40,000 gold. Please place your bids. Compared to the Song Dynasty Buran armor, the Tang Dynasty Xiuquan armor was more refined. Its name derived from the armor pieces, which were mostly in the shape of a shan. The Xiuquan armor consisted of 3 pieces, a typical Chinese design. The outer armor was both beautiful and well-fitted, easy to repair, and provided strong defense. However, due to the complex crafting process, it was expensive and primarily used by generals and commanders. Apart from Ouyang Shua, no one showed interest. 14,000 gold. 15,000 gold. 17,000 gold. 30,000 gold. Di-Chen suddenly raised his tablet, disrupting the auction's pace. His bid instantly brought the price close to the buyout, signaling his determination to win. Di-Chen intended to secure the item at the lowest possible price. In the Shanghai Alliance, only Baihua, apart from Ouyang Shua, had the funds to continue bidding. The Yanhuang Alliance, Chun Shenjun, and Xiangba also had the resources, but oddly, none of them raised their tablets, seemingly in agreement with Di-Chen. 31,000. Baihua raised her tablet. Di-Chen's eyes narrowed, and without hesitation, he shouted, 35,000 gold. The large jumps in bidding put significant pressure on Baihua. She had only brought 40,000 gold and had already spent a portion during the first round. If she wanted to continue, she had to borrow money from Ouyang Shua. With Di Chen's determination, he would choose to buy out the item. After Baihua discussed with Xing Yi, they decided to give up. One reason was that the price was too high, and secondly, Shanghai City's army already had the ability to sell armor. Hence, they didn't need to rush to make armor for themselves. Suddenly, Ouyang Shua whispered something in Baihua's ear. She was stunned and looked at him speechlessly. She raised her tablet again, 36,000 gold. Di Chen sweet. Now what? Do we buy it out? Di Chen asked. Juedai Fenghua frowned. Baihua probably has Chiyou Wui's support and wants to push us to the end. To be safe, we should buy it out. Di Chen sighed. That's the only way. If we hadn't prepared well, we might have failed again this time. He still felt heart-pained that he had spent 10,000 more than expected. 40,000 gold wasn't a small number, and to prepare that sum, Handan County had lived frugally for the past few months, pushing back many projects to raise the gold. Despite his efforts, Di Chen had no choice but to buy it out. As usual, after the fifth item was auctioned, there would be a break. During the break, the members of the Shanghai Alliance were curious about what Ouyang Shua had said to Baihua. Given the situation, she seemed ready to give up, so why did she suddenly continue? Ouyang Shua said calmly, I told her to just bid. If she really won, I'd pay the rest. Let's con Di Chen out of some money. Haha, boss, well done. Wui, you are really too evil. How can you con someone like this? Next time, remember to include me. Ouyang Shua was speechless. If Di Chen knew the truth, he would cry out in pain, wouldn't he? Haha. Everyone burst out laughing. And Baihua, the ice goddess, actually played along with our boss. I really didn't expect that. I'm innocent. Baihua tried to defend herself. Stop bluffing us, big sister, you're an evil person too. Qing Yi exposed Baihua. Haha. Everyone burst out laughing again. Stupid brat, watch how I take care of you later. Baihua's embarrassment turned to rage. Aya, save my life. Big sister wants to kill me, save me. Everyone looked on from the side, no one wanted to help her. Sai, all of you are traitors. Sister Qing Yi, you asked for it, we can't help you. Gong Chengshi fanned the flames. Brother Shi, I will remember this. Ah, I didn't do anything. Gong Chengshi had an innocent look. You deserve it. Hearing the laughter coming from the adjacent room, Di Chen shivered. He had the feeling that he was played by Ouyang Shua. No, it couldn't be, Di Chen consoled himself. No matter what, he had reached his goal and successfully won the item he wanted. With the Shanwan armor, Handan County could form an elite infantry. With Lianpa as the general, the Handan County army would see a huge transformation. The Huangjin uprising in the north would be his opportunity to rise. After the break, the second half began immediately. The auctioneer re-entered the stage to host the auction. During the first half, apart from the first item, the rest were sold at high prices, making her feel confident. Now, we will begin the auction of the sixth item, the auctioneer said, pointing at an old manual. This mysterious region exploration scroll has a starting price of 10,000, and the buyout is 30,000. Please place your bids. This was the dream prize for adventure mode players. Unlike the class change scroll, the value of this item was harder to predict, as it only gave players a chance to explore the mysterious region. After tearing the scroll, whether one could explore the region or what they might obtain from it was uncertain. If one was lucky, they could get a divine secret manual or a godly weapon. If unlucky, they might end up with crafting materials or gold-ranked equipment. Everything was unknown. Of course, the system wouldn't be too unfair. Passing through the mysterious region guaranteed at least a dark gold-ranked equipment. Even so, the major powers circled it like eagles. This was because high-grade equipment and secret manuals were hard to obtain from monsters and missions. Especially cultivation techniques and secret manuals, those of the king rank and above were particularly rare. The mysterious region offered a chance, a possibility. Taking down the first mysterious region could boost a guild's reputation. Lords like Ouyang Shua had little interest, as only players could enter the mysterious region, and soldiers and generals were not allowed. Thus, it was difficult for lords to assemble a strong team. 11,000 gold. 12,000 gold. 18,000 gold. 19,000 gold. The bidding price continued to rise. Not only were the top 10 guilds bidding, but even second-rate guilds and small squads were joining in. 21,000 gold. 22,000 gold. The bidding price kept climbing, and it seemed to be approaching the buyout price. At this point, the onlookers were hoping and waiting to see if another dark horse would appear. 30,000 gold. It was another buyout, but this time it wasn't a dark horse. It was Blood Romance, the leader of the first guild, who bid to ensure there would be no last-minute surprises, showcasing the strength of the top-ranked adventure mode player. If you are enjoying too, please consider giving us a vote. Like last month, we will release 8 bonus chapters if we come in first. If you know how to map and want to earn some prize money and a chance to read more, click here to find out how. Send your submissions to email protected. Also, check out another novel edited by Nora, Spirit Hunter of Maoshan Sect. It's a unique novel with an early time skip to when the main character is strong, drawing from Chinese beliefs of Taoism and featuring many references to folklore creatures and the Chinese belief of the afterlife. Now, time for the 7th item. The auctioneer pointed at the 7th tray and introduced, this is a merger token. After use, one can merge a subsidiary territory or village creation token with an existing city. This way, one doesn't need to rebuild from scratch. The starting bid is 5,000 gold, and the buyout is 20,000 gold. Please place your bids. Ouyang Shua didn't expect to see a second merger token. He remembered that the first merger token still had an unused slot. Since these items would benefit Ouyang Shua, he decided to obtain this one, even if he had to buy it out. However, Ouyang Shua understood its value, while others did not. To the other lords, a second-grade territory had 9 more slots available, so why would they need a merger token? It was another unpopular item. Ouyang Shua didn't bid, as he didn't want to seem too eager. The others didn't bid, as they couldn't assess the token's worth. Zhang Lang and Di Qin had spent most of their gold and couldn't compete. Chen Shinjun and Xiongba preferred to hold on to their gold. 6,000 gold. Someone in the public area bid. With a schwa sound, everyone turned to look at him, wondering if they were witnessing another dark horse. Suddenly becoming the center of attention filled the player with delight. A minute passed, and then another. As time slowly ticked by and no one outbid him, the player started to grow anxious. Considering the consequences, his face turned pale. He was just a small lord who craved the spotlight but didn't actually want to win a token he didn't understand. 6,000 gold was all of his assets. His expression couldn't be hidden from the other players. This was when the players realized that this wasn't a dark horse but a dumb horse. The place grew raucous as they laughed at the lord. 6,000 gold. Are there any others who would like to bid? The auctioneer was helpless. These fellows really couldn't see the value of it. 6,000 gold once. The player's face was pale, and his limbs were cold. 6,000 gold twice. The player's face was filled with despair. Ouyang Shua looked at the scene in amusement before slowly raising the tablet. Seeing that it might become a hot product, the auctioneer said excitedly, 7,000 gold. The first suite bid 7,000 gold. Are there any others who would like to bid? Phew. The player was relieved, and he lay on the chair as if he had been revived. He looked gratefully at Ouyang Shua and swore to find a chance to thank him. The other players felt that Ouyang Shua bid to help the other guy and praised him for it. Those who wanted to bid to try it out also stopped wanting to contest. Ouyang Shua wouldn't foolishly clear the air and, with a cheap price of 7,000, obtained the token. He was grateful to the player who had tried to be famous. If it weren't for him, this merger token wouldn't have been at such a price. Obtaining it, Ouyang Shua still had 54,000 gold left, enough for one more item. The cold reaction to the merger token gave the auctioneer a headache. He loved but hated Ouyang Shua as the two unpopular items were obtained by him. Such a lucky guy. Then, the eighth item was revealed. It was actually a treasure sword. Before the auctioneer introduced it, the adventure mode players became noisy. The second system auction had so far included 3 items prepared for them. Now, for the 8th item, the auctioneer pointed at the sword. This is a god sword and ranks 5th on the top 10 sword list. Crafted by the Grandmaster swordsmiths Ojizi and Jiang, the starting bid is 20,000, and the buyout is 60,000. Please place your bids. The Qixing Longyuan was a truly pure sword. Legend said that Ojizi and Jiang, to craft this sword, chiseled the mountain and used the mountain stream water to form the beta Qixing beside the smithy furnace. After the sword was formed, looking down on the blade was like gazing from the mountain into the deep abyss, as if there was a dragon's den. Hence, it was called Longyuan. The god weapon, the first god weapon in the China region, had actually appeared in the auction. The players' eyes were red like a rabbit's, and they wished they could just rush forward and claim the sword. No matter the lords or the adventure mode players, everyone was moved. Thus, the atmosphere of the auction reached its peak. For the adventure mode players, they didn't care about the last item and had only the Qixing Longyuan in their eyes. Unfortunately, the sky-high price was something 99.9% of them couldn't afford. Blood Romance's face was white, and it was too late to regret. He regretted spending the money earlier. Little Shua, I want this sword. Lin Jing took one glance at it and fell in love with the sword. Then bid. Ouyang Shua felt weird. He himself also wanted it. Even though his sword skills were poor, it would be a nice addition to his collection for a sense of achievement. This was a god weapon, one he had dreamed of in his past life. I don't have enough money. Lin Jing said, embarrassed. For this auction, they had prepared 45,000 gold. After they spent 5,000 in the first round, they only had 40,000 gold left. In the short time they were talking, the price had risen to 30,000. The people with real strength hadn't acted yet. They knew the intense battle hadn't started, and they were borrowing gold from their allies. How do you know if I have money? I spent a lot at the start, Ouyang Shua asked. You definitely have it. Shanghai City's substantial earnings from reselling grain were something Ouyang Shua didn't hide from her. She definitely had an estimate of Ouyang Shua's financial strength. Ouyang Shua had no choice but to lend her 20,000 gold. Remember to return it. So stingy, Lin Jing grumbled. Now that she had enough to buy out the item, she was very confident. Cough. Ouyang Shua looked at his senior, who was around his age. This was 20,000 gold, not 200 or 2,000. When Lin Jing got the money, she ignored Ouyang Shua and discussed with Xiuquan. Should we just buy it out? Facing the item she liked, she lost her composure. Xiuquan thought about it. Let's wait a bit. If we can save some money, we should. Using such a large sum to buy something that only Lin Jing could use meant they had to justify it to the entire guild. It wasn't as simple as they thought. Thus, they had to save what they could. 32,000 gold. 33,000 gold. 35,000 gold. 37,000 gold. The price kept climbing with no signs of stopping. 40,000 gold. Finally, the bids slowed down. Those who had lasted this long were the real heavyweights. The real battle was just beginning. At this point, Yijian Shilai suddenly called out, "Let's not delay any longer." 45,000 gold. It was clear Yijian Shilai had raised the funds and wasn't giving the others the chance. In such a short time, not everyone could gather that much gold. The 45,000 gold bid pushed the bidding to another level. 46,000 gold. Yanzi Lisan, the guild leader of the 18 horsemen of Yenyun, closely followed. Yijian Shilai froze. He hadn't expected Yanzi Lisan to actually have the money. Apart from the two of them, there was no third bidder. The two were neck and neck, and the winner was still undecided. Should we follow? Lin Jing was a bit nervous. Wait a bit longer. I think they're at their limits. Li Xiyun remained as calm as usual. Okay. Lin Jing didn't want to wait. She clutched the red tablet tightly in her hand, ready to raise it. 47,000 gold. Yijian Shilai bid again. 48,000 gold. Yanzi Lisan shouted. The two of them began to fight, unaware of how much gold the other had. 49,000 gold. 50,000 gold. The other players watching were nearly breathless. 50,000 gold was such a huge amount. Lin Jing was so nervous she nearly broke her tablet. If not for Xie, she would have bought it outright. A legendary weapon like the Qixing Longyuan was the ultimate dream for any swordsman. With it, one had nothing more to wish for. 52,000 gold. Yijian Shilai threw in all his gold. Yanzi Lisan's face turned ashen, and he was no longer as calm as before. In truth, 50,000 gold was all he had. His heart was far from calm, and he was just putting on an act for Yijian Shilai. He didn't expect it would be futile. Seeing Yanzi Lisan's expression, Yijian Shilai was elated. Haha, the Qixing Longyuan is mine. Yijian Shilai couldn't help but laugh. Yijian Shilai was a pure swordsman, deeply obsessed with sword arts. That's why he agreed to Di Chen's conditions and managed to gather a sum. The players looked at him with envy and jealousy. In the first suite, Xie softly said, "Bid." 53,000 gold. Lin Jing instantly placed her bid. Boom, in an instant, the place erupted in chaos. No one expected a dark horse to appear at the end. No, it wasn't a dark horse but a wolf lurking in the shadows. Yijian Shilai's delighted expression suddenly froze. He looked back at the first suite in disbelief, his face turning red. In that moment, he had lost all his dignity. The auctioneer, however, paid him no mind and continued, 53,000 once. 53,000 twice. Are there any more bids? 53,000 thrice. Pang. As the auctioneer brought down the hammer, congratulations, Snow rose, on acquiring the 8th item. When Yijian Shilai regained his composure and saw the mocking expressions of the players beside him, he directed a lethal glare toward the Snow War Rose mercenary group. "I'm not done with you. If you think I'm enjoying this, you're wrong. Like last month, if we come out on top, we'll release 8 bonus chapters. If you know how to navigate and want a chance to earn some prize money and read more, click here to find out how. Send your submissions to email protected. Check out the other novel Nora edits, Spirit Hunter of Maoshan Sect. It's a unique novel that skips to a time when the main character is already strong, drawing from Chinese Taoist beliefs and featuring many references to folklore creatures and the Chinese concept of the afterlife. Haha, Yijian Shilai, you've lost so much face. As the grand show came to an end, Yanzi Lisan had already calmed down. Seeing Yijian Shilai getting KO'd, he mocked him. The old saying goes, heaven's favor will eventually turn, and the consequences will bring nothing but unhappiness. Yijian Shilai was furious and couldn't bear to stay, so he left the auction house immediately. In the end, with a sky-high bid of 53,000 gold, Lin Jing successfully won the Qixing Longyuan. She had also made an enemy of Jian Shilai, with no chance of reconciliation. Given his character, he would definitely seek revenge. The stats of the Qixing Longyuan were so impressive that they made the members of the Shanghai Alliance drool. Name Qixing Longyuan. Hardness 88. Sharpness 90. Toughness 85. Specialty unique, can't be dropped, can't be traded. Blade breaker if the hardness of the opponent's sword is lower, there is a chance to break it directly. Killing skill Beta Qixing summons the power of the 7 stars to form the Baidu sword formation, an attack like the horns of a goat, unseen and unblockable. Compared to a platinum rank weapon, the stats of a god weapon were incomparable. Besides the usual stats, the specialty meant that the user could not drop or trade the weapon, so there was no need to fear it being stolen. Additionally, the god weapon had another feature that many envied. The strength of the killing skill depended on the user's internal strength. The stronger the user, the more potent the killing skill. When it was used, all of the user's internal strength would be depleted. Therefore, for Lin Jing to use the god weapon to its best effect, she needed to have an emperor level or higher cultivation method. Unfortunately, such cultivation methods were only obtained by luck. Reviewing the stats, Lin Jing even considered joining the Dongli sword sect to cultivate. In the game, to prevent cultivation methods from being stolen, there were strict restrictions on teaching and passing down techniques. Even core disciples could only cultivate about 80% of the true skill. Additionally, when players join a sect, they must be bonded to it, committing to their position and identity. Thus, joining the Dongli sword sect was out of the question. Of course, the most crucial aspect of the god weapon was the hidden setting. Based on this setting, the god weapon could be recreated in the real world and would be free. For platinum-ranked equipment, not only was there a chance of failure, but one also needed to use some achievement points. With the god weapon in hand, one could rule the world. If not, why would having a god weapon be the dream of all adventure game mode players? The moment Lin Jing obtained the sword, her eyes never left it as she gazed at it in awe. Just as she picked it up, a system notification echoed. System notification, congratulations, player Snow Rose, for obtaining the god weapon, officially triggering the series quest 10 famous swords appear in the wilderness. The moment the notification sounded, there was another uproar. The players in the auction house had personally witnessed how sought after a top 10 sword was. Even if one didn't use it for themselves, selling it could ensure a happy life for many years. Overnight wealth was no longer a dream. Even the Shanghai Alliance members were thrilled. They had seen the power of the stats of a god weapon, and their desire for one was far greater than that of normal players. The presence of a god weapon had surpassed all other occupations, and every player wanted one. Especially for swordsmen, the god weapon was a lethal poison. Hong Ying, who had seen the stats of the Qixing Longyuan, was now pestering Bai Hua, leaving her speechless. Even Song Zhua, who had the Qingfeng sword, desired the Qixing Longyuan. If the one in the auction wasn't Lin Jing, she would have asked Ouyang Shua to buy it. Now, seeing the quest being announced, her eyes lit up, and she swore she would get one. Witnessing the huge commotion among the players, Ouyang Shua shook his head. The 10 famous swords were the Xianyuan sword, Zhanlu sword, Qishao sword, Qina sword, Qixing Longyuan sword, Ganjiang sword, Moi sword, Yuzheng sword, Suanjuan sword, and the Changying sword. The Xianyuan sword was in the hands of the Yellow Emperor, making it nearly impossible for players to obtain it. The Zhanlu sword was in Yufei's possession and wouldn't appear yet. The Qishao sword was held by Liu Bang and likewise wouldn't appear for now. Thus, players only had a chance to encounter 6 god weapons. In his past life, someone had triggered the quest, and it wasn't as easy as one might expect. Over 5 years in his past life, only 4 of the god swords had appeared, demonstrating how challenging the quest was. Ouyang Shua was truly interested in the Qishao sword, but it was an emperor's sword. Who knew if he would have destiny with it in this life? Compared to the 10 famous swords, what interested Ouyang Shuo most was the swordsmith Ojizi. One must know that out of the 10, half were made by him. Adding his son-in-law Jiang and daughter Moya, they made all 10. Ojizi was the only swordsmith of saint rank, and based on the era, he was already born. If not, the system wouldn't have taken the Qixing Longyuan out to sell. If he could find Ojizi and had suitable materials, divine weapons would be easy to come by. Of course, to attract Ojizi, one must have a place for swordsmithing. In Ouyang Shuo's memory, Lianzhou Basin did not have such a place. In the last life, Ojizi chose a spot and focused on crafting swords. In this life, Ouyang Shuo wanted to try to find this master first. After the system notification, the auction was nearing its end. The last 2 auction items were about to be revealed. Now, onto the 9th item. The auctioneer pointed to the old book on the tray and said, "This is a technical manual for making gunpowder. Starting bid is 10,000, buyout is 30,000. Please place your bids." Gunpowder wasn't a rare product in the wilderness. There would be some sources, more or less. But to produce gunpowder on a large scale, one needed a specific technical manual. To other territories, gunpowder was a support item, but to the Shanghai City Navy, it was an important skill and of great help to the research institute. Without hesitation, Ouyang Shuo bid and, before the others could react, he bought it out. Before they could react, the 9th item was already sold. The auctioneer was truly amazed by Ouyang Shuo's lack of hesitation. Now, onto the 10th item, the auctioneer said, pointing at an old book on the tray. "This is the Siege Weapon Crafting Technical Manual. The starting price is 15,000 gold, and the buyout price is 45,000 gold. Please make your bids." There were many types of ancient siege weapons, such as scaling ladders, catapults, siege chariots, siege towers, and ballistae. An additional type of siege weapon was always beneficial. To date, Shanghai City could only manufacture scaling ladders. Ouyang Shuo counted the gold in his storage bag, including the 7,000 that little ant had returned to him, giving him a total of 43,000 gold before buying the 9th item. After the buyout, he only had 13,000 gold left, which didn't even meet the starting price. This was probably Chun Shinjuan's goal. Thinking about the assassination attempt on the streets, Ouyang Shuo felt extremely cold. He wouldn't let Chun Shinjun get away with it. "Bai Hua, are you interested in getting this?" Ouyang Shuo asked. Of course, Bai Hua nodded, but then frowned. "But I only have 35,000 gold. I'll lend you 10,000, but you have to get it. We can't let it fall into the hands of the Yanhuang Alliance." "Wui, why don't you take it?" Bai Hua felt puzzled. "No money." "Damn, I thought the boss had an endless supply of money. I never imagined there would be a day like this." Ouyang Shuo's mouth twitched as he stared at Gong Chengsher. Like a cold wind had swept by, Gong Chengsher's heart shivered. He instantly fell silent. "All right. I'll borrow from you and pay you back through the bank." Bai Hua agreed, allowing the Four Seas Bank to open a branch in Consonance County. Ouyang Shuo nodded. It was so much easier to talk to smart people. In the 4th suite, Chun Shinjun was there. He yawned and muttered, "Is it finally going to start?" Indeed, from the start, his goal was the 10th item and he had prepared 50,000 gold to buy it. Chun Shinjun was looking on from the side as Chiyou Wui had already won 4 items. No matter what, he wouldn't have enough money. As for others, he didn't even consider them. He was now just ready to get the item at the lowest price, and the bidding was just a tedious process. The bidding process unfolded as he had expected. 16,000 gold. 17,000 gold. 21,000 gold. 22,000 gold. 30,000 gold. Once the bidding reached 30,000 gold, it pretty much stopped. Seeing that the time was right, Chun Shinjun was about to bid. Suddenly, Bai Hua raised the red tablet. The auctioneer, elated, loudly announced, "Congratulations to Baiqi in the first suite, who has bought the item. This auction has ended. Thank you for your patronage." Chen Shinjuan's expression was the same as Yijian Shilai's, totally frozen. Haha, from the first suite, there was uncontrolled laughter. The scheming and well-prepared Chen Shinjun had once again left the auction empty-handed. If you are enjoying too, please consider giving us a vote. Like last month, we will be releasing 8 if we come first. Interested in napping and want to earn some prize money and a chance to read more? Click here to find out how. Send your submissions to email protected. Check out another novel Nora edits, Spirit Hunter of Maoshan Sect. It's a unique story with an early time skip to when the main character is already powerful. The novel draws from Chinese Taoist beliefs and features many references to folklore creatures and the Chinese concept of the afterlife. Amidst the commotion, the curtains for the second system auction were drawn. Out of the 10 items, Ouyang Shuo secured 4, the Silver Village Creation Token, the Ming Dynasty Warship Making Manual, the Merger Token, and the Gunpowder Making Technical Manual. Lin Jing took the Qixing Longyuan, and Baiqi obtained the Siege Weapon Crafting Technical Manual. The Shanghai Alliance once again dominated the auction, acquiring most of the items. Di Chen secured the Shanwen Armor Making Technical Manual, Zhang Lang the Suazi Armor Making Technical Manual, Blood Romance the Mysterious Region Exploration Scroll, and the Mysterious Player the Qi Cultivator Hidden Occupation Class Change Scroll. Following this auction, the Yanhuang Alliance was poised to see a significant boost in their armor capabilities. As for the unfortunate outcomes of Yijian Shilai and Chen Shinjun, no one would pity their fate. The highest bidder, Ouyang Shuo, placed a bid of 120,000 gold, and was left with only 3,000 gold toward the end. Next year's auction would likely be even more intense. After the auction concluded, Ouyang Shuo promptly returned to his territory. Concerning the assassination in Jingdou, Ouyang Shuo would wait until he completed all his current tasks before addressing the issue. No matter who the mastermind was, Ouyang Shuo vowed to take revenge on Bloodsword. Since they made him their target to declare their presence to the world, they must be ready for his relentless retaliation. Upon returning to his territory, Ouyang Shuo transferred the Ming Dynasty Warship Making Manual to the Beihai Shipyard and the Gunpowder Making Technical Manual to Research Institute No. 7. With these 2 technical manuals, the Beihai Naval Fleet would undergo a significant upgrade. The Merger Token was used to combine with the 3 Black Iron Village Creation Tokens from Chiyou County, adding 4 more Village Creation Tokens to Ouyang Shuo's storage bag. He planned to address the new Village Creation Token after handling his current affairs. The location for the village had already been decided by Ouyang Shuo. After dealing with his matters, it was late at night, and Ouyang Shuo returned to the Lord's Manor. The next day, Ouyang Shuo headed straight to the recruitment hall to recruit a historical figure. The recruitment hall had a 1-year cooldown, which made Ouyang Shuo feel both heart-pained and happy. The monthly recruitment of a special talent was not a significant issue for the territory, as among the refugees arriving daily, at least one high-ranking talent would appear. The anniversary update increased the settings for the Aboriginal people and introduced a feature allowing the Lord to check the various types of talents in his territory. Ouyang Shuo focused on the A-class talents, and as expected, Chuangyu, Cui Shaoxi, Gu Xiuquan, Zhou Haichen, Zhao Sihu, Wang Feng, and Senteng Jiao were among them. Several core members of the Backbone Group were all A-class. Those like Zhao Duong, Zhao Yufeng, Qian Lifei, and Du Xiaolin had B-class potential, while Zhang Daniu, Song Sen, Zhang Shanpao, and others had C-class potential. Overall, the leaders and talents in the Shanghai territory were plentiful. Ouyang Shuo pushed open the gate of the recruitment hall and walked beside the teleportation formation, placing his palm on the wooden tablet. A system notification sounded. System notification, congratulations, player Chiyou Wui, for activating the recruitment hall. You have one chance to recruit a historical figure and one chance to recruit a special talent. Would you like to recruit? Recruit historical talent. System notification. Congratulations, player Chiyou Wui, for recruiting the Emperor rank historical figure Du Ruhui, deducting 100 gold. A white light shone, and a middle-aged scholar walked out of the teleportation portal. Kemming greets Lord Du Ruhui. It was actually Du Ruhui. This was the talent Ouyang Shua had always desired. Thinking about something constantly does bring rewards. Ouyang Shua immediately rushed to help him up. Sir, please rise. As one of Li Shimon's key advisors during the Sui and Tang dynasties, Du Ruhui was instrumental in running the camp and earned the envy and praise of many. During the dynasty's years, he was Li Shimon's right-hand man and a high-ranking military official. The Du Ruhui standing before him was at the peak of his career, but his only concern was his health. Historically, he fell ill in the 4th year of the dynasty and passed away at the young age of 46. When he emerged from the teleportation formation, he couldn't help but cough, his body slightly slouched and his health not in the best condition. A look of worry flashed across Ouyang Shua's face. As he led Du Ruhui out of the recruitment hall, Ouyang Shua checked his stats. Name Du Ruhui, Emperor rank. Dynasty Sui and Tang. Identity resident of Shanghai City. Occupation civil servant. Loyalty 75. Command 75. Force 40. Intelligence 75. Politics 85. Specialty Quick thinking raises efficiency of territory by 20%. Vision raises the success rate of plans by 25%. Capable enough to be a prime minister raises handling level of the territory by 10%. Evaluation ranked 3rd among the 24 officials in the Lingyan Pavilion. Smart and capable, Du Ruhui is a great analyst and morally upright. He thinks ahead and can plan for the country, helping to take over and rule effectively. Well-versed in culture and classics, he radiates moral integrity and sets a good example. Compared to Feng Xianling, Du Ruhui's reputation was slightly weaker, partly due to his early death. In terms of ability, the two were on par. One excelled in drafting plans, while the other was adept at making decisions. They were known as Fangmo Duduan. The appearance of Du Ruhui gave Ouyang Shua a significant confidence boost. Ouyang Shua led him into his study and personally explained the situation. Du Ruhui quickly adapted to his new role. He wasn't just a passive listener, at times, he would ask insightful questions, which Ouyang Shua answered in detail. In less than an hour, both were engaged in a deep conversation. Kemming, I'm thinking of letting you lead the military affairs department. Do you have any opinions? Ouyang Shua asked. Du Ruhui nodded, a thought on his mind. During their conversation, Du Ruhui had noticed that the Lord was concerned about the imbalance in the military. The military affairs department was unable to establish its prestige and status, and couldn't balance the power with Baiqi, who was the overall general. Even the 3 divisions might not be under their control, which was a clear and dangerous sign. Leading the military affairs department posed a significant challenge. Not only was General Baiqi renowned, but Shi Wanshui, Erlai, and Luo Shixin were all outstanding talents. To assert authority over them and form a balance of power was no small feat. As for how the current director, Ge Hongliang, felt about the situation, Du Ruhui hadn't considered it. He knew that since Marquis Ge made his decision, he would handle it without need for someone of his caliber to worry. What Du Ruhui hadn't anticipated was the intrigue that awaited upon his arrival. Lord, don't worry. I won't let you down, Du Ruhui reassured. Ouyang Shua nodded, acknowledging Du Ruhui's straightforward and efficient approach. They then engaged in a deep discussion about military affairs. The Military Affairs Department, despite its name, was lacking in structure and authority, partly due to Gu Hongliang's capabilities and the widespread nature of its internal makeup. The 4 divisions under it, military intelligence, war logistics, armory, and bow and arrow, were primarily focused on logistical support, with none responsible for command and control. It was no surprise the generals viewed the department as merely a support unit. Ouyang Shua intended to use the change in directorship to overhaul the department's structure, and Du Ruhui, with his military leadership, was poised to take the helm. Hence, he was highly familiar with military affairs. His many ideas and views brightened Ouyang Shua's perspective, and he learned a great deal. One morning, both of them finalized the new structure of the Military Affairs Department. That afternoon, Ouyang Shua invited General Baiqi and the director and officials from the Military Affairs Department to a meeting. In the main meeting hall, Ouyang Shua sat at the upper platform, Du Ruhui at the right seat of honor, and Baiqi at the left. They were followed by Gu Hongliang and the 4 secretaries. Gu Hongliang had a bad feeling as he saw Du Ruhui. During this period, as Baiqi took over the position, Gu Hongliang faced a lot of difficulties. Essentially, he was stripped of his power by Baiqi and became a powerless director. These days were almost torture for Gu Hongliang. Du Ruhui's arrival foreshadowed significant changes. Noticing his expression, Ouyang Shua had a thought. He could have asked Gu Hongliang to enter his room and inform him of the news personally, but he did not. He wanted to see how Gu Hongliang would react to such a difficult situation, whether he would remain loyal. This was a test for Gu Hongliang. As their territory expanded, disputes over interests became more frequent, and factions began to form. A year of training made Ouyang Shua more composed, and he had ideas on how to handle such situations. The intensive training had hardened Ouyang Shua, making him colder and more resolute. Over time, Ouyang Shua became increasingly serious and stern. Now, Qing'er and the others would not dare to act frivolously in front of him. Even Fan Zhongyin and the others had more respect for him. The road to becoming an emperor, how could it be easy and smooth? If one gained more, one would also lose more. In the end, that person would become lonely. Do consider giving us a vote if you are enjoying too. Like last month, we will release 8 bonus chapters if we come in first. If you know how to map and want to earn some prize money and a chance to read more, click here to find out how. Send submissions to email protected. Check out the other novel that Nora edits, Spirit Hunter of Maoshan Sect. It's a bit of a different novel, with an early time skip to where the main character is strong. It draws from Chinese beliefs in Taoism and features many references to folklore creatures and the Chinese belief in the afterlife. Before the meeting, Ouyang Shua introduced Du Ruhui to the officials present. Upon hearing that Du Ruhui was once a high-ranking military minister, Baiqi's eyes lit up. Gu Hongliang, however, grew solemn as his premonition came true. The others, lacking the authority to voice their opinions, remained silent. The meeting officially began, and Ouyang Shua directly announced the reorganization of the Military Affairs Department. The Combat Logistics Division will now become the Combat Logistics Department. It will oversee the 3 divisions and the Cave Military Factory. Besides managing grain and equipment, it will also be responsible for the reserve force and daily training. The Director of Military Affairs will become the Director of the Combat Logistics Department, while the other 3 secretaries will remain in their positions. As Ouyang Shua concluded, the expressions of those seated became very complex. On the surface, it appeared that Gu Hongliang's rank had not changed and he had been laterally transferred. In reality, his power had significantly diminished, as he was now primarily responsible for logistics. Gu Hongliang maintained a composed expression, bowed, and said, "Yes, my lord." Returning to his seat, Gu Hongliang heaved a sigh of relief, like a heavy burden had been lifted. The pressure had been suffocating, and this arrangement provided some relief. Ouyang Shua nodded, pleased by Gu Hongliang's calm demeanor. The Combat Logistics Department held a crucial position, vital to the entire army. If Gu Hongliang did not perform diligently, Ouyang Shuo would not hesitate to replace him. Song San and the other two secretaries, seeing Gu Hongliang remain so calm, also experienced a mix of thoughts. One couldn't say that Gu Hongliang didn't try his best. It was just that the army had too many talented generals, and the competition was intense. No matter how hard he tried, he still had to step back. This illustrated how the Lord chose his talent. Those who were worthy would be promoted, while those who weren't would be removed. Considering this, the three secretaries felt anxious. Even the director could be replaced, and as secretaries, they were no exception. No one was irreplaceable, and having a high position didn't guarantee safety. Song San was even more panicked. As the territory expanded, the external environment became increasingly complex, and the importance of the military intelligence division grew. The more critical the division, the greater the pressure on Song San. He feared the day the Marquis might relieve him of his position. Ouyang Shuo looked around and continued, "The Combat Logistics Department will belong to the Military Affairs Department. Additionally, a War Division and a Military Law Division will be established under the Military Affairs Department. The War Division will be responsible for war planning and commanding, while the Military Law Division will handle military law. Du Ruhui will serve as the Director of the Military Affairs Department and the Secretary of the War Division. The position of Secretary for the Military Law Division will be left vacant for now. The Military Law Secretary, also known as the Military Chief Justice, must be someone who is not afraid of power and can perform their duties without hesitation. Shanghai City currently lacks such a person. At this point, the Military Affairs Department will oversee four key areas: military intelligence, military law, war, and combat logistics. With Du Ruhui's ability, he would be able to rebuild the prestige in a short amount of time. General Baiqi and Military Affairs Director Du Ruhui each controlled one aspect. Baiqi was mainly in charge of wartime commanding and troop training, while Du Ruhui was responsible for daily administration and wartime protection. As the dust settled, Song San and the others were delighted but didn't dare show it. The Military Affairs Department had been so weak that secretaries like them had no power to speak up. Now, with a new director who was experienced, capable, and highly trusted, it was a significant advantage to be his subordinates. With someone backing them, they wouldn't need to be bullied by the three divisions. As for their boss's personality, they would find out as they worked with him. With the appointment of Du Ruhui, in the four departments of Lianzhou Lord's Manor, only Chiyou was not a historical figure. The next day, the clerk's office reported the appointments of Du Ruhui and Gu Hongliang to the various military headquarters. Ouyang Shuo delegated a lot of power to Du Ruhui, entrusting him with the building of the War Division and the Military Law Division. Du Ruhui had the authority to select personnel from the military or the Army Military Academy to add to the Military Affairs Department. Du Ruhui was a person who worked quickly, and on the same day, he accompanied Gu Hongliang to inspect the reserve force and the four military workshops. The following day, he visited the various division camps. On the fourth day of the first month of the second year of Gaia, the leader of the Rattlesnake mercenary group, Black Mamba, visited Shanghai City. Black Mamba came in secret and did not bring any of his subordinates. He was a former Special Forces member. In reality, he was a well-known figure, but in the game, he kept a low profile. The launch of Earth Online gave everyone a chance to start anew. One's relationships and data would need to be reset and changed. Black Mamba recognized this and decided to use the game as a means to lead a group of his brothers towards a remarkable comeback. Change was never easy. Although Black Mamba had made extensive preparations, he lacked the right opportunity, or more precisely, the spark to ignite his plan. Ouyang Shuo provided that spark and the opportunity Black Mamba had been longing for. Both of them instantly clicked upon meeting. As the collaboration between Shanghai City and the Rattlesnake mercenary group deepened, so did the personal bond between Ouyang Shuo and Black Mamba. It wasn't just a typical business partnership, as evidenced by the 500 powerful crossbows that were successfully delivered to the Rattlesnake mercenary group, significantly bolstering their strength. They had also engaged in extensive trading and received numerous rewards. Black Mamba deeply appreciated Ouyang Shuo's goodwill. His character was much like Gong Qingshi's, rough yet somewhat tender. The main difference was that while Gong Qingshi had a penchant for stirring up trouble and inviting a beating, Black Mamba was bold and meticulous, cold yet warm, embodying 4 distinct personality traits harmoniously. To his brothers, he would go to great lengths to help; to his enemies, he was cold and ruthless. The meeting was set at Ouyang Shuo's study. During their conversations, both were very relaxed. I heard that during this auction, little brother, you once again took the limelight. Black Mamba teased. Ouyang Shuo laughed. Heh, I nearly got killed. Jingdo really isn't safe, is it? Black Mamba's eyes focused. Little brother, you were targeted by an assassination attempt? I've heard about it, but it was just random rumors. Can you tell me what exactly is going on? It's the blood sword. Blood sword? Black Mamba frowned. He had absolutely no clue. Even I stumbled upon them by accident, much less you. Ouyang Shuo lied and said, talking about that, they can be considered to be in the same trade as you. How so? Black Mamba sat up straight. As the saying goes, people in the same trade are enemies. Black Mamba had to pay attention. Have you heard of Canhua? Canhua? The most mysterious assassination organization in the world? Don't tell me they are the Blood Sword? That's right, it's them. No wonder. Black Mamba sighed. If it was them, then this is nothing special as their style is exactly the same. At this point, Black Mamba looked at Ouyang Shuo with a complicated expression and praised, little brother's identity really makes me curious. Whether it's us or Canhua, we can't escape your notice. In truth, Black Mamba's heart wasn't as calm as his appearance suggested. Ouyang Shuo laughed but remained silent. He had no mysterious identity, he merely relied on the advantage of having 2 lives. Naturally, he wouldn't explain it, even though the 2 of them were friends. Many times, maintaining a little mystery is a good trump card to keep. If played right, it makes the enemy worry about you and be more cautious when plotting against you. At the same time, they will respect you and think twice about betraying you. Hence, Ouyang Shuo naturally wouldn't reveal this trump card. In his past life, he was betrayed, which made him stone-hearted. He wouldn't trust anyone completely. Ouyang Shuo remembered someone once saying, if you don't want to be betrayed, the best method is to not give them a chance or a reason to betray you. Ouyang Shuo firmly believed in this statement. If Blood Sword is Canhua, that makes things difficult, Black Mamba said, skipping over the topic and not discussing it further. He understood that everyone had their secrets, and to maintain a long-lasting relationship, one shouldn't touch the other's secrets. In reality, have you made contact with them? Ouyang Shuo asked. We actually have, Black Mamba replied bitterly. We were on an escort mission, and in the end, our escort target was their assassination target. Did you fight? If not, what? Black Mamba raised his arms wide, his laugh a little depressed. Thinking back to that encounter, he still felt some regrets. That time, we lost a total of 30 brothers and still didn't manage to save the target. That was one of the few failures of Rattlesnake. Even the renowned Rattlesnake had failed at the hands of Canhua, so this enemy was certainly formidable. If you are enjoying Tales of the Wandering One, too, please consider giving us a vote. Like last month, we will release 8 chapters if we come first. Know how to map and want to earn some prize money and a chance to read more? Click here to find out how. Send submissions to email protected. Check out the other novel Nora edits, Spirit Hunter of Maoshan Sect. It's a bit of a different novel, with an early time skip to where the main character is strong. The novel draws from Chinese beliefs in Taoism and features many references to folklore creatures and the Chinese concept of the afterlife. The truth that Bloodsword was actually Canhua shocked Black Mamba. At this moment, Black Mamba finally understood why Ouyang Shua had asked him to come to Shanhai County. He took the initiative to say, "Little brother, what do you need me to help with? If I can do it, I definitely will." Ouyang Shua nodded. "Then, I wouldn't hold back. I hope you could help me investigate them and find out the location of their base." "Investigating them is no problem," Black Mamba said without hesitation. "I also want to deal with them and settle the score." Thinking about the brothers who had died, Black Mamba felt heartbroken. In reality, Canhua were like ghosts. He had put in a lot of effort, but he still hadn't managed to find their base. This issue had become one of his greatest regrets. He didn't expect to have another chance to fight them in the game. "Little brother, do you have any clues?" Bloodsword clearly followed the style of Canhua. They had prepared for an entire year before they appeared in Jingdou. The game map was 10 times larger than real life, so finding them was harder than ascending to heaven. The members of Bloodsword all have 2 identities, one in the light and one in the dark. Their location is definitely in one of the imperial cities, but that might not be their base. It could be a shop, a tea house, or even in the yamen. Anything is possible. Ouyang Shua recalled what he knew about Bloodsword from his previous life. Even so, his understanding of Bloodsword was very limited. They were simply too mysterious. In his last life, up until Ouyang Shua died, the leader of Bloodsword was still a mystery. Just these? Black Mamba felt a bit disappointed. Ouyang Shua nodded. "I only know this much." "How did they receive their missions?" Black Mamba asked, getting to the heart of the matter. "Based on my understanding, the person in charge of receiving the mission is a middleman. He passes the information to the headquarters of Bloodsword through a secret method. Then, the headquarters assigns missions to the members. From start to finish, the members have no direct contact with the client," Ouyang Shua explained. "These bunch of tortoises. They really are rats that won't see the light," Black Mamba couldn't help but scold. "Can we find any clues through the middleman?" Ouyang Shua shook his head. "I'm afraid that will be very difficult. The middlemen they choose are all working players. Even if we find them, they won't tell us anything. Moreover, with the game's communication methods, even the middleman won't know much about them. Nevertheless, there's still a chance. In this game, there's something worse than death. I don't believe that if we catch the middleman, he won't talk," Black Mamba said, baring his white teeth. When it came to interrogation techniques, Black Mamba was a professional. "I will inform the various offices in the imperial cities and help you all investigate. We can focus our efforts on Xuanzhou. There, Shanhai County has a bit of influence." Ouyang Shua had to reveal a small trump card. Black Mamba's eyes brightened. "Little brother, you really are impressive, managing to influence the imperial city. I truly admire you." "Elder brother, you must be joking. I'm just lucky because of Mazu. With the clues you've provided, we won't be grasping at straws." Black Mamba laughed. "Don't worry, little brother. Give me a little time, and I'll find their rat hole." "Thank you, brother. If you need anything, just ask." "Why are we saying such things, you?" Black Mamba waved him off. "This matter is also Rattlesnake's concern, so you don't need to worry." "Great." Ouyang Shua nodded. "Let's go and have a drink." When he heard Ouyang Shua mention drinking, Black Mamba instantly grew excited and laughed. "Haha, I also have that intention. I really want to drink your 3 flowers wine. When you return, I'll prepare 2 big jars for you. I can promise you won't be able to finish them." Ouyang Shua knew Black Mamba viewed wine as his life, so he took the opportunity to return a favor. "That's definitely necessary. Little brother really knows me." Black Mamba didn't hold back. They downed the wine and started talking about everything. With half a kilogram of wine in his belly, Black Mamba was on cloud 9. Suddenly, he thought of the teaching squad still in Shanghai County and asked, "How are Viper and Cobra? They didn't lose my face, right?" Ouyang Shua had a low alcohol tolerance and wasn't used to drinking strong wine. Luckily, this was a game. Otherwise, it would have been really spicy and choking. Although one couldn't get drunk, a person with poor alcohol tolerance would turn red after drinking a lot. Ouyang Shuo's face was already as red as a monkey's butt. If you mentioned it, he couldn't even speak fluently anymore. How? How can that be? Those two are talents. They have made the special forces, good training, bringing them up to par. Ouyang Shuo really wasn't exaggerating. Cobra and Viper adapted to the cold weapons era and their battle conditions, infusing modern special forces battle methods into the cold weapons era, coming up with several different ideas. Ouyang Shuo couldn't help but praise their ideas. Apart from basic physical training, the special forces had to undergo 4 different types of training. Firstly, combat techniques. Each person needed to master every type of weapon, which included swords, bows, spears, crossbows, axes, and more. Each Special Forces member could fight in a variety of methods, areas, and situations. They could fight in places like alleys, during the night, and they could also chase and escape from danger. After the end of the training, Ouyang Shuo also planned to prepare suitable cultivation techniques to further enhance their combat strength. Secondly, mobility techniques. Horse riding was a necessary skill, and taking care of the horse was also a fundamental requirement. Additionally, they had to learn how to sail a boat and cross rivers and seas. In the future, as the territory continued to expand, there might be mounts like war elephants and wolves. Thirdly, infiltration techniques. Parachuting, climbing, crossing enemy territory, understanding maps, as well as long-distance travel, one had to be proficient in all of these. Parachuting and climbing were the 2 training skills that Ouyang Shuo paid the most attention to. During the Battle of Changping, the success of parachuting gave Ouyang Shuo hope and confidence. Fourthly, investigation and spying techniques. Mainly, the methods involved infiltrating, listening, capturing, interrogating, drawing, and describing the environment, as well as other techniques. One also needed to know how to communicate using hidden signals. The spies in the Military Intelligence Division had to undergo such training. Overall, Cobra and Viper put in a lot of effort to prepare these training programs. That's great. Otherwise, I would teach them a lesson. Black Mamba's face didn't change a bit, showing his composure. Big brother, you're so lucky to have so many great people. I'm really envious, Ouyang Shuo said, his words flowing more freely under the influence of the wine. Hee, little brother, you don't need to envy me. I heard the number of historical figures in Shanghai County is about to reach the tens, and you even have the war saint. Yes, my territory is large and I have many people, but it's still not enough. You. Black Mamba pointed at Ouyang Shuo and laughed. And don't even think about Cobra and Viper, they're not for sale. Black Mamba added, a bit worried. Ouyang Shuo smiled, looking a bit awkward. Fortunately, his face was already red from the wine, or it would have been more embarrassing. He had actually considered poaching Viper and Cobra. After spending time with them, Ouyang Shuo had discovered their strengths. Viper was more of a muscle type, with his own style in training members, especially in weapons use and grappling techniques. In these areas, his abilities were exceptional. If Ouyang Shuo could poach him, Viper would be the best choice to train new troops. Cobra, on the other hand, was different. Like his name, he was a little cold. In intelligence gathering, he had a unique talent. Song San and Lang Qian couldn't help but praise him. Lang Qian was honest, in front of Cobra, he felt completely useless, as if he knew nothing. Ouyang Shuo had wanted to poach him to lead the Military Intelligence Division. With Cobra at the helm, the accuracy and the amount of information gathered would increase several times over. As for trust issues, Ouyang Shua wasn't worried. Since the Rattlesnake mercenary group was already on board, there was no reason for them to leave. Ouyang Shua would find a way to tie them to the war chariot of Shanhai County. Ouyang Shua didn't expect that even though Black Mamba appeared to drink a lot, he was still very clear-headed. Black Mamba easily saw through his intentions and immediately rejected them. Ouyang Shua wasn't concerned, this was to be expected. Black Mamba's rejection today just meant their relationship wasn't close enough. Or, to put it another way, the incentives Ouyang Shua offered weren't enough to sway Black Mamba. As long as both sides had the same goals, once Ouyang Shua managed to tie the Rattlesnake mercenary group to Shanhai County, everything would fall into place. Black Mamba valued relationships, but he valued interests more. If he could gain significant rewards by letting go of Cobra and Viper, he would definitely agree. Black Mamba was also a very proud person. Thus, Ouyang Shua was very confident in his assessment of Black Mamba's character. Want to make a map and earn some prize money and a chance to read ahead? Click here to find out how. Send submissions to email protected. After sending Black Mamba off, Ouyang Shua returned to the Lord's Manor. Since their return from Jingdo, Song Jia had already gone back to Dongli Sword Sect. Now, the large Lord's Manor felt truly empty. Binger was on holiday, so this little girl, who had behaved herself for half a year, could finally relax. At this time, she had taken Little Black and Little White to play who knows where. Unlike before, she no longer stuck to her brother all day. After drinking a little wine, Ouyang Shua felt slightly dizzy and went back to his study to rest. In the afternoon, Ouyang Shua brought 2 guards and headed to Research Institute No. 7. With the year coming to an end, he wanted to understand what the institute had accomplished in the past half year. He didn't concern himself with their day-to-day operations. The Research Institute was located in the eastern region, and its building style resembled the alchemy workshop beside it. Behind the institute was a large open space used for testing their creations. Sun Xiaoya's grandfather, Old Sun, spent most of his time at the Beihai shipyard. The main figures at the institute were alchemist Magnus and thermal weapons expert Lioma. They were currently working on steelmaking. The work at the Research Institute made Magnus very excited. When he saw Ouyang Shua, he warmly greeted him, "Oh, Lord, welcome, welcome." As he spoke, he seemed to want to hug Ouyang Shua. The guards behind Ouyang Shua immediately ran up, their left hands ready to draw their swords, assuming a defensive position. When Magnus saw the situation, he laughed. Ouyang Shua was no longer the young lord from before. "Is Lioma here?" Ouyang Shua hadn't seen his sworn brother in a long time. As a Westerner, Magnus was more open-minded and simply laughed off the awkward situation, smiling. "Lioma is at the testing field, testing the steelmaking technique." "Oh. Has the steelmaking technique succeeded?" Ouyang Shua felt delighted. "Of course. Let's go and take a look." Ouyang Shua couldn't wait. The ancient Chinese steelmaking technique began during the Spring and Autumn Warring States period. At the time, 2 primary methods were used, carburizing and decarburizing. As the demand for steel increased, supply struggled to keep up. By the late Western Han period, the stir-smelting technique emerged, pushing steelmaking into its mature stage. Blacksmiths would forge iron at high temperatures, repeating the process over 100 times to produce high-quality steel. During the Wei dynasty, the technique for producing high-quality steel flourished. In the northern and southern dynasties, steelmaking technology saw another significant breakthrough with the invention of the cast steel method. This method utilized both raw iron, which has a high carbon content and a lower melting point, and wrought iron. The melted raw iron was poured into the gaps of the wrought iron, increasing its carbon content and forming steel. This technique became widely used and spread during the Sui and Tang dynasties. During the Song and Ming dynasties, with the development of cold working and air hardening techniques, the variety and quality of steel improved. At the time, Chinese steelmaking technology led the world. Unfortunately, during the Qing dynasty, the king decided to isolate the country. As a result, China's technology stagnated, and the Westerners surpassed them. The Research Institute managed to recreate the ancient steel technique from the Sui and Tang periods. As a thermal weapons expert, Liu Ma was well-versed in the old steelmaking techniques, and he had access to various books on the subject in the library. Despite these advantages, replicating the technique proved to be highly challenging. The Research Institute had been open for half a year, and after constant trial and error, they finally achieved some results. Otherwise, why would technical manuals be considered so precious? If they had a manual for the steel method, they wouldn't have encountered such difficulties. In the backyard, a large furnace with a complete set of facilities stood. Liu Ma was busy in front of the furnace, teaching the blacksmiths how to control the fire. When the blacksmiths saw Ouyang Shua, they bowed and greeted him. Ouyang Shua waved them off and asked them to continue their work. "Brother Liu," Ouyang Shua called out. As their territory expanded daily, Liu Ma and the other players' attitudes toward Ouyang Shua changed. Though they didn't worship him like the indigenous people, they weren't as casual either. Liu Ma, being a skill enthusiast, paid little attention to these matters. The two began to talk in the backyard. According to Liu Ma, mastering the ancient steel technique was just the first step. Next, he planned to build upon this foundation and achieve a breakthrough, which would help them catch up with the Western countries. One key factor was the choice of fuel. Old steelmaking used wood as fuel and did not use any phosphorus solvents. As a result, the phosphorus content in the old steel was very low. The furnace temperature was also too low to melt the iron. Liu Ma wanted to replace charcoal with coal. Ouyang Shua frowned. This was a problem. The main coal regions in China were in Mongolia and the Hunan region. Lianzhou had no coal at all. Feng Qiuwang's fallen Phoenix County, coincidentally, was in the Hunan region. It seemed he needed to have a good conversation with Feng Qiuwang. About the coal, I will find a way to solve it. Brother Liu, you don't have to worry. Great. Liu Ma was elated. With the steelmaking process already established, Ouyang Shua decided on the spot to build a large-scale steel factory to meet the steel demands. For the location and construction, Ouyang Shua gave all the rights to Liu Ma. Upon returning to the Lord's manor, Ouyang Shua immediately sent Feng Qiuwang a letter to discuss the coal deal. Ouyang Shua wanted to invest in a large-scale coal mine within her borders through the Four Seas Bank. The coal mine would be specifically sent to Shanghai County. However, one needed to find a coal mining technical manual. Otherwise, it would all be in vain. Coal was called black stone in old times, and its uses were not widespread. To find such a technical manual, one had to put in a lot of effort. Ouyang Shua directly asked for the help of the Hequanji Chamber of Commerce and the Chui Chamber of Commerce to assist in the search. In Lianzhou Basin, after the new year, the temperature began to gradually turn cold. Mulan County, Lord's Manor. Looking out of her window, Mulan was out of sorts. After returning from Jingdou, she had been lost in heavy thoughts, often gazing out the window in a daze. If one didn't know better, they might think she was thinking about a lover. Li Feishua stood behind her, playing with the dagger in her hand. The dagger was truly exquisite, a gift from Mulan when they went to Jingdou. After the Battle of Jinan Pass, Li Feishua had joined Mulan County. Initially, her father's death left her solemn and demoralized, but Mulan care helped her move past her grief. As a result, she became very reliant on Mulan. She insisted on staying by Mulan side to serve as her personal guard. Li Feishua might look like a young girl, but her martial arts skills were formidable. With her by her side, Mulan felt safe. This allowed Mu Guiying to spend most of her time in the barracks. Without Mu Guiying, Mulan grew more independent and stronger. Her strength and abilities began to shine in the territory. She ably handled the county's affairs. Running a county was a significant challenge for Mulan, but luckily, she had a talent for developing the local economy. With her competitive nature, she managed the county well. Otherwise, the Mulan in Ouyang Shuo's previous life wouldn't have been one of the 3 leaders of the Lianzhou Basin, unmatched against adversaries like Ba Dao and Xiaofeng Canyue. Her ability to learn from others was her greatest strength. The local specialties of Shanhai County inspired her to promote the cultivation of coal. As expected, the oil was very popular and helped the county profit. Not only that, Mulan also brought in the colored silkworm industry from Shanhai County and ran it well. Mulan County's economic performance was commendable among the Shanhai Alliance. In terms of administrative organization, she followed Shanhai County's model. Handling administrative matters was her weak point. Although the NPCs that spawned were not as traditional as the old Chinese, they still had doubts about a female lord. This was why most female lords couldn't gain the same level of fame. Unlike Bai Hua and Feng Qiuhuang, who had many supporters, Mulan lacked experience, so she had to handle administrative matters step by step. She delegated a large portion of the work to her subordinates. Feishui, go call Sister Mu, Mulan turned around and said. Ai. Li Feishui replied. She put away her dagger and ran off, her braids swinging in the air, making her look really cute. A few moments later, Mu Guiying rushed over. Sister, I've thought about it. It's time to move Mulan County under Brother Wui's territory, Mulan said, surprising everyone. This had been the matter on her mind, and she had finally made a decision. Mu Guiying remained quiet. She knew that once Mulan made up her mind, it was hard to change. Okay, let's make a trip to Shanhai County. Sister, you agree? Mulan said happily. Of course, I support you. Mu Guiying felt a sense of joy seeing Mulan grow. Want to earn some prize money and a chance to read ahead? Click here to find out how to make a map. Send your submissions to email protected. On the 5th day of the 2nd year of Gaia, Mulan visited Shanhai County. Before her arrival, Mulan had already informed Ouyang Shuo, so he had made thorough preparations. All 4 directors were present, including Baiqi and Du Ruhui, who had rushed back from the city's west camp. Ouyang Shuo also invited several members of the Shanhai Alliance to witness this historical moment together. Mulan County officially left the Shanhai Alliance, canceling its ally contracts and becoming a part of Shanhai territory. All decisions, both internal and external, would now be made by Shanhai territory. Mulan and Ouyang Shuo signed a contract that transformed their relationship from allies to superior and subordinate. Mulan County's name was changed to Mulan City, and the Mulan House was established, which included Mulan City and its 3 subsidiary counties, with Mulan City as the governing area. Ouyang Shuo, using his position as the Lianzhou Marquis, officially appointed Mulan as the prefect of Mulan House and granted the people of Mulan House director-level authority. Thus, both in theory and in practice, Mulan County was now part of Shanhai territory. In addition to his plans for Mulan House, Ouyang Shuo had plans for Mulan. As a rank 1 earl, she was the 2nd noble in the territory after Ouyang Shuo. Therefore, besides her position as prefect, Mulan would also receive noble treatment. While the position of prefect could be changed, the noble title would remain forever. Ouyang Shuo made Mulan House Mulan's permanent residence and designated 20% of the house's income to her account for her personal expenses. Apart from that, the construction division would build an Earl Manor in Shanhai County and Mulan City to serve as her accommodation. Ouyang Shuo's arrangements ensured that Mulan's interests were not affected. When the game ended, she could obtain high achievement values. Bai Hua and the others were dazzled, each had their own thoughts. Wui really put in a lot of effort and money into this. That's right. I'm actually a little envious of her. She became a noble and doesn't need to worry about administrative matters. She's enjoying a status similar to a lord, she's living like a deity. If the other small lords learned of this, they would be so envious they'd vomit blood. The difference is like night and day. How can you compare? Yu is a member of the Shanghai Alliance. That's true, it can't be compared. I think that's enough. Even if you all are trying to flatter little Yu, you don't need to exaggerate so much, right? It wasn't just Baihua and the others. Even Mu Guiying and the old members from Mulan County relaxed after seeing their princess being treated so well. Their fear of being ostracized disappeared. After the ceremony ended, the other members of the Shanghai Alliance left. Ouyang Shua asked Mu Guiying to stay behind to discuss military organization matters. Mulan Yu left the meeting hall, as she was now only a prefect and not involved in military matters. Mulan City, as a former level 3 city, had a similar military organization to Shanghai County. Each of the 3 subsidiary territories had a city protection unit, which didn't require reorganization. The main camp had 4 regiments, totaling 10,000 people. They had 1 cavalry regiment, 1 sword and shield soldier regiment, and 2 archer regiments. Ouyang Shua planned to recruit Mulan City's City Protection Regiment from the existing reserve forces. With these 4 regiments as a base, they would form the 4th Division of Shanghai County. Mu Guiying would serve as the Major General of the 4th Division, which would then separate from the Mulan House. Baiqi and the Military Affairs Department would lead it. The Lianzhou Lord would pay the soldiers' salaries, which were far more generous than those previously paid by Mulan Yu. This would increase the soldiers' sense of belonging to Shanghai County, greatly benefiting the reorganization of the Military Affairs Department. After forming the 4th Division, Shanghai County would have 4 divisions, totaling 54,000 men, coincidentally forming a legion. However, Ouyang Shua did not yet plan to form a legion. In terms of both military and administration, balance was essential. If they formed a legion, Baiqi would be the only choice for general. Currently, Baiqi did not have an official appointment and mainly focused on wartime command. Appointing him as general would change the situation, giving him control over all forces, which could be a significant challenge for Du Ruhui, whom Ouyang Shua had just appointed. Ouyang Shua was not concerned about Baiqi's loyalty but aimed to create a conducive environment for Du Ruhui to re-establish the prestige and position of the Military Affairs Department. Once this was achieved, he would consider forming the Legion. At that time, a balance would be naturally reached. Of course, both Baiqi and Du Ruhui had to answer to Ouyang Shua, who held the highest position in both military and administration. Everyone had to answer to him. Returning to the topic, the 4th Division was a mix of infantry and cavalry, similar to the 1st Division. The base of the 4th Division would be located at Jinan Pass. When he thought about Jinan Pass, Ouyang Shua had a headache. The current pass was too small and on one side of the basin, making it unsuitable for investigating enemy movements. Do any of you have any suggestions regarding the pass? Ouyang Shua asked. The participants in this meeting, apart from Mu Guiying, were Baiqi and Du Ruhui. Du Ruhui had just arrived, so he was not familiar with the territory, especially Jinan Pass. Therefore, he kept silent and did not voice his opinion. Baiqi had arrived a little earlier than Du Ruhui, but Jinan Pass was under Mulan County's jurisdiction at the time. Although he had heard of it, he had not seen it personally, so he did not voice his opinion. Only Mu Guiying could answer. She was very solemn and naturally had the right to speak about Jinan Pass. This was also the Marquis first test, so she had to show some skill. She bowed toward Ouyang Shua and cupped her fist toward Baiqi and Du Ruhui. Then, she said, north of Jinan Pass lies Xuanzhou, where the Taiping country uprising began. As expected, they will be our strongest enemy in the near future. Thus, before they can establish a firm foothold, we must find a suitable location in Xuanzhou to set up a base. Only then can we advance and retreat as we see fit. The current Jinan Pass is outdated. If we station a large number of troops there, we cannot effectively fend off an attack and defend Shanghai Prefecture. The pass is also too close to the basin. To its north lies a canyon that stretches for 100 meters. Beyond it is the Xuanzhou area. During my investigation, I found that the canyon widens further north. The northern exit is 100 meters wide. If the enemy builds a pass at the northern exit, they could block our route. Ouyang Shua nodded, recognizing that every location had its advantages and disadvantages. The Lianzhou Basin only needed to defend the Jinan Pass from external threats, and conversely, they could only use the pass to reach the outside world. Mu Guiying continued, my suggestion is to construct a large-scale fortress at the northern end of the canyon. This way, we can station a large number of troops. Outside the fortress are open plains, allowing us to attack Xuanzhou at any time. A military fortress and a pass are two distinct concepts. A pass serves the function of collecting taxes and acting as a passage. In contrast, a military fortress is a small city with all necessary facilities and permanent defenses for long-term defense. A pass is easier to assault, whereas attacking a military fortress is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Her suggestion closely aligned with what Ouyang Shua had in mind. He smiled, excellent, let's proceed with this plan. The fortress will be named Mulan Stronghold, and the Mulan House will be responsible for its design. The 4th Division will be stationed there. Yes, my lord. After setting the direction, the Military Affairs Department handled the specific military organization. Various departments and divisions would collaborate on the design and construction. Ouyang Shua didn't need to worry about that. With the speed at which Taiping country developed, there would definitely be enough time to build the fortress. Ouyang Shua wondered what the forces of Taiping country would feel when they marched forward and saw such a gigantic fortress. On the topic of Taiping country, they should make their move. The only question was which territory Xiuquan would target first. Ouyang Shua left the three of them to discuss and went to find Mulan Yu. He brought her to his reading room. To be honest, Ouyang Shua hadn't expected her to make such a decision. Her suggestion saved him from a bit of awkwardness, which made him feel a little closer to Mulan Yu. She had initially given him an impression of being a little naive and slightly annoying. But now, his view of her had completely changed. On the surface, Mulan Yu still seemed clueless. As she followed him into the reading room, she looked around, appearing very curious. Seeing this, Ouyang Shua could only shake his head and sigh. He had high hopes for Mulan Yu. He hoped that her foresight wouldn't be limited to the Mulan house. The future territory would be vast, and Ouyang Shua hoped she could step forward to become a governor for him, someone who could help him defend a region. Do you know how to make a map and want to earn some prize money and a chance to read ahead? Click here to find out how. Send submissions to email protected. Xuanzhou, Taiping country base. Compared to other peasant uprisings, the movement led by Xiuquan in Taiping country was rich in talent. At the start of the uprising, there were 5 core members: Yang Xiuqing, Feng Yunshan, Xiao Chaogui, Feng Chenghui, and Shi Dakai. Among them, Shi Dakai was particularly skilled in warfare and was a much-needed general. All 5 met similar ends. Feng Yunshan and Xiao Chaogui died in battle early in the uprising. During the mid-stage, Yang Xiuqing grew arrogant from his victories, and Feng Chenghui murdered him. Soon after, Hong Xiuquan executed Feng Chenghui. The only survivor, Shi Dakai, left due to Hong Xiuquan's jealousy. Shi Dakai took his forces and fought independently, but his distance from the base ultimately led to his downfall. Apart from the core 5, other capable leaders included the Tian official Lin Fengxiang, Di official Li Kaifeng, Chun official Hua Huang, Xia official Lai Haining, Chiyou official Zhang Licheng, and Dong official Su Zhongcheng. Near the end of the uprising, young leaders like Li Xiuqing and Qin Yuqing emerged. Li Xiuqing was the most elite and incredibly loyal. Based on the settings Gaia created, these core members would also appear after the leader of the uprising emerged in the wilderness. Gaia removed negative traits such as jealousy, betrayal, arrogance, and biases. The members of the uprising group in the wilderness shared the same dream and motivation, to build their ideal country in the wilderness. Hence, when Hong Xiuquan appeared in the wilderness, he was accompanied by tens of generals. In addition to his nearly bug-like refugee recruitment skill, he managed to gather 3,000 refugees in less than 5 days. Due to his presence, the lords in Xuanzhou noticed a decrease in their refugee spawning rate. In reality, Hong Xiuquan had taken them all away. With 3,000 refugees, Hong Xiuquan had the basic strength needed to establish a foothold in the wilderness. As an uprising group, they were naturally all soldiers. The group consisted of over 10 generals, with 1 main and 1 deputy, divided into units. They split the 3,000 refugees into 6 units. The generals used this time to provide the refugees with basic training. Their next step was to conquer a territory and establish their base. The player territories in the wilderness that had survived until this day had at least reached a Grade 3 town status, with a population of 10,000. The better territories had been upgraded to Grade 1 county, with a population limit of 20,000. Besides the subsidiary territories, the lords had a more favorable situation. If the 3,000 refugees in the uprising army attempted to take down a player territory, it would be like throwing an egg against a rock. The refugees, using rudimentary weapons, were up against a regular army, a situation that verged on suicide. Historically, uprising armies used their numbers to their advantage, gaining limited chances to cause upsets against larger forces. However, Hong Xiuquan had no choice but to seize the opportunity. The recruited refugees could be described as a swarm of locusts. They could not produce grain, carried very little food, and were facing death within a few days. Fortunately, their status provided the uprising army with a good cover. As the leader of the uprising army, Hong Xiuquan had many ideas. After many days of observation, he chose a suitable territory and prepared to act the next day. Early in the morning, he arranged for Xiuquan to lead a unit. They would act as new refugees and walk toward the city gates. When the guards saw the shabbily dressed refugees, they didn't pay much attention, despite the unusual numbers. After all, the numbers of refugees in recent days had been erratic, sometimes increasing by 100 without anyone caring. They simply allowed the refugees in. The moment he entered, Xiuquan seized the opportunity to lead the troops to attack. The vegetable knives in their hands killed the guards, and they successfully took down the city gates. The troops hidden outside the gates swarmed out and entered the city once they saw the plan succeed. Upon seeing the army enter, Xiuquan decided to gather the weapons left by the guards. Then, they rushed toward the armory. He knew that the strong forces were stationed at the armory. If these men came to reinforce, they wouldn't stand a chance with such rudimentary equipment. Thus, their only chance of winning was to capture the armory. The generals took control of the various strategic points and prepared for battle. As the leader, Hong Xiuquan didn't slack off. He began to spread his beliefs and faith to recruit the locals. In this territory, the people did not have a high level of patriotism or satisfaction. The lord was violent, and the residents and commoners held a lot of resentment toward him. After Hong Xiuquan appealed to them, many joined his forces. Therefore, with both the successful military actions and the local support, victory seemed within their grasp. Xiuquan's forces successfully captured the armory, but they had suffered heavy casualties. The refugees couldn't bother to celebrate, they simply entered the armory and took any weapons they could find. Besides, they wouldn't know how to use them anyway. They wore the armor randomly. After equipping themselves, the leader gathered the refugees outside the armory and prepared for battle. With such a delay, the proper army from the barracks had finally started to move toward the uprising force. The proper army of a grade 3 town had a total of 1,000 men, all well equipped and properly trained. If the opponent was just a normal group of 3,000 refugees, these men could take them down without a problem. Unfortunately, 10 elite generals led these 3,000 refugees, making the outcome hard to predict. Under the influence of the various generals, the combat strength of the uprising army surged. Furthermore, Xiuquan had a terrifying charisma. The refugees he recruited were all staunch believers, unafraid to die, and thus the morale of the uprising army was extremely high. A war was about to commence. At this point, there was no room for tactics, only a head-to-head battle. In the heat of the battle, both sides were evenly matched. People fell at every moment, creating a grim scene. At this moment, the overlord Xiuquan arrived. The commoner force followed behind him, having grown to 1,000 members in just an hour. His powerful persuasion skills were truly alarming. At the beginning of the uprising, everyone revered Xiuquan. He reached the center of the battlefield, braving the rain of arrows. Then, he began to persuade the proper army to lay down their weapons and join the uprising force. His voice was filled with charm, tempting to the unsuspecting. His actions exuded power, filling people with hope. He was a messenger sent from heaven to save the troubled brothers. Xiuquan's temptations, combined with the heavy casualties from the war, caused several members of the regular army to lose their will to fight. They remained rooted to the spot, refusing to move. In contrast, the generals remained more clear-headed and were not tempted. They tried their best to rouse the men, ordering them to continue fighting. Unfortunately, Xiuquan was too persuasive. The regular army began to falter, as more and more soldiers succumbed to his influence. Despite their efforts, the generals could not get the soldiers to move. Duduan and the other generals of Xiuquan were pragmatic. They ignored the soldiers who refused to move and only attacked those who continued to resist. This made the situation on the battlefield increasingly one-sided. Over time, the soldiers who had succumbed to Xiuquan's influence looked at their officers with peculiar expressions. These experienced officers felt a chill run down their spines. They knew that if they tried to force the soldiers to fight, the soldiers might turn on them. Though the smarter officers were not tempted by Xiuquan, they made the wise choice to surrender and join the uprising army. At this point, the uprising army had achieved a total victory. The lord of the territory, a middle-aged man, was confined to the lord's manor. Upon learning of the army's defeat, he gave a bitter smile and quickly teleported away. At the start of the uprising, only a few players were willing to join the uprising army. Most lords were proud and refused to be under the command of NPCs. The fall of the territory meant that Taiping country had officially secured a foothold in Xuanzhou. For the uprising army, ruling a place was not too difficult. The commoners weren't afraid, and everything developed in the right direction. As expected, the Taiping country uprising army was the first to take down a player territory. This action officially marked the start of the event. Xiuquan demonstrated his unbeatable charm in the wilderness. He used his guile to break the spirit of 1,000 men. The lord who left wrote about everything that happened on the forums, causing an uproar among the players. Now, all the players genuinely felt the terror of the uprising. A huge change was about to come. Some lords in Xuanzhou feared that upon waking, a massive uprising army would be outside their city walls. Others took the lesson to heart, starting to improve their people's lives and happiness. Whether it was too late, only the heavens knew. Want to make a map and earn some prize money and a chance to read ahead? Click here to find out how. Send submissions to email protected. The events at Xuanzhou failed to attract Ouyang Shua's attention. No matter the strength of the uprising army, they couldn't reach Lianzhou Basin in a short time. On the contrary, the expansion of the Taiping country would help him eliminate the other small territories in Guangxi. In the end, it would result in one person taking it all. At that point, Ouyang Shua would step out to clean up the mess. As long as he destroyed the Taiping country, he would own the entire Guangxi. To him, the Taiping uprising army was merely a living target. It wasn't that he had grown arrogant and planned to use the Lianzhou basin to take down the Taiping country. He also had other trump cards, which would come into play when the time was right. At that time, anyone who underestimated the Lianzhou basin would find themselves in big trouble. To put it another way, east of Xuanzhou, there was still Wuzhou and Chiyou city. When two tigers fought, one was bound to get hurt. Ouyang Shua could just watch the tigers fight. As for whether things would proceed as he had expected, that was still uncertain. The ripple caused by the Mulan house and everything else gradually subsided. Shanghai territory had returned to normal. The only issue that gave Ouyang Shua a headache was the warhorse problem. To form the 4th division, one had to consider the Qingfu horses. The other 3 divisions all used Qingfu horses. Therefore, Ouyang Shua had to act fairly. Changing the warhorses of the 4th division to Qingfu horses also moved up his priority list. Unfortunately, the various grassland tribes had become wary of Shanghai city after the Tianqi tribe had stirred up the waters. They did not want to trade with Shanghai city. As such, attempting to purchase Qingfu horses from them was not a practical idea. After trade ended, Ouyang Shua grew increasingly worried about the grassland tribes. Although the Lianzhou basin had good weather and no winter, the grassland was not suitable for herding as the new year approached. This made the livelihood of the herdsmen and shepherds a significant problem. If they could not buy food from Shanghai city, Ouyang Shua suspected the various tribes might start a war. Ouyang Shua ordered the Military Intelligence Division to intensify their investigation of the grassland tribes and report immediately. The leader of the second group, Xiuquan, was given the command to do so. However, the intelligence from Xiuquan puzzled Ouyang Shua. The tribes showed no intention of war, and no tribe had requested the herdsmen to join the army. Everything seemed strangely calm. The tranquil grassland seemed on the verge of a massive storm. Ouyang Shua could only order the military logistics department to quickly draft a battle plan and prepare logistics for potential war. He also ordered the Shanghai House to accelerate the construction of the city wall. As the military grew, the situation would evolve. To start a large-scale war, they could not simply mobilize the troops and fight immediately as before. They said, before the soldiers move, the grain moves first. For a vast war, they needed to prepare large amounts of grain, horses, chariots, arrows, and much equipment. This was not a task they could accomplish in a short time. The 4 military workshops and the cave military factory had thousands of workers who rushed day and night to craft batches of items. They sent these items to various camps to equip the troops. Especially the newly established 4th Division, which only had the system-gifted equipment from their class change, far from meeting the standards of the Shanghai City Army. The newly appointed Combat Logistics Director, Jiang, was so busy that he did not even have time to eat. Baiqi and Duduan were busy preparing the military forces. They also brought their personal guards, who entered the grasslands to examine the environment and prepare for the battle. Baiqi's mind never rested, as he continuously thought and devised methods to outsmart the enemy, focusing mainly on the investigation and preparation work before the battle. Duduan was also very experienced, with a sharp eye. He was an excellent military advisor, and his tactics and war strategies were better than Baiqi's, who was from the Warring States period. The two of them worked together, putting Ouyang Shua at ease. With them in charge, Ouyang Shua could focus on other matters, such as the Qingfu horses. The only way to obtain Qingfu horses now was from the Jifeng Valley horse stables. The stables had previously sent out 4,000 Qingfu horses and only had 100 left. The nurturing of a warhorse is a lengthy process. In such a short time, Ouyang Shua did not want to use the remaining horses in the stables. From a long-term perspective, such a superior horse like the Qingfu horse could not meet the needs of the expanding army. Even if he unified the entire Lianzhou basin, the number of Qingfu horses would remain limited. In future wars, one would need to use hundreds or even hundreds of thousands of troops. Even if one owned all the Qingfu horses in the Lianzhou basin, it still wouldn't be enough. Hence, Ouyang Shua had decided to build stables to plan for the future. Of course, this was only a backup solution. It helped ease the problem but did not solve it. The best method was to find another mount. Ouyang Shua had some ideas for this. In his previous life, he remembered some superior mount production areas. If the timing was right, he could address the army's lack of mounts. For the time being, it was difficult for him to make any decisions. Mu Guiying understood his tough situation. She suggested they could slow down the process of changing warhorses since the priority was the Mulan stronghold. Thus, they settled the matter for the time being. Another concern for Ouyang Shua was the Beihai shipyard. When he passed the shipbuilding manual to them, he instructed them to build ships quickly, as he urgently needed vessels. They met his expectations. On the 15th day of the first month, after hundreds of smiths and workers in the shipyard worked day and night, they completed the first turreted ship. Upon receiving the news, Ouyang Shua personally rushed to Beihai City to witness the moment. At the dock, apart from Ouyang Shua, the shipyard's special advisor Old Sun, Jiang Dehai, and Pei Donglai were also present. Baiqi and Du Ruhui were busy with army matters and couldn't get away, otherwise they would not have missed this chance. The Beihai shipyard was situated right next to Beihai Bay. There were 2 large-scale docks and more than 10 medium-sized ones. The first turreted ship was in one of the large-scale docks, waiting to enter the water. The massive ship was over 5 stories high and could carry 3,000 men. It had a menacing appearance, with spears and flags adorning its exterior. It could attack and defend like a castle on water. The ship's bow featured an iron point, which sailors could use to ram other vessels. It also had a stern rudder to ensure it stayed on course. As expected, the turreted ship utilized watertight bulkhead technology. On both sides of the ship, there were 6 clapper poles. These poles, each about 5 arms in length, consisted of a pillar, a crosspole, and giant rocks and pots tied to the head. The pillar supported the crosspole and allowed it to swing, striking enemy ships with the rocks. Ropes connected the pots to the crosspole, enabling manual operation to raise the crosspole and the rock. This destructive weapon was a nightmare for enemy ships before the advent of cannons. If time had permitted, Old Sun would have wanted to modify the turreted ship to make it even more formidable. Successfully building an ancient ship naturally made a ship specialist like Old Sun emotional. Ouyang Shua was very pleased with Old Sun's efficiency. However, the turreted ship was not without flaws. It was too high and unstable, making it vulnerable to waves. Thus, it was suitable for river or near-sea combat but not for long-distance travel. If not, a storm could capsize the entire turreted ship. Thanks to Mazu's protection, the Shanghai City Navy largely avoided this weakness. The specialty of the hidden building raised storm protection by 40%, ensuring that the ships would remain safe unless they faced a huge storm. Jiang Dehai, who was beside Ouyang Shua, decided to test the waters when he saw the Marquis so delighted and pleased. Marquis, please name the turreted ship. Ouyang Shua was indeed very pleased, so he smiled. The territory's symbol is a dragon, so this first boat will be called the Dragon Head. Great name. Old Sun interjected, laughing. It's auspicious. Ouyang Shua nodded. The Dragon Head would be his flagship, and it would follow him out to sea. Captain Jiang, immediately complete the relevant functions and features of the Dragon Head. A few days later, I'll set it out to sea. Yes, my lord. Jiang Dehai froze, not expecting the Marquis to rush so much. It seemed the blacksmiths would need to work overtime for a few days. A large-scale boat required a significant amount of features and facilities. Ouyang Shua looked at Pei Donglai. General Pei, the Beihai fleet will follow us out to sea. What is your destination? Pei Donglai asked, feeling confused. Ouyang Shua gave a mysterious smile. Qiongzhou Island. Know how to make a map and want to earn some prize money and a chance to read ahead? Click here to find out how. Send submissions to email protected. The Qiongzhou Island in the game was a utopia, and it was also another strategic location that Ouyang Shua planned for. After the game map was expanded 10 times, the size of the Qiongzhou Island reached 350,000 square kilometers, making it larger than even the Lianzhou Basin. North of it, the Qiongzhou Strait connected with Lingnan, west of it was Guangxi and Vietnam, east of it was the Yizhou Island, southeast of it were the Philippines, Malaysia, and Brunei. During the Ming Dynasty, the imperial court established the Qiongzhou House on the island and divided it into 3 states and 10 counties. Of the 3 states, Danzhou was to Thuist on the Lianzhou Basin. Thus, in theory, it would be a good place to come ashore. Ouyang Shua, instead of turning his eye to the southmost area of the island, chose Yazhou as his base to enter the ocean. Selecting Yazhou meant a huge risk to Ouyang Shua. This is because on Qiongzhou Island lived Li race, Miao race, Hui race, and many other aboriginal races, among whom the Li race had the longest history. These aboriginals mostly gathered in the middle and south of the island, making the southernmost area, Yazhou, naturally the place where the various races gathered. Choosing Yazhou would mean immediately facing the threat of the aboriginal people. Compared to Danzhou, it was a better place to be used as a military port. Yazhou, the southernmost area of the Qiongzhou Island, was the best place for Ouyang Shua to enter the ocean. Selecting Yazhou was a huge risk to Ouyang Shua. This is because Qiongzhou Island was home to the Li race, Miao race, Hui race, and many other aboriginal races, among whom the Li race had the longest history. These aboriginals mostly gathered in the middle and southernmost area of the Qiongzhou Island, making it, naturally, the place where the various races gathered. Choosing Yazhou would mean immediately facing the threat of the aboriginal people. In the previous life, based on what Ouyang Shua learned from the forums, the lucky players who survived on the island established their territories to the north and east, where the Han race was concentrated. On the 16th day of the first month of the second year of Gaia, at Lianzhou Lord's Manor, Ouyang Shua convened the 4 directors in Baiqi for a meeting. 2 days from now, I will lead the Guards Regiment and the Beihai Naval Fleet out to sea. I expect to return around New Year's Eve. In my absence, I leave the matters of the territory in your capable hands to discuss and resolve together, Ouyang Shua stated. Hearing this, they were all shocked. Du Ruhui, the newly appointed military affairs director, was bewildered. The grassland situation was escalating, and war could break out at any moment. In such circumstances, the Lord's decision to leave seemed insane. Baiqi, however, remained unperturbed. In the Qin country, he was accustomed to handling everything, and as long as the Lord granted him sufficient authority, he was confident in his ability to command the battle effectively. For Fan Jingyan and Tian Wenjing, who managed the administrative affairs of the prefecture, the Lord's absence was less of a concern. They worried more about how the soldiers and the commoners would react. Among the 5 heads, Yingyu had the least experience. As long as it did not involve financial matters, she remained silent. Recently, the turmoil within the territory was directed at her. Rumors suggested she had risen to her position through the Marquis's love and trust and her status as his sister. In terms of ability, it was rumored that she was worse off than the other 3 directors and not suitable for important tasks. These rumors put immense pressure on Yingyu, leading to many sleepless nights. Although she hadn't done anything against her conscience, she couldn't stop the gossip. Sometimes, in the dead of night, Yingyu would doubt herself. During this time, Yingyu felt like a thin sheet of ice, unable to retaliate against the rumors. She could only try her best to succeed and prove them wrong with her results. When Ouyang Shua heard the news, he was furious and ordered the Procuratorate Division to investigate. Whoever was spreading the rumors would be punished. Ouyang Shua had noticed Ying's hard work and knowledge. This was no nepotism. Apart from feeling heartbroken for Ying, he began to worry about the negative atmosphere in the territory. As the territory grew and expanded, more diverse people appeared, causing increasing disorder. The camaraderie and carefree spirit from the early days of village building were long gone. This was something Ouyang Shua didn't want to see, but it was happening right in front of him. Ironically, he had no way to stop it. The Lianzhou Marquis title had elevated his status, separating him from the common people. "What's the purpose of your trip?" Fan Zhongyan asked. "My purpose is the island out at sea, Qiangzhou Island. I want to establish another territory there to strengthen our strategic advantage," Ouyang Shua explained briefly. Ever since Binger entered the game, Ouyang Shua helped choose the Lord Game mode, as he already had plans for Qiangzhou Island. The plan hadn't come to fruition for 3 reasons. First, the territory wasn't stable, and it wasn't wise to rashly open another. Second, the Mengchong warship lacked the capability for long-distance travel. Third, there wasn't a suitable village creation token. Those below silver rank were simply not adequate. The second system auction completely resolved Ouyang Shua's problems. Thus, after the dragon head smoothly entered the water, Ouyang Shua was eager to proceed. On this trip, Ouyang Shua brought a large number of troops, along with many basic-level officials, various artisans, talents, and resources to ensure they could establish a stable foothold immediately upon arrival. Additionally, he took some salt workers from Baimu salt pans, planning to open more salt pans at Yazhou. Regarding Ouyang Shua's plan, the Marquis wanted to open and conquer new lands, so there was no reason to oppose it. As for his safety, the Guards Regiment would ensure there were no major issues. Ouyang Shua gave Baiqi the authority to move and command the entire army in his absence, whether to start or end a war. He appointed Fan Zhongyan as the head of the civil servants, responsible for all administrative matters. After appointing the two to oversee military and administration, Ouyang Shua immediately dismissed everyone. Specific arrangements would be discussed individually, rather than in the meeting. Room C used with Shua but with Deodir to rest. When will you move to build it for at least 3 days? It would be manageable. Play and enjoy our time. During the trip, it was as if we were on a furnished location. I remember our time that we had in remembering how time. But it was interrupted. We also moved all that the promised. With my family, it was busy, but we were constantly busy. And waned. The plan and needed to stop for. After the meeting, Ouyang Shua explained, playing by the seaside was entertainment, but it was hard. Before I go, it's a good idea. After New Year, it was perfect. And however, after the trip, it was difficult. Ouyang Shua noticed that recreation was wrong, it won't be forgotten. The time Ouyang Shua promised was memorable. We all worked hard, but we are feeling. Gu Shua said that had though been a year, it will be hard, but I wouldn't necessarily forgotten. The time we didn't enjoy and work, but it was as if we were on a tight place. I remember the time we had a broad combination of experiences. Despite forgetting the year, I will to sleep it more. Play and enjoy our time. During after the trip, it was as if we were on a furnished holiday. And I remembered. With Shua but with Deodir to rest. When will you move to build it for at least 3 days? It would be enjoyable. After New Year, it was so. Is prohibed. I'm really one, but the setter a windy place. Over the trip, how disappointing. We could from Shua to the beautiful, but seeing this with frustrating. Fortunately, I think you remembered. With Shua and smiling. However, I'm really unhappy. Thankfully, things were busy, it was prohibed. I'm really one, but the setter a windy place play and enjoy our time. During the trip, it was as if we were on a furnished location. I remember. And let's stop forget. Just beyond high expectations. With no polls to disappoint. I'll try to make it better. We also moved Shua, but with dog smiling. However, I'm really unhappy. Thankfully, things were busy. It is prohibited move. I'm really furthermore, this is the busiest time for the shipyard. I couldn't leave even if I wanted to. Old Sun shook his head. Then what do you mean? Ouyang Shua was confused. As Sun Xiaoya's grandfather, he understood his granddaughter. That brat had shared the same house with him for a year and naturally fell for him. Added to this was the charm he showed in the game, and she was in love with him. Unfortunately, he was already taken. Ouyang Shua, that little kid, had suddenly liked Song Jia and made it clear that he was definitely marrying her. Seeing his granddaughter so down, Old Sun was anxious too. Sometimes, he hated that his granddaughter was too honest and didn't fight for what she wanted. Moreover, she had known Ouyang Shua first, and before Song Jia was officially married, she still had a chance. Since his granddaughter didn't fight, as her grandfather, he naturally needed to create a chance for her. Hearing that Ouyang Shua was bringing Song Jia and Bing'er to Yazhou, he rushed over to ask. It's like this, little Yu has been busy with the city planning for Shanghai City. I was thinking it would be a good time for her to go with you to Yazhou and relax. Let me tell you, I only have this one precious granddaughter, so I can't let her be too tired from the territorial matters. Old Sun's words had a hidden meaning. A little awkwardness flashed across Ouyang Shua's face. All right, as long as she wants to, I don't mind. No matter how slow he was, he understood the meaning. Old Sun nodded, as he had said what needed to be said. Ouyang Shua wasn't dumb either. He sighed to himself, granddaughter, grandpa can only help you up to here. Certainly. Don't miss this opportunity. Please correct and simplify the text as needed. Certainly. Don't miss this opportunity. All right, then I'm off. Old Sun stood up and left. Take care. Ouyang Shua got up to send him off. Old Sun waved him. No need, as long as you understand my wishes, it's okay. AI. Ouyang Shua sighed as he froze on the spot. Know how to make a plan and want to earn some prize money and a chance to read ahead? Come here to send submissions to email protected. Certainly, don't miss this opportunity. All right, then I'm off. Old Sun stood up and left. Take care. Ouyang Shua got up to send him off. Old Sun waved him. No need, as long as you understand my wishes, it's okay. AI. Ouyang Shua sighed as he froze on the spot. Don't miss this chance and make a map to good at making a plan and wanting to earn some prize money and a chance to read ahead? Come here to send submissions to email protected. All right, then I'm off. All right, then I'm off. Old Sun stood up and left. Take care. Ouyang Shua got up to send him off. Old Sun waved him. No need, as long as you understand my wishes, it's okay. AI. Ouyang Shua sighed as he froze on the spot. Don't miss this opportunity. All right, then I'm off. Old Sun stood up and left. Take care. Ouyang Shua got one to send him off. Old Sun waved him. No need, as long as you understand my wishes, it's okay. AI. Ouyang Shua sighed as he froze on the spot. Don't miss this opportunity. All right, then I'm off. Old Sun stood up and left. Take care. Ouyang Shua got one to send him off. Old Sun waved him. No need, as long as you understand my wishes, it's okay. AI. Ouyang Shua sighed as he froze on the spot. Don't miss this opportunity. All right, then I'm off. Old Sun stood up and left. Take care. Ouyang Shua that. As the Lord's manor expanded, Chiyou and Qing'er each obtained their own courtyards. Ouyang Shua also arranged for Bing'er to live alone to foster her independence, with Zissou personally taking care of her. Although the Lord's manor had grown, they maintained their dining tradition. No matter how busy Chiyou and Qing'er were, they always made time to join Ouyang Shuo for meals in the main courtyard. Ouyang Shuo made these arrangements to ensure that distance did not strain their relationships. Compared to Chiyou, who had been affected by rumors, Qing'er was thriving. Her garment workshop had expanded and become the largest in Shanghai City, employing hundreds of tailors. The workshop now accepted orders not only from the financial department's welfare packages but also from commoners, various settlements, and even the Chamber of Commerce. For the next step, Qing'er planned to introduce weaving machines to establish a large-scale weaving workshop, addressing the material supply issue. Along with the garment shop, they aimed to cover the entire industry process. In the future, Qing'er intended to lease a large area in the west to set up mulberry and cotton gardens, ensuring a steady supply of raw materials. Qing'er personally managed the tailor shop, handled the designs, and overseen high-end customizations, applying the industry chain theory Ouyang Shuo had taught her with great success. As the industry grew, so did Qing'er's profits. She achieved her dream of wealth, with her personal assets reaching 10,000 gold, making her one of the richest people in the territory. Ouyang Shuo had not expected her to possess such talent, though she still lacked in one area. Due to her complete obsession with money, she had neglected her skills. Although she was the first talent to become a master, she was not the first to achieve grandmaster status. Even without mentioning the grandmaster blacksmith Wang Hao, the master-level shipbuilder Zhang Dehai was on the verge of a breakthrough after constructing the dragon head. Ouyang Shuo specifically sought out Qing'er to discuss the issue with her. He truly did not want to see her talent in tailoring wasted. As for the effect of his words, only time would tell. The progress of the garment workshop largely mirrored the expansion and growth of the shops in Shanghai City. After privatization, the first batch of workshop and shop owners generally became wealthy, barring any unforeseen circumstances. As their wealth increased, so did the number of merchants. They had higher standards for living conditions and were dissatisfied with the small courtyards built by the construction division. Instead, they wished to buy land and build their own villas and mansions, often envious of the official residence area. Fortunately, Shanghai City had been well planned, and the construction division worked with Shanghai House to select a piece of land that wealthy merchants could lease for building their homes. In the city's layout, the core area where the Lianzhou Lord's Manor was located was known as the Imperial City. Surrounding this was the inner city, which included the areas inside the city walls of Chiyou and Friendship counties. Beyond the city walls lay the outer city, covering 600 square kilometers, equivalent to 8 Chang'an cities. Shanghai House had the freedom to use such a vast area. Purely from renting land, Shanghai House earned 50,000 gold, and this income continued to grow. Apart from the merchants, the commercial skills of soldiers' families should not be overlooked. As time passed, the generals and soldiers all married. Their generous salaries ensured that their families lived comfortably. The territory provided preferential treatment to soldiers' families, and Shanghai House similarly allocated a larger area in the outer city for their housing. Their living conditions were significantly better than those of ordinary commoners, with more complete facilities. Of course, this came at a cost, and the prices were not cheap. Through this method, Shanghai House's prefect, Wei Ran, managed to use up most of the soldiers' hard-earned salaries. As a result, the soldiers began to call him the black-hearted prefect, and some even made complaints to the Military Affairs Department. The Military Affairs Director, Duduan, felt helpless. After all, Wei Ran's decisions were logical and sound. Moreover, the division of duties and authority meant that, despite his position, Duduan had no jurisdiction over Wei Ran. When Ouyang Shuo heard about this, he simply laughed. He had not expected Wei Ran to have such a keen economic mind, effectively replicating a modern housing industry in Shanghai City. Apart from leasing land for the wealthy to build their mansions, Wei Ran actively encouraged various chambers of commerce to purchase land and construct various workshops. The Chui Chamber of Commerce was the first to do so, buying a piece of land along Friendship River for 20,000 gold. Xiuquan was not far behind, purchasing an even larger plot for 30,000 gold. Land closer to the river was particularly sought after. Of course, everything has a process. Government got bills into the city and attracted the masses of land investors. They had a great relationship with the two. Wei Ran managed some plans and development of the city to attract many people. Not only the financial support, but also the activism of the population. It was also difficult to balance great relationships with the surrounding communities and the environmental support of the area somewhere in the city. Even though it was closely monitored, the relationship with the surrounding cities was positive. The long-term and growth was rapidly. However, not all the land could be sold. The city had to make consistent plans for the money was one red to develop. It must be sold and not all land in areas unsuitable for development. If the thought of selling land and promoting the city, it could have negative future growth. However, it got bills into the city and attracted many people to settle there. They had a great relationship with the two. Wei Ran attracted some plans and development of the one. It must be remembered that we were initially drawn to the thought, but only the land they William partners of the two, great relationships with the surrounding communities and the environmental support of one somewhere in suitable locations, and not all the land was sold for development. We must also remember that although we were close to the city, we must the purchase, and not all land, but also the ambitions for development. With consistent planning, we must also be reminded that we are close to the city and building good relationships with the surrounding communities. The environmental sustainability of the area. We were carefully monitored, which supported conventions and plans that were sold for housing. It must be thought that we were initially sold, but only we was got at fair value, and not all of this land was sold for development. We must also be remembered that although the surrounding cities were positive, and the land was sold for housing. Not only the financial support, but also the activism of the population. It was also difficult to balance great relationships with the surrounding communities and the environmental support of surrounding area somewhere in the city, and not all the land was sold for housing. We must also be remembered that we was close to the city and not. After the successful development, we decided to purchase more land, but only in suitable locations. We must also be reminded that the relationships with the surrounding communities were strong, and the land was sold at fair value. The carefully planned and developed the city to promote more suitable for development after it was built. The inner roads and public facilities all needed investments. Solely relying on financial subsidies and handouts from the financial department, these projects were obviously not viable. This was also the reason why Ouyang Shua did not interfere. They lacked money. After this matter, Wei Ran managed to gain a foothold in Shanghai city and establish his prestige. Of course, for the entire city to truly reach completion, they would need at least 1 to 2 more years. Back to the topic. During dinner, Ouyang Shua brought up the matter of going to Yazhou. For this long trip, Zissou was definitely going to follow him. Bing'er had heard this news long ago. She knew Yazhou was the beautiful Sonia, which made her delighted. In reality, Ouyang Shua had taken her there once, and this little one remembered that scene vividly. I want to go too. When Qing'er saw Bing'er so happy, describing the beautiful scenes of Yazhou, she grew really curious and started to pester Ouyang Shua. Sure. Ouyang Shua naturally wouldn't object. Yay! Brother is the best. Just as Ouyang Shua had predicted, Qing'er and Bing'er, these two little ones, were really close and had become like real siblings. Brother, can I bring Little White too? Bing'er suddenly thought of her companion. Little White lay in her arms. When she heard her little master speak, she looked at Ouyang Shua with sparkling eyes, not at all looking like the royalty of the wolf race. Of course. Ouyang Shua could not refuse. Little White was really smart and could understand their conversation. When she saw Ouyang Shua agree, she smiled until her eyes closed. What about Little Black? Yang Shuo was speechless. As long as you want to, you can bring anyone. Great. Yu, sitting to the side, watched the two little sisters play with a face filled with sadness. Yu had a tough life. As one of the 4 directors, she could not join them and could only envy their fun. Know how to make a map and want to earn some prize money and a chance to read ahead? Click here to find out how. Send submissions to email protected.